Chapter 548. Zhang Xiaofeng had been in high spirits recently. First of all, his strength had risen along the way. Even though he had paid a price, he had finally become an emperor-stage powerhouse that everyone respected. In this continent, he was completely qualified to establish his own sect, become a sect leader, and become famous. Apart from that, the second good thing was that their enemy, the divine martial sect, had finally been destroyed. Why did it have to be said that? It was simple. 10 years ago, the divine martial sect had a genius disciple. His performance in the dynasty war was extraordinary. After he joined the divine sword sect, the divine martial sect's strength increased greatly. As for the divine war sect, they had been suppressed everywhere. If not for the fact that they had swallowed everything, they would have long been swallowed up. More than 10 years had passed, and they had thought that they would never be able to defeat the divine force sect. Who would have thought that one day, they would be able to annihilate the divine force sect and even kill their sect master? Wasn't this something to be happy about? The third good thing was that he had finally caught Jin Feng, whom he had chased for 3 years. Zhang Xiaofeng felt that there was nothing more happy than this. Jin Feng, the master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, the #1 sect in the Unfalling Dynasty. Compared to Tianxia, this strong woman had even expanded her power to another dynasty. Following the destruction of the divine martial sect and the annihilation of the Unfalling Dynasty's royal family, Zhang Xiaofeng personally brought people to capture Jin Feng and even killed most of the high-ranking members of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Then, he devoured the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, turning it into one of his major forces. Jin Feng, you don't need to struggle. You are destined to be my woman. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Jin Feng arrogantly. Your subordinate has betrayed you. You have lost the right to speak to me. I will not force you. I will grind away your willpower, and finally, you will voluntarily become my woman. Dream on. Jin Feng was the same as before. She wore a black battle robe, looking valiant and valiant. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She had been in power for a long time. Zhang Xiaofeng did not mind. A woman like Jin Feng was different from other women. He could not use force. To deal with a woman like Jin Feng, he had to break her willpower. When her willpower was broken and she lost her spiritual support, Jin Feng would be in despair. I'm not in a hurry. Zhang Xiaofeng laughed. Your strength has already been sealed. You can't even commit suicide. This young master has plenty of time. If 10 years isn't enough, then 100 years. This young master can afford it. As for you wanting that man of yours to return, I advise you to forget about it. He has probably already forgotten about you. Provoke the other party. Zhang Xiaofeng might not be good at other things, but he was very good at playing with women. He had summed up a set of experiences, continuously experimenting and verifying, and was able to find the right medicine for almost every woman. Even if he couldn't tame a woman like Jin Feng in this short period of time, Zhang Xiaofeng enjoyed the pleasure of taming her. Zhang Xiaofeng would only feel satisfied when women were tamed one by one. What he pursued was the enjoyment of the mind. As for the body, that was secondary. In Zhang Xiaofeng's words, women were all the same. There was no difference. But the joy of taming them was different. Some women you can use threats. Some women you can use material. Some women you can use sweet words and honeyed words. Some women. Among them, Jin Feng was the one that Zhang Xiaofeng was the most infatuated with. From the first time he saw her, he had set her as his goal to tame. But at that time, this woman was too domineering. The Unfalling Dynasty was famous for being domineering. Zhang Xiaofeng could only hide his thoughts in his heart. Now it could finally be realized. He won't. Jin Feng's gaze was resolute. Your sowing discord is useless against me. Don't place your dirty thoughts on me. I would rather die than submit. Jin Feng had always lived for a man in her heart. She belonged to this man, the man who had been waiting for her to return. Zhang Xiaofeng. A loud rumble reverberated through the entire gate of War God. As an Emperor Realm expert, Zhang Xiaofeng was not afraid of anything. Especially in the gate of War God, who would dare to barge in? Who? The loud rumble caused Zhang Xiaofeng's hair to stand. A sense of danger enveloped his body. Gotcha! A black-robed man appeared before him. The other party stretched out a hand. That hand seemed to contain the entire world. All his paths of retreat were sealed. He felt a sharp pain in his throat, and he lost the strength to move. Who are you? Let me go. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed. That powerful killing intent caused his spirit to collapse. In terms of killing intent, Lin Fei's killing intent was invincible. Zhang Xiaofeng, who had relied on external help, had a weak spirit. How could he withstand Lin Fei's immense killing intent? I am the man you were talking about just now. Lin Fei carried Zhang Xiaofeng like a little puppy. He came before Jin Feng and struck out with a single hand. The seal on Jin Feng's body was released. You're back. Jin Feng felt as if she was dreaming. That man who had left to roam the world had finally appeared once again. Although a long time had passed, his appearance was the same as before. It was just that his face had a more mature aura. You are my woman. Of course I have to come back. I know. You are Lin Fei. Zhang Xiaofeng remembered. You dared to barge into the gate of War God. If you know what's good for you, let me go immediately. Otherwise, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Zhang Xiaofeng had no idea how terrifying Lin Fei was. After a short moment of panic, he was filled with confidence. He knew that the Gate of War God had another batch of experts, all of whom were in the rogue immortal realm. Rogue immortals could kill countless of him with a single move. Zhang Xiaofeng was very relaxed. He wasn't worried that Lin Fei would dare to attack him unless he didn't want to live anymore. That kind of situation wouldn't happen. Lin Fei's eyes were cold. He sealed Zhang Xiaofeng's strength and stepped on him. You will soon find out what you don't want to see the most. Let me go! Zhang Xiaofeng screamed. He didn't even notice Lin Fei's expression. I feel like I'm dreaming. Jin Feng was a strong woman in the eyes of others. But in front of Lin Fei, she was just a little girl. The scene of the past kept coming back to her. Jin Feng threw herself into Lin Fei's embrace. Only when she smelled that long-lost scent did she feel that everything was so real. Lin Fei patted Jin Feng's back lightly. You're not dreaming. In the future, we can see each other every day. We won't have to suffer from lovesickness anymore. Lin Fei felt that he owed Jin Feng a lot. He had left for more than 10 years. He left Jin Feng to control a huge faction. He also developed the Golden Breeze Drizzle building into the #1 faction in the dynasty. He even expanded it to another dynasty. Lin Fei was moved by such perseverance. She could endure it for more than 10 years. Thinking about himself, it was too outrageous. He felt very guilty. Whoosh, 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 in a short while, many figures appeared in the sky above the hall. Or you, let Zhang Xiaofeng go. A middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zhang Xiaofeng flew up and stared at Lin Fei. Father, save me. Zhang Xiaofeng finally saw hope. He's Lin Fei. Kill him. Seeing that his father had come with experts, Zhang Xiaofeng could almost see Lin Fei dying in front of him. So what if he had the strength of an emperor? In the end, he would still die in the War God sect. You're Lin Fei of the Divine Martial Sect. Zhang Qian revealed a look of surprise, followed by killing intent. Let my son go before I get angry. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving this place today. As the sect master of the War God sect, Zhang Qian's control was not as good as before. The War God sect's strength continued to grow, and they even destroyed the Divine Martial Sect. Their disciples either died or surrendered, reaching a new height. Zhang Qian knew of Lin Fei. He was a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect. Later on, he went to the Sword God sect. It was said that his talent was outstanding, and his evaluation was dangerous. It was normal for a small dynasty to not know much about the matters above. Lin Fei hugged Jin Feng. Don't move. With me here, no one can hurt you today. Be good and listen to me. Then his gaze landed on Zhang Qian. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, you can go on your way. Kill yourself. Kill myself? Zhang Qian wanted to say that he was joking. He was an unaffiliated immortal. Even though he was only a tribulation unaffiliated immortal, he was still an unaffiliated immortal. If he killed himself just because you asked him to, did he think he was a god? Smith. Zhang Qian really killed himself. He fell from the sky and killed himself. Father! Zhang Xiaofeng screamed. He did not expect that his father would die so quickly and in front of him. You killed my father. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes were bloodshot. Lin Fei looked at them coldly. If your sect of war god had behaved yourself, I wouldn't have done anything to you. Everything was because your sect had crossed my bottom line. Letting your father commit suicide is already letting him off easy. As for you, you can just disappear from this world. Not just anyone can touch my woman. Not people like you, not others. Boom! A burst of flames burst forth from Zhang Xiaofeng's body, burning him to death. In just a few breaths of time, no one could react. From today onwards, Zhang Xiaofeng would no longer exist in this continent. He had truly disappeared. Just now, Lin Fei had burned Zhang Xiaofeng to death with the divine fire. Even his primordial spirit had been burned to death. Soldiers could be reincarnated, and when they reincarnated, they could regain their memories. But if the primordial spirit was destroyed and burned by the divine fire, there would be no more primordial spirit power left. Jin Feng suddenly felt that her man was very tall. A high and mighty unaffiliated immortal, an emperor, had been killed just like that. They couldn't even resist. Strong, too strong. The elder who had always been following Zhang Qian was furious. The death of their sect master was something they couldn't even react to. The genius of the divine martial sect is indeed capable. The man in black who had been standing behind Zhang Qian didn't seem to be affected by Zhang Qian's death. I killed your dog. Don't you want revenge? Lin Fei, your talent is not bad. I wouldn't care even if you killed 100 of Zhang Qian. The leader of the men in black said indifferently, however, you killed someone in front of us. This is not good. On account of your talent, if you pledge allegiance to us and become a spy of the Divine Sword sect, I can pretend that this never happened. You want me to become your spy and help you pass on the inside information of the Divine Sword sect? Lin Fei laughed at himself. That's right. The man continued, you are qualified to be our spy. We will use resources to raise your strength. At that time, controlling the entire Divine Sword sect will be a piece of cake. That is a position that is below only one person and above tens of thousands. You will never be able to reach that position in your lifetime. As long as you join us, that position will be within your reach. Lin Fei touched his nose. So my spy is worth so much money. Then can you tell me what kind of power you are? That way, I can have an idea in my heart, in case I choose the wrong target. I can't just join you because of a word, right? That would be too stupid of me. The leader of the men in black was gloomy. Obviously, he was not so easy to deceive. Your strength is not bad, but you met us today. As long as you agree to become our spy, we will let bygones be bygones. It doesn't matter if Zhang Qian and his son are dead. I will give you 10 breaths to answer. Otherwise, we will personally kill you and leave you here. The first time they saw Lin Fei, they actually wanted to kill Lin Fei. However, as they easily killed Zhang Qian, they found a second way, which was to become spies of the Divine Sword sect. As for the previously thought that his divine sense was powerful, they did not take it to heart. They thought that it was an expert who happened to pass by and used his divine sense to check on this place. They were not willing to provoke a suspected high-level individual immortal. It was not worth fighting with such an expert. Perhaps they would be the ones to suffer losses. At that time, they would have to mobilize experts to keep watch, which was completely inappropriate. Don't even think about it. I will not become your spy. Lin Fei shook his head and refused. He had wanted to ask some questions so that he could understand something. However, they were too cunning. As for you, I can give you 2 choices. Either you die or you tell us the power behind you. You can choose one. The leader of the men in black laughed loudly. It was a smile that looked at the other party's stupidity. Since you have chosen the other path, then you can stay. If they could not come to an agreement, then they would kill. Although it was a pity that they had lost an opportunity to plant a spy, it was not a big deal. In any case, they did not lack such a spy. Vacuum vortex. As soon as the leader made his move, huge vortexes appeared in the sky. Each powerful vortex formed a powerful airflow that crushed the space. Just this move alone showed that this man in black was very powerful. You want to use this attack to kill people? Lin Fei snorted coldly. His fingers formed a sword. Sword art, reincarnation. Whoosh! Ever since he learned the great reincarnation art from Shangguan Hong, Lin Fei easily integrated it into his sword art. A huge hole appeared in the reincarnation vortex, disintegrating the opponent's vacuum vortex one by one, and enveloping the group of men in black. Heaven and Earth Furnace. The huge furnace flew out, surrounded by divine fire. The surrounding area was instantly turned into a piece of flat land, a piece of ruins. Chapter 549. My back hurts so much that I can't write. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow. Chapter 550. P.S. I woke up early in the morning to write. Coupled with the arrival of the typhoon, heavy rain, and thunder, I am really worried that there will be a power outage. Seeing that I am so diligent, please give me a few monthly tickets to encourage me so that I can finish 10 chapters today. If you can give me a small tip, that would be the best. Using the heaven and earth smelt, Lin Fei could already move his mind at will. His strong control brought them into the inner space directly. This is the divine flame. The leader's expression changed as he recognized the raging flame at first glance. Lin Fei was very surprised. I didn't know that you guys were not simple. I didn't expect the divine flame to recognize you. Lin Fei had used the divine flame to kill people several times, but no one could recognize it. Instead, these men in black with weird auras could be recognized at first glance. If Lin Fei still suspected that they were ordinary forces, then he was very wrong. I didn't expect that you would have the legendary divine flame. You will be our biggest obstacle. You are destined to have no peace and will not be able to survive on the continent. The leader of the group laughed sinisterly, and his whole body exploded with a bang. The black-clothed men behind him also exploded. They all self-destructed in front of Lin Fei. If not for the self-destruction of the loose immortals in the heaven and earth smelt, Lin Fei would also be in a mess, especially with Jin Feng by his side. They have all committed suicide. Jin Feng was shocked. The Golden Phoenix was aware of the strength of these men in black. Each one of them was a legendary loose immortal. She had never imagined that they would commit suicide right after saying those words. What a pity! Lin Fei shook his head. This was a mystery that he couldn't solve. He could have solved it this time, but with their self-destruction, he lost all clues. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel regret. From this, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The force behind this was not ordinary. At least they could recognize the divine flame at first glance. Most importantly, they chose to self-destruct decisively. This kind of determination was not something that ordinary people could do. Lin Fei opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing the remaining quintessential essence. Even if the furnace exploded, the remaining true essence would not dissipate. It was destined to become Lin Fei's. He reappeared in the main hall. Lin Fei's powerful divine sense swept out. Zhang Wenyunxiang had used his powerful battleship to kill his way in. Almost no one could stop him, especially this group of mysterious black-robed men who had self-destructed one after another. They had completely lost the power to stop him. The War God sect brought this upon themselves. Lin Fei knew that the War God sect was doomed. Since they had chosen this outcome, they would have to accept the other outcome sooner or later. Either they would be destroyed by others, or they would be enslaved by others. Lin Fei personally refined some of the remaining experts in the House of War God. The mysterious black-robed man had committed suicide, and the loss was not small. Therefore, even though some of the Emperor-level experts in the War God sect were not considered much, mosquito meat was still a kind of meat. They had to make do with it. At least their efforts were not in vain. 2 hours later, the War God sect suffered heavy casualties. Almost none of the upper echelons were left. They were either killed or escaped. The disciples below were all killed by the worship. The might of a profound heaven spiritual treasure was not something that a low-level cultivator could withstand. Master, we've finally avenged you. Elder Zhang threw his head back and laughed. The other disciples were the same. All of them had injuries on their bodies. Senior brother, it's really all thanks to you this time. Yunxiang flew over. Lin Fei smiled. There's no need to say such polite words. If I had returned earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Yunxiang was very clear that if Lin Fei hadn't made a move today, the mysterious black-robed man would have attacked. Even with the warship, they might not have been able to kill their way in. You can't be blamed for this. Yunxiang said, we can only blame ourselves for not destroying the war god sect back then. We left them to grow into a scourge. In this regard, Lin Fei couldn't say anything. He could only say that everything was fated. The mysterious black-robed man had invaded. They could support the war god sect, but they could also support another power. It was the same no matter where they were. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's confidence, he wouldn't have given them the chance to self-destruct. He had lost a chance to understand the power behind the scenes. The war god sect had been destroyed. Lin Fei, Yun Xiang, and the others went to the sect of Battle God's treasury to search. There weren't many cultivation resources inside, especially materials. They couldn't find any. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the things in the treasury, so he gave them to Yunxiang and the others. Every time he killed a loose immortal, Lin Fei would obtain a large number of treasures. The collection of a loose immortal was far more valuable than the war god sect. Junior brother, what do you plan to do next? Lin Fei asked Yunxiang after making an inventory. Martial uncle and I plan to collect the disciples who are wandering outside first. Yunxiang thought about it. We can't let them continue wandering outside. We'll think of something when the time comes. Lin Fei said to Yunxiang, the upper continent hasn't been peaceful recently. The unfalling dynasty has been destroyed, so it's best for you guys to move to another place. They'll send more people here sooner or later. You guys won't be in a good position if you stay here. I have a friend in Sin Paradise. You guys can go there. At least your safety will be guaranteed. The unfalling dynasty was gone, and Lin Fei had destroyed this group of mysterious black-clothed men. It was impossible for the other party not to send people to investigate. They would definitely come back, and from the bottom of his heart, he did not want Yun Xiang and the others to continue staying here. Yun Xiang was a decisive person. Lin Fei's words were reasonable. Staying here was just looking for trouble. It was necessary for them to leave. Sin Paradise? It seems like... Yun Xiang was a little worried. You can go find a power like the mythology tower. Lin Fei said, I'll leave this battleship for you. It'll be safer on the way there. Ordinary people won't dare to have any ideas. Hang this on the battleship when you reach Sin Paradise. Lin Fei took out the mythology tower's flag. He had brought it with him casually, but he didn't expect to use it so soon. Senior brother, how can I do that? Yunxiang said. It's fine. I still have it. Lin Fei smiled. You don't have to refuse. You can't just go there like this, right? After some refusal, Yunxiang finally accepted it and rode the battleship to Sin Paradise. Xiaofeng, do you have anyone else in the unfalling dynasty? Lin Fei suddenly asked. If not, we'll leave the unfalling dynasty today. Lin Fei had settled everything that needed to be settled, so it was time for him to leave. One could imagine that after he destroyed the forces here, there would be another group of people. Although Lin Fei wasn't afraid of any trouble, waiting for them to come up was pointless. Jin Feng shook her head. No, but I still have to deal with some people. Who do you want to deal with? I'll go with you. After killing Zhan Xiaofeng, Lin Fei sensed anger from Xiaofeng. It was good to vent her anger now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for her cultivation in the future. Jin Feng wanted to deal with the traders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Zhan Xiaofeng had used all kinds of means to rope in some of the higher-ups of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, overthrowing Jin Feng's authority from the inside. For a strong woman, this was the most unbearable thing. Now that she had regained her freedom, the first thing she wanted to do was to take revenge and kill those who had betrayed her. When Jin Feng reappeared in front of those people, the elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were in disbelief. Especially when they saw Lin Fei, their faces turned pale. Those elders knew clearly how Jin Feng had gotten her position in the first place. He had used absolute force to help Jin Feng get to this position. They knew very well about Lin Fei's means. But he had never thought that this terrifying man would come back with an undefeatable strength. Jin Feng had nothing to discuss with these traitors. She killed all of them. As for the people below her, she didn't care about them. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lin Fei comforted her. Very uncomfortable. Jin Feng nodded. I helped them to this position, but they still betrayed me. You don't have to think too much. You can develop the Golden Breeze Drizzle building to this level. You are more powerful than anyone else. If you don't feel satisfied, I will hand over my force to you. I believe you will do better than me. Lin Fei hugged Jin Feng. Jin Feng was startled. No, how can I do that? Why not? The matter of the mythology building had been bothering Lin Fei. When he saw Jin Feng, Lin Fei knew that she was the most suitable candidate. After experiencing that incident, he believed that she would be better in this aspect. As for her strength, this was not a problem at all. Now you have to go back with me and meet your future parents. Jin Feng was a strong woman. But when she heard that she had to meet her parents, her face was full of shyness. After removing that layer of clothing, she was actually a woman, a very traditional woman. Can I? She was nervous and worried, but she didn't show it. Why not? Lin Fei smiled. After my parents see you, they will be very happy. You are beautiful and powerful. Anyone who sees you will like you. But I have a bad reputation. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was second to none in the falling dynasty. It also extended its influence to another dynasty. Jin Feng, the female gang leader, was famous. In addition to her beauty, she was also ruthless. You don't need to think too much. What bad reputation can you have? That's because people respect you. Lin Fei snorted. Let's go back and meet your parents. When Lin Fei brought Jin Feng back, Lin Zhentian and his wife were shocked. They were really shocked. Jin Feng was his son's woman. Lin Zhentian couldn't imagine that she would be his son's woman. She was a famous strong woman in the falling dynasty. He didn't expect that one day she would become his daughter-in-law. At first, they were shocked, but then they were overjoyed. Although Lin Fei's cultivation speed was fast, there was one thing he cared about the most, and that was when he would bring back a woman. Now, it was good that he didn't bring back a woman, but when he did, it was a strong woman who was as beautiful as a flower. Chapter 551. I didn't expect to have to leave the unfalling dynasty while I'm still alive. On the huge warship, Lin Zhongwu sighed and looked down at the old site of the Lin family. He didn't know when he would be able to return. The situation of the unfalling dynasty no longer allowed them to stay. After Lin Fei returned with Jin Feng, he told Lin Zhongwu about his intentions. They were going to relocate and abandon this place. We can come back in the future. Lin Zhentian also sighed. The past few days felt like a dream. He originally thought that his life would be like this, but when Lin Fei returned, everything changed. Those tyrannical fellows were easily destroyed by Lin Fei. The War God sect, which had allied with outsiders to destroy the unfalling dynasty, was also destroyed when Lin Fei appeared. The entire Lin family was moving, and no one dared to say no. Lin Zhongwu had spoken, and his subordinates all agreed. Lin Fei had several warships. With the small population of the Lin family, it was enough to take out 2 warships. After all, the interior of each warship was very large, and it was more than enough to store the people of the Lin family. Let's go! The 2 warships tore through the void at the same time and began long-distance space travel. Ordinary warships couldn't travel through space. Only the Xiantian spiritual treasure-level warship in Lin Fei's hands could travel through space. After Lin Fei's family moved, the troops of the sky-suppressing dynasty finally arrived. But when they saw the situation of the unfalling dynasty, they were almost dumbfounded. More importantly, the War God sect was destroyed. Something big happened. The leader of the investigation team was so scared that his face turned pale. It didn't matter that the War God sect was destroyed. It also didn't matter that the people who arranged for them were dead. But those mysterious forces had also disappeared. There was only one word to explain it. They were all dead. Such a big thing had happened. If it was spread back, everyone would definitely be alarmed. Investigate, I want to know who did it. The majestic team immediately began to investigate. If they could find some clues, they could go back and give a reason so that they wouldn't be called incompetent. What? You don't know who did it? After 3 days of continuous investigation, they didn't manage to get anything out of him. The leader sent him flying with a slap. His expression was extremely ugly. Trash, you are all a bunch of trash. You can't even handle such a small matter. What they didn't know was that when Lin Fei left, he deliberately used spirit sustenance to hypnotize everyone. With his tyrannical divine sense, it wasn't troublesome to use it at all. Investigate, continue to investigate. If you can't find anything useful, don't come back to see me. The leader was truly enraged. I'll take advantage of this free time to help you improve your strength. Even if there were battleships traversing through the void, it would still take several days to reach Sin Paradise. Taking advantage of these few days, Lin Fei was ready to improve his strength for his parents, big brother, second brother, Jin Feng, and the others. It was a very necessary thing. Lin Fei did not believe that the words left behind by the black-clothed men were baseless. Those who could recognize the divine flame were definitely not simple people. There were very few people who could recognize it at a glance. The power behind them must be very, very powerful. It was completely necessary to improve the strength of his own people first. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might not have the ability to do so. After all, improving one's strength was not an easy matter. It involved many aspects. However, to Lin Fei, it was not a troublesome matter. Son, if it will affect you, then don't do it. Lin Zhentian did not care about strength. The only thing he cared about was not hurting his son because of this. Now, Lin Zhentian was proud to have such a son. As a father, the happiest thing was not how powerful he was, but that his son was more promising than him. Lin Zhentian had never imagined that there would be such a monstrous genius among his ancestors. But now, he had already become a hegemon. Lin Zhentian had never imagined that there would be such a monstrous genius among his ancestors. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. It won't affect me at all. Although he couldn't improve their strength to the monarch realm in one go, Lin Fei was quite confident that he could improve their strength to the sage realm. Split. Lin Fei opened his mouth and spat out dozens of milky white balls of energy. They contained pure quintessential essence, all of which had been compressed. Ever since he returned from the Saint Hall, Lin Fei was used to compressing true yuan to increase his accumulation. Don't look down on an energy ball. Only Lin Fei could control it easily. Not everyone could control a Sky Immortal's divine sense. An ordinary person could at most control 1 or 2 energy balls. If they did not control it well, it would cause a huge explosion. And this was only the first step. No one was willing to share their true yuan with others. Lin Fei did not care. His current strength was equivalent to the strength of 100 loose immortals. He surpassed any loose immortal of the same level. A mere bit of true yuan was nothing. Calm your mind and focus on refining. How much you can refine will depend on you. Lin Fei inserted the energy balls into their bodies one by one. Then he sat down cross-legged. His divine sense wandered around each of them, observing their movements to prevent qi deviation. Immovable Wisdom King. An immovable Wisdom King was visualized by Lin Fei. He sat cross-legged in the air and suppressed all uneasiness and instability. The advantage was that they could be like a boulder and focus on refining the energy balls. They did not have to worry about being affected and qi deviation. At the same time, they could refine it step by step and would not have a weak foundation. Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort to do this. One day later, Lin Zhongwu was the first to refine it. I didn't expect that I would become a monarch one day. Lin Zhongwu's accumulation was deep enough. This time, he refined the energy balls and advanced to the early stage monarch realm. Even he felt that it was unbelievable. All along, Lin Zhongwu thought that it was good enough that he could become a sage. He didn't expect that he would use Lin Fei's help to reach the monarch realm. I became a sage. The second was Lin Zhentian. His refining speed was not slow, and he also advanced to the late stage sage. His face was also filled with excitement. The energy balls they refined were all compressed by Lin Fei. Every time he compressed his true essence, the density would not increase. Although he was only at the late stage sage, if he cultivated some powerful martial arts, it would not be a problem for him to fight against a monarch realm expert. If the true essence that Lin Fei compressed was only raised to this level, it would be too worthless. After Lin Zhentian, the others also broke through one after another. Big brother Lin Xiao advanced to the middle stage sage, second brother Lin Feng advanced to the late stage sage. As for Lin Yan, she was not in a hurry to improve for the time being. Then it was Jin Feng who advanced to the monarch realm in one fell swoop. This was naturally Lin Fei's doing. At the same time, Jin Feng was able to bear it. You better choose one of these martial arts first. Don't be greedy. One martial art is enough for all of you. Lin Fei could learn all kinds of martial arts with the help of the huge system. He didn't need to worry or comprehend them. They were different. If they wanted to learn a martial art, they needed a lot of time to comprehend it. Heaven rank soul-locking palm. Heaven rank big collapsing fist. When the heaven rank martial arts appeared in front of them, they had already accepted it. Every move that Lin Fei used was something that ordinary people could do. Especially in terms of raising their strength, it was really unimaginable. The realm and strength that they had always thought was difficult to break through in the past seemed so easy and simple now. It was like a country bumpkin coming to a big city. It was completely beyond their imagination. These heaven-rank martial arts were all snatched by Lin Fei from others. He had enough magical power himself. The important thing was that these martial arts were no longer suitable for him. As for the 3,000 immortal arts, Lin Fei would not give them to them for the time being. This kind of immortal art was very difficult to cultivate. When they successfully cultivated heaven-rank martial arts and had a certain foundation, they could cultivate it. At that time, it would save them a lot of trouble. Little Feng, this is the wind and thunder whip that I specially prepared for you. Lin Fei had long prepared a profound heavenly spiritual treasure for Golden Phoenix. This wind and thunder whip contains the concept of wind and thunder. When it is used, it is extremely overbearing. Ordinary people will not be able to block your whip. It is the most suitable for you. This wind and thunder whip was snatched from a powerful loose immortal. Lin Fei had to spend some effort to kill the other party and obtain this profound heavenly spiritual treasure. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei. The third grade sect mythical sect has been promoted to the second grade sect. Lin Fei instantly felt that his strength had taken a big step forward. He vaguely had the battle strength of a 5 tribulation loose immortal. Previously, Lin Fei's battle strength was around a 4 tribulation loose immortal. However, with the opening of the sect system, he could obtain a part of his strength. In such a short period of time, he had taken such a big step forward. Lin Fei was extremely shocked. Could it be that big brother Qi Lian found those old friends? Lin Fei immediately thought of a possibility. Apart from this, there seemed to be no other reason. Good. It seems that the mythical sect has to expand its influence so that my strength can increase quickly. The promotion of the sect was equivalent to the increase of his own strength. Lin Fei had found a shortcut. The current Lin Fei had accumulated too much. With every increase in strength, his battle strength would also increase. This was not an easy thing to do. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei. The mythical sect has been promoted to the second grade sect. Reward: 300 million points, 50 million elemental chi value. Ever since he had the system, Lin Fei had been constantly lacking points. The points in the system had always been few and far between. There were many treasures that he could not purchase. Now that he had 300 million points, Lin Fei suddenly felt that he was rich and overbearing. He could purchase many treasures and did not need to worry about points. Promotion to the second grade sect required 300 million points. This made Lin Fei look forward to the next promotion. How many benefits would the system give him? 500 million or 1 billion? Chapter 552. With the existence of the system, Lin Fei easily grasped these sky-tier martial arts. No matter what martial arts they chose, Lin Fei would be able to guide them, making it easy for them to learn it. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Even though Lin Fei had the system, he couldn't say what he had comprehended. After all, these were two different things. Comprehension was rather complicated and mysterious. It could be said that it couldn't be explained clearly, and it was difficult to express it in words. This was why many absolute arts needed comprehension. After everyone chose their martial arts, Lin Fei explained to them individually what they needed to pay attention to and how to cultivate it. He made sure that they learned the most suitable martial arts. In this world, there was nothing that was not suitable, only something that was more suitable. Suitable martial arts could only be unleashed in their hands. Other unsuitable martial arts might look impressive, but if you couldn't unleash the corresponding martial arts, it would be useless. Luckily, they didn't choose blindly. After their strength had increased, their intelligence and judgment had also improved. They knew very well what they should choose and what they shouldn't choose. Lin Fei quickly explained the contents of the meeting. Then, everyone returned to their own rooms and began to consolidate their strength and cultivate the Tian-class martial arts. Let me see what kind of good stuff the system store has now. After checking with his divine sense and confirming that there were no problems, Lin Fei opened the system store. He believed that this time, he would definitely be able to buy something useful for him. After opening the store, a series of dazzling items appeared, dazzling his eyes. Lin Fei calmed down and didn't continue clicking. What should I start with? He had no choice, there were too many things in the store. After obtaining 300 million points in one go, in addition to the points from before, Lin Fei had about 380 million points on hand. He could definitely choose something suitable. Of course, the premise was that items that were worth more than 1 billion points were temporarily out of Lin Fei's reach. Pills. The first thing Lin Fei considered was the medicinal pill. As of now, pills weren't of much use to Lin Fei. Now that he had the heaven and earth smelt, he could just disregard pills and whatnot. Even if he were to buy them, they would be useless. Lin Fei was the first to give up on medicinal pills. They were of great use to others, but to him, they were of little value. Battle armor? This was also abandoned by Lin Fei. His flesh rebirth had already reached small success, and its defense was even stronger than that of battle armor. Was there still a need for battle armor? Of course, there was nothing he needed. Therefore, this battle armor was also abandoned. Weapon? Lin Fei was a little hesitant. The killing sword in his hand was of a very high grade and was currently constantly recovering. He could conclude that as long as he had enough profound heavenly spirit treasures, it should be able to become an immortal sword very quickly. So, I'll just keep this as a backup. After giving up on these things, Lin Fei was momentarily at a loss. What should he choose? Divine power? Secret technique? Lin Fei came up with two other options. Subconsciously, Lin Fei wanted to focus on offensive power. Among the 3,000 immortal arts, Lin Fei had cultivated quite a few. Each of them was shockingly powerful, but he felt that it wasn't enough. His combat power at the quasi-fifth tribulation realm would be even higher when he encountered enemies in the future. It was necessary to increase his combat power. Originally, Lin Fei's first choice was a body-tempering cultivation technique. After cultivating flesh rebirth and experiencing the baptism of the death storm in the death dimension, every cell in Lin Fei's body had grown countless times stronger and could contain more quintessential essence. He gave up on the first body-tempering cultivation technique. From now until he became a sky immortal, Lin Fei didn't need to continue with body-tempering cultivation techniques. Martial arts it is then. Lin Fei clicked on the martial arts section of the shop. Immediately, pieces of martial arts appeared. Heaven, earth, profound and yellow. 4 grades appeared. Lin Fei clearly didn't fancy these 4 grades of martial arts. Immortal arts? After 4 grades, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the immortal arts section. There were immortal arts for sale in the shop? Previously, Lin Fei's eyes had been fixed on the first few grades. At that time, the system didn't have many points and didn't care about the higher grades. The price was too high and it would be a blow to one's confidence. Therefore, Lin Fei hadn't paid attention to the things at the back. He quickly clicked on the immortal arts section. There were several grades in the immortal arts, from low to high. Heaven Immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, zenith heaven golden immortal, immortal lord, and immortal emperor. Heaven immortal, air-shattering palm. Lin Fei randomly clicked on an immortal art. The first sentence made Lin Fei very disappointed. Heaven immortal level immortal arts. The cultivator must have immortal power. Seeing this sentence, Lin Fei didn't know what to do. Using immortal power to cast immortal arts seemed to be a matter of course. Looks like there's no way to learn this immortal art. Although Lin Fei really wanted to learn immortal arts, he didn't have immortal power in his body. How was he going to learn immortal arts? Just as Lin Fei was about to give up, an idea flashed in his mind. Who said I don't have immortal power? I almost forgot about it. Lin Fei thought of something. When immortal power was mentioned, it felt very familiar, as if he had experienced it before. Back in the immortal space, he was suppressed by Ji Bao perfected and was almost suppressed. Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to absorb immortal power, but he couldn't suppress it. Lin Fei knew that it was because he wasn't strong enough. True essence could be refined, but immortal power was a higher level energy. It wasn't that easy to refine. Lin Fei felt that it was normal that he couldn't refine immortal power for a while. If he had the strength of a 9-tribulation bodiless immortal, he should be able to refine immortal power completely. Since he couldn't refine immortal power, he wondered if he could use it. If he could use immortal power, it would be a killer move. Its power would definitely be earth-shattering. Lin Fei sent his spiritual sense into the heaven and earth smelt and found the suppressed immortal power in a corner. He tried to refine it, but he couldn't after a few days. In the end, he gave up. If he wanted to use immortal arts, he needed immortal power, and immortal power had to enter his body. Looks like I'll have to risk it. Lin Fei was a hard-working person. If he didn't risk it, opportunities wouldn't fall from the sky. He had to fight for it himself. Let me try and see how strong this immortal power is. Lin Fei took out a fist-sized immortal power and sent it into his body. Once this immortal power was suppressed by the god fire, it instantly wreaked havoc in Lin Fei's body. An unbearable pain rose from his heart. His entire body was covered in blood. This immortal power is really overbearing. If my body hadn't reached such an unbelievable realm, that immortal power would have killed me. Lin Fei was shocked. Lin Fei didn't last for long before his body exploded. Immortal power didn't belong to this world. It was violent and destructive. It belonged to the mainstream. Using his flesh rebirth, Lin Fei recovered immediately. He wrapped the immortal power once more. I don't believe that I can't outlast your immortal power. Lin Fei planned to completely merge the immortal power. Even though it would take time, he didn't care about time. If Lin Fei was a true rogue immortal who didn't pass the tribulation, it would be much easier to merge the immortal power. But he wasn't a rogue immortal and couldn't merge the immortal power. If he couldn't fuse with a celestial power, then he could only keep refining and fusing the celestial power with the body. This goose was the only way Lin Fei could find. In the room, Lin Fei's body kept exploding. Then he started the long process of merging again. After failing over 1,000 times, the violent celestial force was finally assimilated. Every time the flesh exploded, it would naturally affect the celestial force. After failing over 1,000 times, Lin Fei finally refined the clump of immortal power. With a thought, he controlled it, and his entire body gave off a transcendent aura. Strands of immortal power emerged from his fingers. Not bad, not bad. This immortal power is really strong. Lin Fei was very satisfied. I didn't waste so much time. Maybe those high-level rogue immortals are stronger than mid-level rogue immortals. They should be able to control the immortal power and merge it into their moves. It has a stronger destructive power. Lin Fei's guess was right. Low and mid-stage loose immortals had to be loose immortals themselves. The immortal energy in their bodies was hidden within their flesh and blood and could not be used. But once they became high-stage loose immortals, once their immortal energy reached a certain level, they would be able to control it. That was why high-stage loose immortals were so terrifying. Rogue immortals at the Emperor realm could at most fight mid-level rogue immortals. Any higher and they would be inferior. They couldn't use immortal power and couldn't fight high-level rogue immortals. This was also why rogue immortals were the strongest existences on this continent. Once they advanced to high-level rogue immortals and survived the tribulation, they could use immortal power. They were truly invincible experts on this continent. It was easy for a high-level rogue immortal to kill hundreds of mid-level rogue immortals. Immortal power was a supreme power. It wasn't something that ordinary people could resist. There were very few people at the Emperor realm like Lin Fei who could control immortal power. But once he refined it, he would be equivalent to stepping into the ranks of high-level rogue immortals. Continue. Lin Fei continued to refine immortal power. It was a long process of training. 5 days later, the warships appeared in the territory of Sin Paradise. Due to the continual wars between the dynasties and empires, Sin Paradise suddenly became the base camp of the villains. All kinds of villains could be seen in the periphery, robbing passers-by. Look, 2 warships appeared in front. Brothers, let's go and rob the warships and kill everyone inside. Just these 2 warships alone will greatly increase our combat power. Kill. Rob the warships. When the 2 warships appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the forces in the periphery of Sin Paradise. Don't underestimate these villains. They all had extraordinary strength. It was just 2 warships. To them, it was just a little troublesome. They could still rob them and make them their spoils of war. However, as soon as they did, a flag appeared in the air above the battleship. As soon as the flag appeared, the vicious people gaped in shock, and then fled like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 553. In a short period of time, Sin Paradise's mythology tower had developed rapidly, and its strength had expanded rapidly as well. It had always been a faction that everyone wanted to join. Wasn't the Jibao Tower amazing? They had used their immortal weapons, but so what? They were still destroyed. Most importantly, anyone who became a member of the mythology tower could learn a top-notch technique as long as they were recognized. After this news came out, countless people wanted to join. The mythology tower's movements were huge. They could destroy the Jibao Tower, but the other big shots did not say anything. This showed how terrifying they were. After seeing the mythology tower's flag, these factions did not dare to make a move unless they had a death wish. If they made a move here, their entire faction would be destroyed. In Sin Paradise, the faction that could not be offended the most was the mythology tower. That kid Lin Fei is truly incomparable to the past. On the bow of the warship, Lin Zhentian and the others felt their hearts palpitate when they sensed the tyrannical auras. But in the blink of an eye, those people had scattered. They could not believe what they saw. They've grown up, Lin Zhongwu said. These factions, whose weakest was a mystique venerable, had saints and emperors at every turn, had fled after seeing the flag. This was the first time they had seen it. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they could not imagine how much influence this flag had. Any one of these factions could destroy the fallen empire. Now, for a flag, they had given up on attacking. Just how terrifying was the mythology tower's strength? When the warships stopped in Sin Paradise's plaza, the people who came to receive them all emitted powerful auras, giving them a fright. Every one of them was a peerless savage. But now, all of them were extremely polite, which was quite a shock to Lin Zhentian and the others. After disembarking from the warship, someone naturally collected the warship and brought it into the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron. Only after arriving at the Myth Tower did Lin Fei reveal himself, appearing within the Myth Tower. For the time being, he didn't want to reveal any traces of himself to avoid attracting the attention of certain people. I didn't expect you to return so soon. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon greeted him, but when it saw Lin Fei, its expression changed. Good lad, you're really a monster. You even refined the immortal power from back then? I thought I could crush you. Lin Fei laughed. If I don't work hard, I'll be bullied by you. In a short period of time, the Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon also advanced from a 6 Tribulation Scattered Immortal to a 7 Tribulation Scattered Immortal. His body emitted immortal chi, and he officially became a high-level Scattered Immortal. Many experts must have been devoured. The stronger Lin Fei was, the happier the Qi Lian Heavenly Demon was. You're back just in time. I was just about to introduce an old friend to you. I was a little worried at first, but now you don't have to worry anymore. Father, go and rest with them first. I'll come over later. Lin Fei turned and said to his father, Lin Zhentian. I'll take a look around this place. I've never seen the inside of a celestial artifact. Lin Zhentian said with a smile. On their way here, they had heard that the place they were currently at was a celestial artifact, a high-grade celestial artifact at that. Immediately, someone came out and brought Lin Zhentian and the rest away. Xiao Feng, come with me. Since Lin Fei had the intention to let Jin Feng control the Mythology Tower's forces, he naturally had to let Jin Feng gain some experience so that she could have a better understanding of everyone. It won't affect you, right? Jin Feng was still a little nervous. Ever since they came in, those subordinates were all mystic venerables of the mystic sect, giving Jin Feng a lot of pressure. T, how can it affect me? Lin Fei pulled Jin Feng. Big brother Qi Lian, this is your sister-in-law. Don't be too stingy. You brat, you only know how to extort your big brother. The Qi Lian heavenly demon laughed. Sister-in-law is really beautiful. In the future, pay attention to this guy so that he doesn't sneak out to eat. If he dares to bully you, just tell Big Brother. Big Brother will back you up. Jin Feng was flattered. She knew that this black-clothed burly man in front of her was a legendary high-level loose immortal. Unexpectedly, he called her man-brother. Big Brother doesn't have anything good to give. This is a first-grade battle armor. It just so happens to be worn by women. Wearing this battle armor, it can withstand 3 attacks from a mid-level loose immortal. A battle armor could withstand 3 attacks from a mid-level loose immortal. One could imagine how precious it was. Most importantly, it was worn by women. Thus, it had to be special. Lin Fei bluntly accepted it. No need to be polite with him. I can rest assured after you refine this thing. In terms of battle armor, Lin Fei also had a lot. There were not many suitable for women. The battle armor given by the Qi Lian heavenly demon was the most suitable. Thank you, Big Brother. Jin Feng also mustered up her courage. You brat, do you really think that Big Brother is a bottomless pit? If this goes on, sooner or later, I will become poor. Inside a small space, there were all kinds of flowers in full bloom, forming a scene of hundreds of flowers in full bloom. This place was a space inside the 8 Desolations 6-directional cauldron. As mentioned before, the 8 Desolations 6-directional cauldron belonged to an auxiliary immortal tool. Different from an offensive immortal tool, the auxiliary role occupied most of the space inside. Otherwise, spiritual master Ji Bao would not regard it as a treasure house. Old ghost Shangguan, I didn't think that there would be a day when you would come out of the mountain. Is this brat really as powerful as that guy Qi Lian said? In the space, beside a lake, several people were sitting together, tasting the wine on the table. One of them was asking one of them a question. How should I say this? Shangguan Hong drank a mouthful of wine. Well, you guys think that I am too high. You say that I am unfair, but I can't say such words that go against my heart. So, I won't say a word, so as not to affect your judgment. Just now, Old Ghost told me that Lin Fei brat is back. You guys take care of him personally. Ever since the Red Lotus heavenly fire was successfully expelled, Shangguan Hong cultivated the devouring heaven demonic yuan art. His strength recovered very quickly. His clansmen were also arranged to go out to gain experience. Following the arrival of a few of old Devil Qi Lian's friends, Shangguan Hong had a headache. These guys were all people who wanted the world to be in chaos. They were really not easy to talk to. For example, the one who spoke just now was purely an old man who drank wine. Don't look like he was drunk all day long. He was very powerful, because these 4 old friends of old Devil Qi Lian had a famous name. They ate, drank, whored, and gambled the 4 great true immortals. They compared themselves to true immortals because their days were really free and easy. It was not an exaggeration to compare them to true immortals. The one who drank wine was true immortal drunkard. No one could compare to him in drinking wine. There was no wine he didn't know. In order to enjoy the joy of drinking wine, he had broken into countless sects and stolen countless wines. Whenever this guy drank, he would kill people. That was why he was called the evil wine man. Every sect hated true immortal drunkard to death, but they couldn't kill him. Later on, no one dared to hide any good wine and directly drank it. They didn't dare to stay for fear of meeting true immortal drunkard again. There was nothing they could do about it. Who told true immortal drunkard to be so famous? As for the other three, they were also famous. Of course, their reputations weren't very good. They belonged to the righteous and evil side of the continent. Of course, the evil side was more common. That's good too. No matter how nice it sounds, it's better to see it with my own eyes. True immortal drunkard drank the wine in one gulp. Of course, if that brat has any good wine, I don't mind being a consecrator. The other three laughed. Old ghost, your words are pure bullying. Who doesn't know that all the good wine in the continent has been drunk by you? No one dares to stay. True immortal drunkard said angrily, bastard! Who would steal wine from me for no reason? You heartless fellows. In fact, everyone would rather call them the four great evildoers. This reputation overshadowed their names. When the four great evildoers were mentioned, almost everyone would gnash their teeth. Unfortunately, the four great evildoers were too strong. No matter what they wanted to do, they couldn't do anything. Shangguan Hong looked at the four great evildoers and smiled bitterly. The strength of the four great evildoers was not inferior to theirs. It was unknown whether or not Lin Fei could invite them. For one of the four great evildoers to have the title of evildoer, they were definitely not ordinary people. Countless large sects and factions wanted to recruit them, but they could not. Shangguan Hong naturally hoped that Lin Fei could recruit them. That way, the mythology tower's strength would increase several-fold, and there would be no need to worry about anything. After all, Shangguan Hong was just one person. Old Demon Scarlet Serpent was also two people. If they had many people on their side, including many experts, it would be a very troublesome matter. However, if Shao Chen recruited the four great evildoers, the benefits were obvious. Although recruiting the four great evildoers would bring a large number of enemies, it was a disadvantage. This is a disadvantage. However, it could not be denied that the four great evildoers were extremely powerful. Otherwise, those sects would not have tried to recruit them and would not have been willing to block the enemies of the four great evildoers. Shangguan Hong did not doubt that Lin Fei had the strength to do so. The mythology tower's strength would continue to expand, especially after learning the heaven-engulfing demonic essence art. The strength of the entire sect would definitely increase. Of course, if Shao Chen wanted to increase his strength quickly, he still needed to do something, and that was to fight continuously. That was the key. Only by fighting continuously would there be improvement. Hence, once the mythology tower had the four great evildoers joining them, they would be able to launch an attack. Time equaled strength. Even someone like Shangguan Hong could not wait to start fighting. Only after fighting would he be able to kill experts and refine them, increasing his own strength. Shangguan Hong had been a high-level loose immortal for a long time. Unfortunately, the Red Lotus heavenly fire had devoured his quintessence and even his immortal energy. If Shangguan Hong wanted to quickly recover to the strength of a high-level loose immortal, such as refining a loose immortal and absorbing their immortal energy, he might not have been able to do so in the past. However, after learning this demonic technique, he finally found a shortcut to recover his immortal energy. The four great evildoers were not easy to recruit. This was what Shangguan Hong was most worried about. He wanted to help, but he could not. This was his greatest regret. Chapter 554. The Four Evildoers? Shangguan Hong was accompanying the four evildoers. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon told Lin Fei about the four evildoers so that he could be prepared. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon nodded. That's right, they are the four evildoers. Perhaps not many people know their names now, but hundreds of thousands of years ago, the four of them were top-notch characters. Each of them did earth-shattering things. Big brother, your move is really extraordinary. Lin Fei did not expect that the people Qi Lian found would be people from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Moreover, they seem to be at their peak. I wonder if these four evildoers have any weaknesses so that I can recruit them? Big brother Qi Lian must have brought them back for Lin Fei to recruit. He had to understand the other party first before he could make a move. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Originally, your strength was a weakness. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon said, each of them is a high-level loose immortal. They can control celestial power perfectly. Otherwise, they would not have made a name for themselves as the four evildoers. Now that you have celestial power, you are qualified. All four of them are high-level loose immortals? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. For a sect, the most important thing was the loose immortals. Among the loose immortals, low-level loose immortals were the core members. Middle-level loose immortals were the ones holding the fort. The strength of a sect was determined by the number of high-level bodiless immortals they had. Furthermore, these high-level bodiless immortals had to be bodiless immortals, and not other high-level bodiless immortals. Even if Lin Fei had the battle prowess of a high-level loose immortal, if he did not have celestial power, he would be a level lower than them. They would not even look at him seriously. This was the benefit of being in the same realm. Lin Fei's strength was not bad before, but it was impossible for him to be chosen by the four evildoers. At most, he would be regarded as slightly more powerful. After controlling celestial power, he would have the ability to stand on the same level as them. Celestial power was the only proof of a high-level loose immortal. Even if Lin Fei's control of celestial power was not perfect and there was not much celestial power in his body, with celestial power, his attack power would increase greatly. He could be regarded as a peak expert of their level. It's good enough that I was able to invite them back. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was quite proud. However, if you want to recruit them, I think you need to start from somewhere else. In terms of strength, you are not their match. If I was at my peak, I might be able to fight against them, but now I can't. I can only invite them over. The next step will depend on you. Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure. Big brother Qi Lian had no way to recruit him, so he didn't seem to have much confidence, right? Indeed, after those words, Lin Fei was not very confident. Other than his strength, there seemed to be nothing else he could do. Now, I will introduce you to the specific information of the four great evils. Think about it yourself, it might be useful later. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said helplessly. Tell me, I'll remember it. Even though the chances were not high, Lin Fei's face was still filled with fighting spirit. How would he know if he did not try? He had to try. All right, a person must have fighting spirit. I thought that one sentence would be enough to defeat you. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed. Then you have disappointed me too much. Big brother, you are looking down on me too much. Lin Fei snorted, even if I don't get another chance, I still have to give it a try. The four great fiends have already returned. If I don't go and give it a try, how the hell am I going to cultivate? I might as well just kill myself. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who would give up. Big brother Qi Lian had invited them back, which was giving him face. If he did not meet them, how would big brother Qi Lian be able to raise his head in the future? Go, I have to go, why not go? The four great evils are not great demons, so what if they are great demons? I will definitely be afraid of them. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed. Big brother has high hopes for you. First of the four great evils, the first is the wine immortal. Just by hearing this guy's name, you can tell that he is a person who is not greedy for wine. In the entire continent, as long as there is good wine, it will not escape this old ghost's nose. I am curious, what kind of nose does this guy have? For the sake of drinking wine, he has been chased by many people. The second one is the flower demon. He usually calls himself the flower demon. Don't be fooled by this name. This guy is not a flower lover, he is a perverted demon. Any woman that he takes a fancy to will definitely not be able to escape his clutches. You should know that countless young ladies of aristocratic families have been cheated of their first time. Right now, there is still a large group of women chasing him. As so powerful? Lin Fei was also shocked. Don't worry, he will not make a move on your sister-in-law. These years, I heard that this guy has given up on lust. In his words, there are no women in this continent worth pursuing. His only thought is to go into closed-door training and go to the heaven realm to harm the girls. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow's goal was quite high, and he didn't want to harm the girls of the continent. However, those girls who were chasing him must have been because of love. Women can develop feelings because of love, but similarly, women can also develop hatred because of love. In order to take revenge on a man, women on Earth can make him wear a green hat, cheat on him, go out to find a man, or fight you to the death. This is already very extreme. But this is the Xiantian continent, where all the girls are powerful. They don't want to cheat on you. What they want to do is to kill the other party. The women on this continent are not so easy to negotiate with. Killing you will not be negotiable. This is the most normal thing for the flower demon to be chased. The third one is called Big Belly True Immortal. He is different from the first two. This guy is not interested in women and wine. What he likes most is to enjoy all kinds of food. Then how did he become one of the 4 evildoers? Jean Feng was curious. No matter how she looked at it, a person who eats doesn't seem to have any connection with the evildoers. Is that what you think? The red refining heavenly demon asked Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei thought for a while. I think so. After all, he only eats and drinks. He doesn't do anything bad. Wrong, you are all wrong, very wrong. The red refining heavenly demon shook his head. Who said that eating and drinking is not related? It is related. This fellow likes to satisfy his appetite. The most frightening thing is that, for some reason, this fellow has perfect culinary skills. Before I was suppressed, I had tasted it several times. The texture and taste are simply indescribable. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the god of food. So powerful? Lin Fei was surprised. This evaluation was too much. The red refining heavenly demon seemed to know that he had said something wrong. He stopped hurriedly and went back to the main topic. Because of this cooking method, Big Belly True Immortal has to eat different dishes every day. Where does he get the ingredients? You can say that the continent is so big that it can be found everywhere. This is true. However, some ingredients are not easy to find. Last time, this guy went to a first-grade sect to cook a dish and killed the sect leader's pet. The reason is very simple. It is said that the dish needs heart and liver. Now you understand. Lin Fei suddenly understood. Awesome, really awesome. I finally understand. Every time this Big Belly True Immortal needs ingredients, he goes to some big sections. The red refining heavenly demon sighed. If it is only in the big sects, it would be fine. But this guy, no matter where he goes, he can't control his desire for good food. Then obviously, Lin Fei could understand this mentality. If he couldn't control his mouth, it would definitely be troublesome. There were too many high-quality ingredients in the Xiantian continent. Of course, if you wanted to get them, you had to pay a certain price. In this case, even Lin Fei himself wanted to have a taste of it. Lin Fei really wanted to give 2 words to this kind of talent who devoted himself to food. Foodie, an absolute foodie. Apart from this word, there was almost no other word to describe him. In order to eat, he could make so many enemies for himself. He could simply ignore everything for the sake of food. What a weirdo. What about the 4th one? Lin Fei really wanted to know the last one. The last one likes to gamble. He is known as the invincible true immortal. The only thing he likes to do is to gamble. No matter who you are, as long as he is interested, you must gamble with him as long as you can beat him. Unfortunately, so far, there are only a few people who can beat him. Lin Fei didn't need to guess to know that this invincible true immortal must have gambled everywhere. After a long time, he must have won many things from people, which was why he became one of the 4 great fiends. Now that you know about the 4 great fiends, it's up to you how to deal with them. I can't help you. The scarlet refining heavenly demon was very helpless. If you can start with their hobbies, maybe you will have a chance to recruit them. Lin Fei pursed his lips. You might as well let me bang my head against the wall and kill myself. The 4 great fiends all had their own unique skills. Unless Lin Fei was out of his mind, he wouldn't be a match for them at all. Now it seemed that he could only take it one step at a time and deal with it as it came. As they were talking, they came to a space and stepped in. Immediately, they found themselves in a place with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Swoosh swoosh, 4 powerful divine senses blasted over at the same time. Are they going to check on me? Lin Fei immediately understood what they wanted to do. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei swarmed out. He didn't control himself at all. He turned into a giant and pressed down with his enormous hand, suppressing the 4 divine senses. The divine sense of a celestial immortal was not to be underestimated. You are a celestial immortal. The first sentence was from true immortal flower demon. You are not a true immortal. The second sentence was from invincible true immortal. Kid, you have some skill. The second sentence was from true immortal potbelly. I'm done. The wine immortal potbelly said. With just one counterattack, the 4 divine senses quietly dissipated as if they had never appeared. Lin Fei also retracted his divine sense. Kid Lin Fei greets the 4 great fiends. Chapter 555. Even though they had only exchanged blows for a short period of time, many things had happened. At the very least, Lin Fei's first impression of him gave them a feeling of power. He was able to suppress the divine senses of 4 high-level loose immortals. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. When the divine senses of 4 of them attacked at the same time, an unprepared person would most likely instantly fail and make a fool of himself. For Lin Fei to be able to block it was a testament to how powerful he was. The 4 fiends could sense that Lin Fei had been completely unprepared. He had been able to block their probing attacks with a single thought. This alone was enough for them to view him highly. Just because they viewed him highly didn't mean that they would approve of him. If the 4 fiends approved of him so easily, they wouldn't be the 4 fiends. Kid, you've grasped immortal power? Invincible True Immortal glanced at him casually, a look of surprise on his face. Even though he had heard from Scarlet Demon that this young man was very powerful, they hadn't paid him much attention at first. After all, how powerful could a single person be? The combat power of a loose immortal was already a limit. But after probing him, they realized that this kid was indeed formidable. Even though he wasn't a loose immortal, he had grasped immortal power. Just this alone was enough to show that this young man was very incredible. I gained some insights recently, so I grasped it, Lin Fei replied casually. Little girl, your luck is quite good. You should grab hold of a man like this. Otherwise, someone else will steal him away. True Immortal Flower Demon laughed loudly. Although it was a simple smile, it was clearly filled with charm. Could a man use a charming smile? You could call it charming, but in truth, it was a different kind of charm, Jin Feng's face turned slightly red. She couldn't take such words. True Immortal Flower Demon laughed loudly. Interesting. Do you want Big Brother to teach you a few moves? I guarantee that any man will become your slave. Scarlet Demon snorted. Flower Demon, you old thing, don't mess with her. Jin Feng is my sister-in-law. Flower Demon stretched out his thumb and middle finger. Old fiend, when did you become so friendly? How rare. Shengguan Hong smiled as he walked over. He was very surprised that Lin Fei was able to control immortal energy. When a mid-level loose immortal stepped into the high-level loose immortal realm, one needed to control immortal energy. It seemed like a very simple step, but many mid-level loose immortals would never be able to take that step in their entire lives. Lin Fei passed just like that. More importantly, the other party was at King Realm and hadn't gone through the tribulation yet. This was terrifying enough. Shengguan Hong finally understood why Qi Lian was so enthusiastic to help. Lin Fei really had a bright future. Perhaps he really was the reincarnation of a god. At the very least, Shengguan Hong had never heard of an Imperial Realm expert being able to control celestial power. Shengguan Hong was very clear about how domineering celestial power was. He himself had gone through a tribulation and his body had been strengthened by the lightning tribulation. That was how he was able to fuse celestial power. Lin Fei had yet to transcend his tribulation, yet he could control this. It was indeed surprising. Undefeatable old ghost, this guy is pretty good. Despite his young age, he has already grasped immortal power. True Immortal Flower Fiend was communicating with his divine sense. Very promising, undefeatable True Immortal said. Invincible True Immortal said. However, if you want my help, that alone won't be enough. You know how much I like to gamble. If he can win against me, then everything will be fine. Undefeatable, I like it the most. True Immortal Wine also interjected. This Lin Fei is the most promising one I've ever seen. Those disciples of great clans are far inferior to him. It's no wonder that old ghost Qi Lian would invite him over. I want to agree. At the very least, this guy has to be stronger than me. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Potbelly True Immortal also said. Their first impression was quite good. In terms of strength, they completely approved of him. Helping someone like him was not a disgrace to them. This was also why Qi Lian said that Lin Fei's strength was a bit low before. They were all high-level loose immortals who could control celestial power. You want 4 people who could control celestial power to help someone like Lin Fei, who was weaker than them. That was an insult. 4 high-level loose immortals, no matter who they were dragons among men. They simply couldn't pass this trial. Lin Fei had passed the first stage of the test. His powerful divine sense and control of celestial power had just barely met their requirements. The first trial wasn't important. What was important was that he had to defeat the 4 of them. That was the key. I heard from old ghost Qi Lian that you're a good person. True Immortal Wine took a sip of wine. But that's not enough. Do you know why we're called the 4 True Immortals? Big brother Qi Lian told me. Lin Fei knew that they were going to make a move. But it's good that you heard about it. Undefeatable True Immortals slapped the table. You're barely passable. We, on the other hand, are used to being free and unfettered. We came out this time to give Qi Lian some face. Now that we've given you face, we're treating you well. If you want to, you'll have to defeat us. Lin Fei felt helpless. Senior Undefeatable, you want me to spar with you? Isn't that bullying? Bullshit. Undefeatable True Immortal snorted. I've never been one to bully the weak. When I say defeat me, it's actually very simple. All you have to do is beat me in a gamble once, and everything else is negotiable. Undefeatable, that's what the 3 of us mean. Only if you surpass us in every aspect, we'll admit that you're stronger than us. True Immortal Flower Fiend extended his thumb and middle finger. So that was the case. In truth, Lin Fei had already guessed that the 4 fiends would definitely come up with some difficult questions to make things difficult for him. In terms of power, Lin Fei might be able to give it a try. But in terms of 4 aspects, that wasn't easy. Eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring. Lin Fei wasn't good at any of these 4 aspects. How could he possibly beat them? At this time, Shangguan Hong and Qi Lian Heavenly Demon couldn't say anything. This was the opinion of the 4 fiends, and there was nothing they could do about it. As long as I surpass you in one aspect, you'll agree, right? Lin Fei asked solemnly. That's right. Although we, the 4 fiends, don't have much of a reputation, we definitely won't be careless when it comes to matters like this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many enemies, the pot-bellied True Immortal said with a laugh. If I were you, I'd choose to give up. There's no way you'll be able to defeat us. In the end, you'll just be too ashamed to face us. They were speaking the truth. In every aspect, the 4 of them were at the king level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many enemies. Just by looking at how well they were doing right now, one could already tell. Their words weren't just for show. They had the confidence to back them up. Wanting to defeat them would be extremely difficult. What should I do? Do I really have to give up? Lin Fei was unwilling. He was truly unwilling. With the 4 fiends joining the alliance, the mythology school's power would definitely increase dramatically. Things that were previously impossible would be possible. Is there really no other way? Lin Fei didn't believe it. There has to be a way. Let me think. This is True Immortal Wine. If I want to defeat him, I'll have to start with wine. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly. Senior Wine, if I want to defeat you, can I take out a type of wine? A wine that you can't name after drinking it? True Immortal Wine scoffed coldly. On this continent, including those small worlds, what kind of wine have I not drunk? If you can really take out a wine that I can't name after drinking it, then you are stronger than me. His tone towards the end was filled with disdain. Over 1,000,000 years, even true immortal wine himself didn't know how much wine he had drunk. In any case, it was uncountable. He didn't believe that Lin Fan could take out a wine that he had never drunk before. Okay, this is what you said. Lin Fei was pumped up. Shengguan Hong and Qi Lian Heaven Demon were surprised. Out of the four of them, the hardest to deal with should be true immortal wine. You want to use an unknown wine to defeat him? How would that work? True immortal wine was amazing in this aspect. The moment you took it out, he would probably know what kind of wine it was. This was simply displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. Are you really confident? Qi Lian Heaven Demon asked. In fact, he was also very curious as he didn't know what other wine Lin Fei had. Lin Fei said, "Actually, I don't have much confidence. Let's try my luck." Qi Lian Heaven Demon instantly lost interest. If you want to try your luck in front of Old Wine Ghost, you might as well say that you want to kill a heaven immortal. Can you wait for a moment? I will be right back. Go ahead. Lin Fei came out of the space and realized that he was nervous. System, you must give it your all. At this crucial moment, Lin Fei thought of the system shop. There were many things in it, and wine was one of them. Lin Fei didn't know if the wine in the system was the same as the wine in the continent. Right now, he could only try his luck with this. Thus, Lin Fei secretly hoped that this wine was not produced in the continent. As for whether it was or not, Lin Fei himself wasn't sure. Let me see what is good about it. Lin Fei immediately opened the system and opened the wine section to search for the wine that he had in mind. These wines were much cheaper with points. Flower peony, brewed from peony, tastes sweet. After looking at it, Lin Fei immediately rejected it. General Kill, like raging flames. This was also rejected by Lin Fei. If Lin Fei wanted to win against the other party in this area, then it must be a feeling that the other party had never tried before. I wonder if that true immortal wine ghost has ever gotten drunk before? Lin Fei thought, since he dares to call himself a true immortal wine ghost, he shouldn't have committed a crime. I will start from this aspect. Drunk immortal? Soon, Lin Fei set his sights on a type of fine wine. A wine that even immortals would get drunk from? Seeing this simple evaluation, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the wine that he was looking for? Drunk immortal, a wine that even immortals would get drunk from? Only 10 million points per bottle, it was too cheap. Chapter 556. Lin Fei had no idea how powerful true immortal alcohol intoxicated was. The items provided by the system shouldn't be unreliable, right? Lin Fei mused to himself. If true immortal alcohol intoxicated can get drunk, that would be perfect. This was a good way to deal with true immortal alcohol intoxicated. As for the others, that was a question worth considering. Celestial immortal alcohol intoxicated can be used against true immortal alcohol intoxicated. As for the next three? This was a rather complicated problem, and Lin Fei had no choice but to consider it carefully. How should true immortal flower fiend deal with this? Lin Fei wasn't very confident. Should he compete in picking up women? Needless to say, he was definitely no match for him. What should he compete in then? Could he compete in that area? Lin Fei quickly tossed this thought out of his head. He was too wretched. But how was he supposed to defeat true immortal flower fiend? If he had to deal with just one of them, Lin Fei wouldn't have to worry so much. But how should he deal with three of them? Lin Fei forced himself to calm down and think about how he should defeat them. How about this? Of the four of them, I'll beat two of them first. Then I'll take my time with the other two. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fei finally came up with a plan. Lin Fei wasn't very confident in his chances, but he could defeat them one by one. Lin Fei believed that if he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to come up with a way to deal with them. True immortal alcohol intoxicated already has a plan. As for the next three, which one should I choose? This is a question worth thinking about. True immortal flower fiend was hard to deal with, so he immediately rejected the idea. As for the next three? Pot-bellied true immortal alcohol invincible true immortal. Between the two, Lin Fei had to choose one. How about the pot-bellied true immortal? Lin Fei considered it for a moment. This one was easier to deal with. Let's see if this shop has any way to deal with this pot-bellied true immortal. If Lin Fei wanted to defeat the pot-bellied true immortal in terms of eating, he would have to defeat him in terms of eating. The best way to do this was to cook a delicacy that would defeat him in terms of eating. But what kind of dish should he cook? This was a question worth pondering. Opening the system shop, Lin Fei opened the one related to ingredients. In the system, this was a relatively small market. Now, it was a great help to Lin Fei. So many ingredients. The system store sold a large number of ingredients, and the prices weren't expensive. Dragon meat, crystal dragon meat, fragrant and tender, 500,000 points. Looking at the price, Lin Fei vomited blood. Dragon meat is so cheap? However, thinking about it carefully, the system's coverage was very broad. This dragon meat might seem very precious in the eyes of others, but to the system, it might not be worth much. Phoenix Heart contains fire elemental energy, fresh and delicious meat, sold for 1 million points. Violent Interstellar Bear, its meat is extremely pure, priced at 1.5 million points. Every single ingredient on the list dazzled Lin Fei. This was the first time he realized that there were so many ingredients in this store. He regretted looking at them. If he had known earlier, he would have eaten these things often and improved his physique to a powerful level. There are recipes? Apart from the ingredients, Lin Fei also saw a large number of recipes. In the past, he had done some research on recipes, but when he saw these recipes, those common recipes were simply not worth his time. I should choose a recipe, then cook an ingredient that he has never eaten before. There were many recipes, and the prices were very cheap. 3 Kingdoms Confrontation? Very soon, Lin Fei's eyes fell on a recipe. It was a very domineering name, and he knew it just by looking at the name. He carefully looked at the recipe. It turned out that the 3 Kingdoms Confrontation was made by cooking 3 kinds of overlord ingredients through a series of methods. After cooking, the 3 ingredients would transform into illusory shadows and constantly fight. This is the 3 Kingdoms Confrontation. Lin Fei confirmed the recipe. This recipe should be able to defeat the pot-bellied true immortal. No matter how rich the species in the Shentian continent was, it was probably not as good as the ingredients in the system. Lin Fei really did not believe that the pot-bellied true immortal had eaten these ingredients before. 3 kinds of ingredients, a recipe, and a variety of other ingredients cost Lin Fei more than 8 million points. For someone as rich as him, it was nothing. Including the tableware, the immortal intoxication, and a set of wine utensils, it was exactly 20 million points. In the space filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Old Qi Lian, your friend won't admit defeat, will he? Wine Immortal laughed. Bullshit. Qi Lian snorted, there is no way Lin Fei will admit defeat. He always surprises me, and I believe this time will not disappoint me. Although he said so, in fact, Qi Lian was not confident in his heart. He was well aware of the extent to which his 4 good friends excelled in these 4 aspects. Anyone would feel powerless in front of them. This time, it was a bit dangerous. In front of his 4 friends, Qi Lian naturally did not want to show any weakness. He had to at least maintain his face. This kid Lin Fei really knows how to surprise people. I believe you will know after spending some time with him. Sheng Wanhong said. These words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. Surprise? That is interesting. True Immortal Flower Demon laughed. I really want to see what kind of surprise there is. He's back. The invincible True Immortal spoke. As expected, Lin Fei returned with a face full of smiles. I've made you all wait. I'm really sorry. There are so many of these things, but I don't know what to choose. Where did you hide your wine? Even I can't sense it. Wine Immortal had been drinking the whole time. He put down his cup and sniffed the surroundings. There is something special about it. Wine Immortal had always been very sensitive to wine. Even if it was hidden, he would be able to find it. It was just that amazing. But now, Wine Immortal had failed for the first time. He could not find the whereabouts of the wine. This had never happened before. Drunkard, did you bring too much wine? True Immortal Flower Demon looked startled. You have a nose of a drunkard. How can you not smell it? Invincible True Immortal was surprised as well. This was his first time hearing this. Did you not bring it? Lin Fei laughed inwardly. He hadn't taken out Celestial Immortal Inebriation yet, so of course he wouldn't be able to smell it. This was the system dimension. If he could sense it, that would be incredible. The Crimson Refined Heavenly Demon and Shangguan Hong were both surprised, and then excited. This was a good sign. I brought the wine, Lin Fei said. However, can I say something first? Hurry up and say it. Wine Immortal was the most anxious of all. His anticipation for the wine was greater than anything else. You want me to fight against 4 of you in one day? You know how exhausting that is. I can only choose 2 of you, and I have a 100% chance of defeating you. You have to defeat 2 of us. Before Lin Fei could finish speaking, Invincible True Immortal interrupted him. You sure talk big. Why don't we make a bet? A bet? Lin Fei was surprised, and then he was overjoyed. He had been conflicted about how to fight against Invincible True Immortal. Now, it seemed like this was his chance. He hesitated. What? You don't dare? Invincible True Immortal saw his hesitation. If you can defeat 2 of us, then I'll consider this bet a loss. Lin Fei's blood rushed to his head. Who said I don't dare? I'll take this bet. Invincible True Immortal's side had started. Wine Immortal didn't object. In truth, he wanted to know who Lin Fei would choose to fight. Which 2 are you planning to choose? Invincible True Immortal was impatient. His personality was like this. Once a bet was made, he wouldn't sit still. He had to start immediately. Invincible, do you dare to open a bet? Qi Lian Heavenly Demon, who had been silent all this time, asked. Invincible True Immortal acted as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Of course, I'll open a bet. Could it be that you want to join in? Of course. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed. Recently, I've been extremely poor. I want to make some money from you. No problem. Invincible True Immortal's eyes lit up. It was the joy of a gambler. What do you want to bet? The other 3 looked at this scene helplessly. This invincible old ghost, whenever he was involved in a bet, he would run off to God knows where. I want to compete with Wine Immortal Sr. and Potbelly Sr. Lin Fei said. That's good. Wine Immortal was very satisfied. Seeing that you chose me, I won't say it out loud. I'll give you some face. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Wine Immortal was quite interesting. Potbelly True Immortal laughed. Wine Immortal and I are the same. Since you chose me, I won't let you lose too badly. On the other hand, Flower Demon was startled. F***CK. Why didn't you choose me? It's too boring. Invincible True Immortal rolled his eyes. Who asked you to be so powerful? I'm a good kid. Competing with you is just courting death. You. Big Brother Lin, are you confident? Golden Phoenix asked worriedly. Don't worry. I won't admit defeat so easily. Lin Fei said. Brat, who do you want to choose first? Invincible True Immortal immediately agreed with Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon. There's wine and delicious food. How about immortal delicacies and wine? Lin Fei thought for a moment and said. This order was immediately approved by everyone. First enjoy the food, then drink the wine. Everyone present would like this. The 4 great evildoers also had a certain interest in eating and drinking. Lin Fei's suggestion of this order was the most suitable. Lin Fei took out a silver white cauldron. It looked strange, but it was actually a technological tableware. When he bought it, even he was shocked. This thing looks very strange. It should be a tableware, right? Potbelly True Immortal's eyes did not move, so he recognized it at a glance. Everyone make way. Everyone made a small space. Lin Fei pressed the red button, and a rectangular dining table appeared in front of him, as well as a series of tableware. Chapter 557. It was the first time for Lin Fei to see such a high-tech product. It was the best tool for camping. If he didn't use it, he could put it away without any trouble. Lin Fei put on a set of white chef's clothes and a high and mighty hat on his head. His entire aura and spirit changed. At this moment, Lin Fei didn't look like a powerhouse. Instead, he looked like a chef with an air of elegance. Foodie, why does this guy's clothes look so awkward? Invincible True Immortal nudged Pot-Bellied True Immortal. Pot-Bellied True Immortal didn't move his eyes. What do you know? You only know how to gamble. I told you to study hard. If I'm not wrong, this should be a chef's uniform. Invincible True Immortal and the others almost vomited blood. *CK. What kind of explanation is that? Everyone knows it's a chef's uniform. Don't look so smug. This kid is really something. It turns out that he has to wear such a uniform before cooking. Only then will he look elegant. Pot-Bellied True Immortal said with a look of understanding. I've learned something new this time. Then, he put on a white chef's uniform. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, he didn't. Today, I'm cooking the 3 kingdoms, Lin Fei said. As long as Senior Pot-Bellied can guess the ingredients I'll use, I'll admit defeat. Pot-Bellied True Immortal laughed. That's easy. It's a good name. I just don't know if there are any ingredients. Don't use any ordinary ingredients. Otherwise, I'll recognize them at a glance. Lin Fei said confidently, I won't disappoint you, Senior. He took out a big wok and put the divine flame in it. Pot-Bellied True Immortal was shocked when he saw the divine flame. This flame is so special. It looks like a heavenly unusual flame. No, it's not. Heavenly unusual flames aren't so overbearing. Why do I feel a dangerous aura from it? Could this be the legendary divine fire? Invincible True Immortal was very knowledgeable. When this thought popped up in his mind, he was also shocked. Lin Fei didn't pay any attention to him. He continued to immerse himself in the 3 kingdoms. It had to be said that after Lin Fei used this move, the expressions of the 4 great evils turned grave. This brat really surprised them in every aspect. The 3 kingdoms formation was actually quite simple. He first put in the ingredients, which were all purchased from the system. After a certain amount of time, Lin Fei took out the red, violet, and black ingredients and placed them into the pot. Lin Fei was probably the only one who could use divine fire to cook dishes. Foodie, did you see what I put in earlier? True Immortal Wine asked. They were not good at identifying ingredients, so they could only ask the Pot-Bellied True Immortal. You'll only know after eating it. The Pot-Bellied True Immortal replied discontentedly, his gaze turning back to the surface. Lin Fei he can cook? Shengguan Hong asked Old Devil Qi Lian. I don't know, but it looks pretty good. How would the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon know? It smells really good. I really want to go up and have a bite. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out of the pot. This aroma tempted everyone like a glutton. The 4 great evils had really underestimated Lin Fei. The fact that he could cook such a fragrant dish had indeed surprised them. The Pot-Bellied True Immortal kept nagging. This seems to be Shanzi flower, 6 banyan leaf. A bunch of names that no one could understand came out of his mouth. Boom. A loud roar reverberated in the space. There are demonic beasts? Everyone was shocked. This was an immortal artifact. How could there be demonic beasts? Quick, look at the pot. At this moment, Lin Fei opened the lid of the pot, and 3 phantoms rushed out, instantly forming 3 unknown demonic beasts. They fought fiercely, attracting attention even if they did not want to. This is a battle between demonic beasts. What demonic beasts are these? Why haven't I seen them before? The 3 demonic beast phantoms were a bird, a giant bear, and a flying fish with wings. They were fighting intensely. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. These are peak-level demonic beasts. You guys probably don't know about them. At the very least, Lin Fei had never heard of these demonic beasts, nor had he seen them in any records. Most likely, they had never seen them before either. The 4 great evils stared at the 3 demonic beast phantoms with puzzled gazes. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not recognize the names of the 3 demonic beasts. Strange, this is too strange. True Immortal Flower Demon's eyes widened. What kind of demonic beast have I not seen before? Why haven't I seen these 3 demonic beasts before? Could they be mutated demonic beasts? An old monster who had lived for more than 1,000,000 years felt embarrassed when he could not recognize the origins of these 3 demonic beasts. He felt like he was bullying them. Seniors, this is the 3 kingdoms confrontation. Everyone, let's try it. Actually, there was no need for Lin Fei to say it. Everyone wanted to try the taste of this pot of 3 nations confrontation. I'll go first. The pot-bellied true immortal thought to himself, I don't believe that I can't recognize these demonic beasts. In the past, the pot-bellied true immortal had even killed one of the top-tier demonic beasts on the continent. He did not believe that there was a delicacy that he had not tasted before. The pot-bellied true immortal first made a bowl of soup for himself. He placed some meat slices in it and used divine fire to cook it. The meat slices were not difficult to cook and were very springy. After taking a bite, the pot-bellied true immortal closed his eyes as if he wanted to eat the demonic beast's name. The pot-bellied true immortal had an unforgettable ability. Anything that he had eaten or smelled, he would never forget. He would remember it completely. However, after taking a bite, he felt a mysterious sensation that he had never felt before. It was as if he was in the vast universe, and everyone else was the same. With such a delicacy before them, they naturally could not resist. After taking a bite, they were all immersed in it. It's this delicious? Lin Fei was shocked when he saw this. He made a bowl for himself as well. Then he felt as if he was in the universe. The feeling of vastness was extremely realistic. As expected of space demonic beasts. Even their meat contains the aura of the universe. No wonder they have such expressions. Lin Fei immediately understood what was going on. Kid, you have killed space demonic beasts before. When Lin Fei came back to his senses, the pot-bellied true immortal had grabbed Lin Fei, looking as if he was going to eat him. The others also came back to their senses. They looked at Lin Fei with very strange gazes. They were not in a hurry as they continued to eat. These are all mine. No one is allowed to snatch them from me. Seeing them snatching the delicacies in the big pot, the pot-bellied true immortal was furious. He reached out and wanted to keep the whole pot. Foodie, how dare you? Snatch them. The 4 evildoers attacked one after another, fighting over the pot of delicacies. They always do this. Lin Fei could not help but ask as he was also chased out. The scarlet refining heavenly demon raised his hand. Kid, you are amazing. I didn't even know that you can cook good food. Where did you get this demonic beast? My divine sense actually improved. Lin Fei chuckled. It's a secret. Every time they attacked, the cauldron would fly around in their hands. Not a single drop of the cauldron splashed out. This was because they had perfect control over their power. Otherwise, with their strength, the cauldron would have been destroyed long ago. Ha! It is finally mine. The pot-bellied true immortal was the last to make a move. He waved his hand and kept the big pot. The other 3 evildoers were furious. Foodie, how dare you keep it for yourself? I will make you suffer in the future. This is cooked by Lin Fei for me. It belongs to me. The pot-bellied true immortal was very shameless. This time I lost. I didn't expect that you could even get the ingredients of star beasts. I really admire you. If there was an ingredient that he had never eaten before, the pot-bellied true immortal dared to say that the star beasts that ran amok in the universe were the most delicious. However, each of these star beasts was very powerful. It was very difficult to catch one. Until now, the number of star beasts that the pot-bellied true immortal had tasted were very few, let alone this kind of star beast. Lin Fei really admired this pot-bellied true immortal. He could even recognize a star beast. Most people wouldn't know that this was a star beast. At most, they would think that it was a monster beast. Kid, where's your wine? The pot-bellied true immortal hurriedly said to Lin Fei. He had been stimulated and couldn't help but look forward to the final wine. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lin Fei relied on the ingredients to make the pot-bellied true immortal admit defeat. This was very rare. It was completely beyond their imagination. Thus, the wine immediately attracted their attention. Lin Fei took out the wine from his spatial ring. However, he had just taken it out when he felt a shadow flash before him. The jade bottle in his hand disappeared. When he looked again, it had landed in the pot-bellied true immortal's hand. No fragrance? The pot-bellied true immortal uncorked the bottle and frowned. This doesn't make sense. Why does this wine not have any fragrance? Are you trying to fool me? Lin Fei was speechless. The system wouldn't play a joke on me, right? This is wine. It's the real deal. Lin Fei hurriedly explained. The pot-bellied true immortal was clearly suspicious. Really? Why don't you try it first? Previously, the food cooked by Lin Fei had been so captivating. This wine did not have the fragrance he had imagined. This was indeed beyond the pot-bellied true immortal's expectations. Just a sip will do. Before Lin Fei could say this, the pot-bellied true immortal gulped it down. No matter how Lin Fei looked at it, this mouthful was definitely more than that. So fragrant. The pot-bellied true immortal's eyes lit up. My head. Then, everyone saw the pot-bellied true immortal collapse onto the grass, snoring loudly. He's drunk? Everyone was dumbfounded. How could a pot-bellied true immortal get drunk? How was this possible? He wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. There didn't seem to be any wine on this continent that could make a pot-bellied true immortal drunk. I'll have a sip too. Don't snatch it. In less than a moment, everyone had drunk a mouthful. Then they collapsed onto the ground one after another. You didn't drug this wine, right? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think that I have such a powerful drug on me? Why don't you try it? The Scarlet Demon hesitated. I'll drink a little. However, with that, the Scarlet Demon also collapsed onto the ground. He was drunk. All of you are drunk. Shengguan Hong had never seen such a thing before. At their realm, there was still wine that could get them drunk. What wine is this? Why is it so powerful? Lin Fei was also dumbfounded. This heavenly immortal intoxication was too domineering, wasn't it? Chapter 558. What kind of wine is this? This was the first thing they said after they woke up from immortal intoxication. It was already noon 3 days later. The four fiends had tasted all kinds of wine, but 3 days ago, they got drunk from just one sip. Only then did they realize that there was such a magical wine in this world. They were all high-level loose immortals, and they had never gotten drunk before in their lives. The only thing they did not expect was that they were completely drunk this time. Most importantly, they only took a small sip and they could not even resist it. That kind of tyrannical drunkenness made them collapse in an instant. It was really too tyrannical. So when they woke up, the first thing they did was run over to ask. Immortal intoxication. Lin Fei said the name of this wine. The four fiends sighed. This name is really good. It's ordinary, but after drinking it, it will overflow the sky. Even a celestial immortal would get drunk from it. There were at least a few wines that could make them comment together. Lin Fei, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. The wine immortal was very straightforward. Ever since I became known as the wine immortal, I have never gotten drunk. This is the first time I have gotten drunk. I don't care where you got this heavenly immortal intoxication from, I admit defeat. Wine immortal intoxication was not lazy to be able to make this kind of wine. However, you must give me a bottle of this wine every month. Wine immortal intoxication said, the taste of getting drunk is really good. I also admit defeat. Invincible true immortal said, however, I also want a bottle every month or else. Damn, you are the four fiends, how can you extort people like this? One bottle of immortal intoxication was worth 5 million points, 4 bottles would be 20 million points, and 1 year would be more than 200 million points. Wasn't it obvious that he was going to eat himself poor? This is extortion. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, I can't do it even if you want me to. What's so troublesome about this? Just tell us what materials you need, we will help you find them. Wine immortal intoxication said with dissatisfaction, there is really nothing in this continent that we cannot find. Lin Fei said in an aggrieved tone, the ingredients for immortal intoxication are very difficult to find, and refining it is also very troublesome. I really can't make 1 bottle a month. The 4 great evils were all people who loved wine. The heavenly immortal drunk wine was probably the only one in the continent. It might not be found elsewhere. At their cultivation realm, even if they did not use Jinyuan, With their huge physiques, they would not be able to get drunk. It was rare for such fine wine to appear, so they did not hesitate to extort it. If it had been someone else, they would have done it themselves instead of asking so kindly. Lin Fei hoped that there was something they liked. As long as there was something they liked, everything would be fine. For experts of this realm, there weren't many things they cared about. There really weren't many. At most, I can give you 4 bottles of immortal intoxication a year. Lin Fei thought for a while and said. He had originally planned to wait for 10 years, but then he thought that it would not be good if it was too long. 4 bottles of immortal intoxication a year would only be worth 20 million points. With their help, earning this amount of points would be a piece of cake. 4 bottles a year is too little. True immortal intoxication blinked. How about this? When the time comes, give us a chance to enjoy a delicious meal. It has to be top-grade ingredients. No, 1 for each of us. That's 4 times. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. What kind of people was he trying to recruit? In truth, Lin Fei was very excited. 30 to 40 million points a year in exchange for 4 high-level loose immortals? This sort of recruitment was simply too cheap. You're trying to kill me, Lin Fei complained. In any case, we've already spoken. You have to agree to our request no matter what. Invincible True Immortal said. How about this? I'll help you destroy one of the major powers in Nifa's paradise. Do you want to kill them all or capture them alive? There was no need to doubt these words coming from the mouth of the 4 great evils. They were strong enough to destroy a power easily. If you want to destroy a power, we'll help you, True Immortal Flower Demon said. There were very few people who could make them take the initiative to ask for help. It could be said that Lin Fei was taking a huge advantage of them. Ordinary people wouldn't even think about it. Let's go out and destroy a power. Potbellied True Immortal tore through space and left. Wait for me. In an instant, the remaining 3 evils chased after him, disappearing without a trace. Bloodhand. Lin Fei hastily summoned Bloodhand. When Bloodhand arrived, Lin Fei immediately gave the order. Immediately bring experts and arrange for scouts. If something happens to that power, immediately bring people to deal with it. Understood. Once Bloodhand left, the scarlet refined heavenly demons staggered out. After drinking a small mouthful of immortal intoxication, he passed out. They went out? They didn't go out. They want to let me know their strength. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Then, they'll extort a fortune from me. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon rolled his eyes and said, just laugh. The fact that the 4 great evildoers are willing to help you is something that many people would be envious of. They might not even help even if they offered a high price. This time, Big Brother has helped you so much. You should at least give me some immortal wine. Great, yet another one fell in love. No problem. Immortal intoxication cost several million points per bottle. Lin Fei didn't really care. He thought to himself, immortal intoxication is so powerful. It seems I can try other wines in the future. In the system, immortal intoxication was not the most powerful. There were even better wines. Those wines were probably not ordinary. 15 minutes later, the 4 great evils returned once more. 10 odd loose immortals appeared in the hall. All of their auras were suppressed, and their faces were filled with fear. Lin Fei, we've captured all the upper echelon elders of this heaven-shrouding faction. As for the remaining small fries, you can arrange for your men to deal with them. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. This heaven-shrouding faction was one of the major factions. It was said that they had high-level loose immortals. Who would have thought that in less than 15 minutes, all the upper echelon members of heaven-shrouding faction would be captured? Killing a person was easy, but capturing them was very difficult. One must use absolute strength to suppress the other party in order to capture them. Seniors, you are too ferocious. It's just a gang of high-level loose immortals. From our point of view, destroying them will be a piece of cake. True Immortal Wine disagreed. From now on, you can just treat us as your consecrators. If you can give us a bottle of immortal intoxication now, that would be the best. The upper echelon members of heaven-shrouding faction were all dumbfounded. The mythological tower was so powerful. They sent out 4 high-level loose immortals at once. No problem. Lin Fei was in a good mood. He bought 5 bottles of immortal intoxication and gave 1 to each of them. This is this year's supply. I can't take any more. It's okay. Don't disturb us. The 4 left. Lin Fei controlled the celestial artifact and knew that they had chosen a space. Big Brother's Scarlet Serpent. This is yours. Lin Fei took out the last bottle. Keep it well. Don't let them find out. If not, Scarlet Serpent Sky Demon kept it immediately. You can have this high-level loose immortal. I'll take the rest. Lin Fei knew that if Scarlet Serpent Sky Demon wanted to increase his strength, he had to devour experts to quickly recover his energy. Go ahead and take them. Lin Fei didn't have any objections to this. Scarlet Serpent Sky Demon waved his hand and brought the upper echelon members away. Only the leader of Heaven Shrouding faction was left. Don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. They are targeting you. Heaven Shrouding faction panicked. As long as you let me go. You are in my hands. You have no right to bargain. Lin Fei said calmly. You have to swear to the heavens. Otherwise, I won't tell you. Heaven Shrouding faction seemed to know that this was his only chance. Do you really think that you are smart? Lin Fei snorted coldly. He used the soul-searching technique. His divine sense was stronger than his opponent's. He forcefully looked through his memories. Then Heaven Shrouding faction lost his mind. You want me to swear to the heavens? You really think too highly of yourself. Lin Fei collected the other party and tossed him into the heaven and earth smelt, where he turned into waves of true energy and immortal power. You want to set a trap for me? I can catch all of you at once. From the soul-searching memories, Lin Fei knew that Heaven Shrouding faction and Sin Paradise had held a secret meeting. They were prepared to eat up the Myth Tower. Their plan was simple. They wanted to use a trap to invite him over. Then they would kill him with lightning speed. The Myth Tower would use a sneak attack to catch him off guard. It was a simple plan, but it was very useful. I thought that I was being secretive. Who would have thought that they would be able to find out? Lin Fei was slightly startled in his heart. However, this is good as well. Since you all want to hold a feast at Hongmen, I can take care of all of you in one fell swoop. However, I wonder if anyone knew that the 4 great evildoers attacked earlier? Lin Fei thought about it and felt that the possibility of that was not very high. Be it divine abilities or other aspects, the 4 great loose immortals were top-notch. How could others know about them? 2 hours later, his subordinates brought back news that the entire Heaven Shrouding faction had been eaten by the Myth Tower. After killing some of the rebels, the rest surrendered and were unwilling to continue fighting. The news that the Heaven Shrouding faction had been easily eaten by the Myth Tower caused an uproar in Sin Paradise. No one had expected that the Heaven Shrouding faction would be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly. Most importantly, they had been paying attention to the Myth Tower. They had no idea that they would suddenly attack. Another suspicion was that the higher-ups and leader of the Heaven Shrouding faction had all disappeared. Without anyone to lead them, they had lost completely. Thus, the Myth Tower had eaten them. Everyone thought that the Myth Tower would rest for a while. Who would have thought that they would bare their fangs again so quickly and eat the Heaven Shrouding faction? Chapter 559. P.S. 10 chapters completed. It's very tiring. This is also the first time I've done 10 chapters in a row. I hope I'll have more opportunities in the future. I'll also ask for a few monthly tickets. Lin Fei originally thought that these large factions would invite him to their Hongmen banquet a few days later. But on the morning of the 3rd day after the Heaven Shrouding gang was destroyed, someone who claimed to be an emissary personally delivered an invitation. It seems like they can't sit still anymore. In the hall, the Scarlet Refined Sky Demon played with the invitation in his hand. They definitely don't know that Heaven Shrouding Sage is already dead and those higher-ups are in our hands. They're betting on us not knowing the inside story, but it's a pity that they've misunderstood. Lin Fei had already told the Scarlet Refined Sky Demon and Shangguan Hong about the Hongmen banquet. Therefore, in their imagination, it was not surprising that they had sent the invitation letter. If they had not sent it, it would have been the strangest thing. They're desperate. Heaven Shrouding gang was destroyed, They can't wait to get rid of us. Shangwan Hong smiled. They took the initiative to invite Lin Fei this time to catch us off guard. If I'm not wrong, the higher-ups of Sin Paradise definitely don't want us to grow too big and affect their control. When the time comes, they won't be able to deal with us, so they can only use this method to deal with us. Sin Paradise seemed to be filled with large factions, but in reality, there were shadows of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise behind them. Who knew which faction might have the support of the higher-ups? The rise of the Myth Tower first got rid of many mid-tier factions, then quickly got rid of Xi Treasure Tower, becoming a large faction in an instant. This step was a bit big, and not long after, they also got rid of the Heaven Shrouding Gang. This was the beginning of the signs. The higher-ups of Sin Paradise weren't happy, so they used other big shots to invite him, wanting to get rid of the Myth Tower. No matter where they went, they wouldn't let others talk about them. Let's eat up these factions first, and see if they can still hold on. The Scarlet Refined Sky Demons sneered. They had methods to deal with immortals in the past, but now it's just an empty title to scare ordinary people. The Scarlet Refined Sky Demon didn't believe that Sin Paradise had such tyrannical existences. He might have believed it 1,000,000 years ago, but he definitely wouldn't believe it now. We have to be careful, Lin Fei said. Experts of that level will not come out. At most, they will send high-level loose immortals. With the 4 fiends present, we should be able to resist them for a while. Lin Fei estimated the strength of the 4 to be around 8 tribulation-scattered immortals. 4 tribulation-scattered immortals was very strong. For tribulation-scattered immortals. Could even 1/9 tribulation-scattered immortal to them. We'll eat them first, Shangwan Hong said. But they'll definitely stop you from bringing people in. Tian. Lin Ti. I'll take it. But, bye. The heaven and earth smelt belongs to another space, and it's under Lin Fei's control. Even if the other party has a powerful Shen-Tian spiritual treasure or an immortal equipment, they can forget about finding it. 3. Tian. A saint-level demonic beast carriage appeared in front of the mythological tower. Lin Fei had long since made preparations. After coming out of the Myth Tower, all of them knew of his existence. As such, there was no need for him to conceal himself. If he were to kill them tonight, no one would know about it. Please get in the car. Lin Fei strode into the carriage and sat firmly in it. Aren't you bringing any attendants? The man asked. This is Sin Paradise. Isn't it just a banquet? Are you going to eat me? Lin Fei said with a look of disdain. That person laughed dryly and sat in the carriage. A look of joy quickly appeared in his eyes. Lin Fei was sitting in the carriage and saw everything. I didn't bring any attendants, which is exactly what you want. I also pretended to be the king. I don't believe that you won't let your guard down. This result was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Very soon, the carriage stopped in front of a mansion. Other than himself, Lin Fei realized that not only did they invite him to the banquet, but they also invited everyone else. Are they planning to make an example out of me? Lin Fei could tell with a single glance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited so many leaders to kill him. This was to warn those ambitious leaders that if they were too ambitious, their outcome would be tragic. Young Master Lin, we have arrived. You can come down now. After getting off the carriage, Lin Fei used his powerful divine sense to scan the entire mansion. He laughed coldly in his heart. So many experts are lying in ambush. Looks like you guys are really going all out to kill me. It's a pity that you guys will be the ones regretting it. There were many experts lying in ambush in the mansion. They were well hidden and had formations set up on them. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through them and would be able to deal a huge blow at a crucial moment. If it was in the past, Lin Fei wouldn't have dared to use his divine sense to scan the mansion. Now that he had a new understanding of divine sense, he could silently scan every corner of the mansion. When he walked past a doorstep, Lin Fei discovered the person leading the way. A look of joy flashed in his eyes. After checking with his divine sense, Lin Fei immediately knew what was going on. They really use celestial artifacts to check if I'm carrying Senfu or something like that. It's a pity that you guys didn't expect that I have the divine flame space. A mere celestial artifact is nothing to me. At their level, immortal residences and the like were not very expensive. Many people could afford them. Carrying an immortal residence with them and leading a large number of subordinates was something that leaders liked to do. In fact, there was indeed a support celestial artifact on the doorstep that could check if someone was carrying Senfu. The person leading the way was naturally happy that Lin Fei didn't bring Senfu with him. He immediately spread the news through a secret channel. In a space under the mansion, a few people were sitting together, anxiously waiting for news. Lin Fei didn't bring any servants? Hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The result was different from what they had expected. Could he have brought Senfu with him? It should be possible. Lin Fei was able to leave sinful paradise back then, so he should be a very cautious person. Don't be careless and fall into his trap. When the second news came, they were all surprised. Lin Fei didn't bring Senfu with him? When this news came, everyone was quite surprised. Lin Fei, the person in charge of the mythological tower, didn't bring Senfu or servants with him. Did he really not know that they had set up an ambush? This was a very unexpected result. Before, they had thought that Lin Fei would at least bring servants. No matter who came to the banquet, they would bring servants. But now, he didn't bring any servants, nor did he bring Senfu with him. Wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? This Lin Fei is too arrogant. He must think that we don't dare to do anything to him. He's too bold. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Sage shrouding the heavens shouldn't have fallen into Lin Fei's hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come alone. I wonder where Sage shrouding the heavens and the others went. We've arranged experts in the mansion, and we've even sent out high-level bodiless immortals. We must capture Lin Fei in one fell swoop. This time, Lin Fei won't be able to escape even if he has wings. He dared to come to the banquet without his servants. He's courting death. He wants to provoke us, and this is exactly what he wants. Lin Fei must die. Otherwise, we might become the next heaven-shrouding sect. The few big shots in the underground space quickly stood up. Since the main character of the show was on the stage, they naturally had to go on the stage as well. They casually checked, in case Lin Fei really brought Senfu with him. That wouldn't be easy to deal with. This matter was very important, so they had to be careful. They knew what happened when Lin Fei left last time. So many people went to chase him, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. When he returned a year later, Sage Zhibao was killed, and the celestial artifact was in his hands. This action was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react. The other party took over Zhibao Tower and obtained the celestial artifact. Losing the biggest auction house, Zhibao Tower, had a big impact on these big factions. In the past, when Zhibao Tower was still around, many of their things were handed over to Zhibao Tower for auction. They worked together very well and became partners. But after Zhibao Tower was destroyed, they were stuck in this aspect. The Myth Tower didn't care about them. An existence that could destroy Zhibao Tower wasn't something that people would dislike. The Myth Tower controlled Zhibao Tower's celestial artifact, so the interior hadn't changed. It was very tight, so it had always been very popular. For those who often participated in auctions, there wasn't much of a change. It was just a change of owner. But for the other big factions, the items they had couldn't be auctioned, so the impact was huge. As the saying went, cutting off one's wealth was equivalent to killing one's parents. No one could take this lying down. They also had auction houses under them, but compared to the Myth Tower, they were far inferior. They weren't on the same level. In the end, they suffered. They could only watch helplessly as their items couldn't be auctioned, causing a large number of losses. This time, they joined forces to occupy this Myth Tower. With them controlling it together, they wouldn't have to worry about this kind of change happening again. The few factions joined forces and everyone advanced and retreated together. This kind of situation where they were choked by others wouldn't happen again. Tonight, Lin Fei had to die. No matter what, he couldn't leave here alive. As long as Lin Fei died, the backup plan that they had set up could be implemented. There were experts in the mansion, and with them personally taking action, even if Lin Fei was unparalleled, he would have to die in the underworld. They had Lin Fei in their hands. Chapter 560. When Lin Fei walked into the hall, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Because he was too young, it was impossible for him not to attract attention. Everyone present was old, and there were very few people as young as Lin Fei. Some people mistook him for a young master of a gang. Then, a series of questions popped up in their minds. Was a young master of a gang worthy of such politeness? Lin Fei? No one knew much about this name. But when another name was mentioned, their expressions changed. It was as if they had encountered a peerless demon king. Their eyes were filled with a rare fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. The leader of the mythological tower. The predecessor of the Bloody Hand Hall? One had to say that the mythological tower and the Bloody Hand Hall, no matter which name, brought them endless fear. There was no need to say more about the mythological tower. The entire heaven-covering gang had fallen, and the higher-ups were nowhere to be found. The Bloody Hand Hall had gotten rid of the treasure tower and snatched their immortal artifact. Who would have thought that the person behind the scenes would be so young? No one would have thought. Lin Fei, isn't he the one who carried the treasure map of the secret heaven treasure vault last year? Someone suddenly mentioned this. Everyone suddenly thought of a name. No one who was invited tonight was a fool. Thinking back to what happened a year ago, it was a very sensational event. So it was him. Those who wanted to go up and strike up a conversation chose to remain silent. The leader of the mythological tower. Recently, Sin Paradise had been speculating about the person behind the scenes, and he was an opponent in the eyes of many major forces. A young man with great ambitions. Currently, all the forces in Sin Paradise were wary of the mythological tower, fearing that they would be eaten up by the other party. They were quite xenophobic. Some smart people seemed to understand the true purpose of this banquet. Don't look down on the intelligence of others. They might not know it a moment ago, but when they heard that Lin Fei was the person behind the scenes, the nature of the banquet naturally changed. Lin Fei did not care about the gloating in their eyes. These big shots had good methods, but it was a pity that they had misjudged him. Now that I've pointed out my identity, those big shots should be coming out soon. Lin Fei casually sat down. No one dared to appear nearby, so he was happy. Otherwise, this show won't continue. As expected, after the news of Lin Fei's identity spread, the supporting cast all went on stage. There were more than 10 major factions in Sin Paradise, and 7 or 8 of them had gathered here. The moment the big shots appeared, they were dignified and imposing. They were like lions, causing people to feel the urge to worship them and not dare to resist them. The entire hall instantly quietened down. 5 high-level loose immortals and 3 mid-level loose immortals. What a feast at Hongmen! Lin Fei concluded that if he did not have the help of the 4 evil men, these powerhouses might have eaten him up once they made a move. Lin Fei estimated that there were at least 10 high-level loose immortals and countless mid-level loose immortals. They were the elites of the elites. Welcome to tonight's banquet. It was the Bright Moon faction's leader, Reverend Shueyue. She was a woman, and her expressionless face revealed a rare smile. In the eyes of the crowd, this smile was extremely cold, so cold that it chilled their hearts. Before tonight's banquet begins, this Reverend wants to introduce a junior. Perhaps everyone doesn't know him, but I believe everyone will know him soon. Reverend Shueyue's gaze shifted. He is the one who recently destroyed the treasure tower and the heaven-shrouding faction, Lin Fei. Kill him with a stick? Attract hatred? Lin Fei felt disdain. They wanted to raise his status and then suppress him. Good plan, good plan. From the moment they appeared, 8 tyrannical auras locked onto Lin Fei. Their gazes were like prey in the mouth of a lion, prey in a spider's web, unable to escape even if it had wings. Many people were still guessing before, but after hearing this, fear, jealousy, and hatred shot out from their eyes. Although it was very vague, it could still be detected. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Lin Fei smiled and stood up. He could clearly feel the emotional fluctuations of these 8 big shots. Isn't it just a banquet? Why hold it especially for me? This will make me feel embarrassed. How will everyone look favorably upon me? It's better to hold such banquets less in the future. The 8 big shots were shocked, and anger flashed through their hearts. They were inadvertently teased by Lin Fei. Just now, they were really worried that Lin Fei had sensed their intentions and wanted to force them to make a move. They could suppress the other party on the surface, but in private, all kinds of gossip would undoubtedly affect their reputation. This Lin Fei was really sinister. The 8 big shots cursed in their hearts. Someone couldn't help but laugh. In front of these 8 big shots, Lin Fei of the Myth Tower still dared to put on airs? He clearly didn't take these 8 big shots seriously. But they didn't see any change in the 8 big shots' expressions. It seemed like they didn't take it seriously. What was this? Didn't they say that they had always been enemies? Many people couldn't understand it. A hint of anger flashed on Venerable Shueyue's face, but she soon returned to normal. It was so fast that it was hard for others to notice. Tower Lord Lin, you're a straightforward person. As a newly promoted major faction, this banquet is indeed prepared for you. There's no need to put in much effort. Your myth tower has used its strength to prove itself. Everyone can see that. But in their hearts, they were saying that this was a banquet set up for Lin Fei to die. Venerable Shueyue's killing intent had been aroused because of Lin Fei's words, but she concealed it very well. Alright, I like this banquet. Lin Fei smiled and said, to be honest, I'm very excited that all the big shots are here to welcome me. I believe that we'll definitely have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Cooperate my A**. Only a ghost would want to cooperate with you. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Lin Fei knew what they were thinking, so he wouldn't let them feel good. When he saw everyone present, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. It would definitely anger them to death. Tower Lord Lin, I like what you said. We should cooperate well. At this moment, another big shot spoke. Lin Fei knew that this big shot was called Tushan Jinren. If there's any cooperation, you can find me. We can get to know each other better. Lin Fei heard endless resentment from his words. Why was Tushan Jinren so resentful? In fact, he controlled an auction house and auctioned all kinds of things. At the same time, he had connections with the Supreme Treasure Tower. However, after the Supreme Treasure Tower was destroyed, Tushan Jinren's auction house wasn't in a good situation. A large number of items couldn't be auctioned and were squeezed into piles. On the surface, Tushan Jinren said that he wanted to cooperate with Lin Fei, but in fact, he wished that Lin Fei would die as soon as possible so that he could divide the profits. Otherwise, if this continued, it would be very disadvantageous to the faction. Naturally, he wouldn't show it on his face. I like cooperation. Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear it. Since everyone is here, I happen to have something in my hands. I was planning to auction it, but since everyone is here, if Tushan Jinren doesn't mind, I'm willing to share it with everyone. Tushan Jinren's expression slightly changed. What a jinx! What did I say just now? But soon he recovered. The 8 powerful figures didn't have any objections. Lin Fei was already like a turtle in a jar, and they didn't need to worry about where he could run to. They wanted to see how powerful this Lin Fei, who could rise up so quickly, could be. Tower Master Lin, since you have something good to share, why would we mind? Tushan Jinren smiled and said, I think you all have the same idea. How could the others refute Tushan Jinren's words? In fact, they also wanted to see what good things this Lin Fei could take out. Lin Fei took out something here on a whim. The 8 powerful figures were going to be destroyed anyway, so it was meaningless to just destroy them. Therefore, he might as well promote his own things. The things that Lin Fei was promoting were naturally the treasures in the system store. Many of them were nothing to Lin Fei, but to outsiders, these were definitely good things. As for why he wanted to take them out, it was to expand the influence of the Legend Tower. In fact, it was equivalent to increasing the sect's prestige. Originally, Lin Fei didn't care too much about it. But since he could exchange his sect's prestige for points, he was naturally willing to do such a good thing. Not only could he increase his sect's prestige, but he could also exchange it for points. Only a fool would refuse. There were many good things in the system store, and the prices weren't high either. For example, medicinal pills and so on. These medicinal pills were useless to Lin Fei, but to others, they were definitely very useful. They could be said to be extremely rare. With such a good opportunity, Lin Fei would definitely make use of it and publicize it. In any case, They believed that he wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Fei's grasp. Lin Fei was happy to see that this was a ready-made opportunity that he had carefully prepared for himself. He wanted them to lift a rock only to hit their own feet. In truth, they also didn't believe that Lin Fei could take out anything good. In any case, it was still early, and they weren't in a hurry to deal with him. Using their gaze of victory to look at a defeated person was a feeling that they wouldn't be able to experience normally. Lin Fei strode up to a high platform that was one level higher than everyone else. Facing the crowd, he said indifferently, "Everyone should know me." Originally, these items were prepared for the auction in a month's time. However, after seeing seniors being so courteous and setting up a welcoming banquet for me, I felt apologetic in my heart. Therefore, I made a last-minute decision to use the good items for the auction here to let everyone get to know me. When he said that, everyone's interest was piqued. The auction that the Legend Tower was preparing for a month's time? They were all at a loss. Was there such a thing? An auction that was meticulously prepared definitely wouldn't be a small-scale auction. The treasures that could be used as the finale must be extremely precious, right? The expressions of the 8 big shots changed slightly. They rejoiced inwardly. They had set up this hangmen banquet and invited Lin Fei over. Otherwise, if the auction was successfully held a month later, it would be a huge blow to them. With a thought, they also wanted to understand what treasures the Legend Tower was going to put out. The greater the influence of the Legend Tower, the more worried they were. Everyone must be guessing what the Legend Tower is going to put out. Immortal equipment? Battle armor? Lin Fei shook his head. I'm sure that everyone won't feel at ease holding these items in their hands. Therefore, we won't be auctioning these items. Everyone thought about it and felt that Lin Fei's words made sense. Even though they were somewhat fearful of Lin Fei, it didn't mean that they wouldn't give up on certain things. Our Sin Paradise emphasizes strength. Therefore, the items that the Legend Tower is going to auction are the elixirs that everyone has been paying attention to. Lin Fei revealed his objective. The classification of elixirs was actually the same as realms. Starting from profound-grade elixirs, there were spirit-grade elixirs, king-grade elixirs, imperial-grade elixirs, ancestor-grade elixirs, exalted-grade elixirs, saint-grade elixirs, and regal-grade elixirs. Chapter 561. No one was surprised to hear that Lin Fei wanted to promote elixirs. Elixirs were very popular in Sin Paradise. After all, this place often had all kinds of battles, so elixirs were highly valued. Healing elixirs, strength-enhancing elixirs, all kinds of elixirs were very popular. Moreover, Sin Paradise was a place where all kinds of illegal goods ran rampant. Elixirs were also very popular. Many forces secretly set up branches in Sin Paradise to purchase all kinds of elixirs. Elixir? I wonder what kind of elixir Lin Fei will take out. It should be a supreme grade elixir, right? Because this elixir is the most popular. I think it should be a Grandmaster grade elixir or a Saint grade elixir. As for an Emperor grade elixir, it's not very likely. Many people began to discuss. Elixirs had always been indispensable in the eyes of forces of all sizes. Recruiting subordinates required elixirs and true essence crystals. Both were indispensable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to work for you. Since Lin Fei was selling elixirs, they were naturally very concerned. Although they were enemies, they didn't hate elixirs. As long as the elixir was good and the price was reasonable, they would buy it. No matter who it was, they would make the same choice. There wouldn't be too much of an accident. Tushan enlightened, "What do you think this Lin Fei is doing?" A big shot asked. "Who cares what he's doing?" Tushan enlightened didn't care. In any case, this kid Lin Fei is working for nothing. In the end, it's still us who benefit. That's right, Lin Fei is helping us. Enlightened Shuei sneered, "I really wonder how this Lin Fei can get rid of the treasure tower and the heaven-shrouding gang." Lin Fei saw the expressions on everyone's faces. This was exactly what he had hoped would happen. You'll find out soon enough. Everything I've done today will be for nothing. Instead, I'll be able to increase my sect's prestige. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. How could he not know what they were thinking? Everyone must be very curious to know what kind of medicinal pill our mythology tower is auctioning. Lin Fei first dropped the crowd's appetite. Now, I'll tell everyone that there are a total of 3 types of elixirs in this auction. I believe that every one of them is suitable for all of you. I believe that other than our mythology tower, no one else can refine these elixirs. So awesome! Many people had a question mark in their hearts. What kind of pill was so powerful that no one else could refine it? Could it be the legendary lost pill formula? Other than this explanation, there seemed to be no pill that could not be refined. In the Xiantian continent, alchemy was rampant, and there were countless different types of alchemy. As long as the effects were similar, sooner or later someone would be able to decipher it. It could be said that there were very few unique alchemy in the continent. Of course, the higher the grade of the pill, the harder it was to decipher. All in all, there was practically no one who could decipher a saint-grade medicinal pill. That was because every single one of these medicinal pills were concocted by their own sect, and the pill formulas were also in their hands. Normally, outsiders wouldn't be able to concoct them. Aside from that, there were also lost ancient pill formulas. The various sects had declined, resulting in the appearance of certain pill formulas. Every single pill formula required special ingredients to be concocted, and the effects were quite astonishing. It was no wonder that they would think this way. When they heard that there were 3 types of medicinal pills up for auction, they couldn't help but feel surprised. The first pill will be useful to anyone. We call it the blood replenishing pill. Lin Fei said, "This blood replenishing pill doesn't have a grade yet, but its effects are comparable to a saint-grade pill. No matter what kind of injury you suffer, as long as you consume the blood replenishing pill, you will be able to quickly recover." What? A blood replenishing pill comparable to a saint-grade pill? Is it really that miraculous? This blood replenishing pill has such a good name. I wonder if its effects are like that? If it really is that miraculous, it will definitely be the most powerful healing pill below the emperor grade. When they heard that the first pill Lin Fei was going to concoct was a healing pill, everyone's eyes lit up. Nifa's paradise was a place with many sections. From time to time, battles would break out, and it was hard to guarantee that no one would be injured. Almost everyone had a healing pill on them to help them recover. The quality of the healing pill was extremely important. A good healing pill would allow one to recover from injuries quickly and regain their battle prowess. Without a doubt, they would be able to obtain victory or survive. If the healing pill was bad, others could easily kill you. It was just that simple. Tower Lord Lin, are your healing pills really as miraculous as you say? One of the leaders of the sects couldn't help but ask. That's simple. Lin Fei smiled. If it was under normal circumstances, I wouldn't show it here. But on account of the seniors here, I'll let you all gain some knowledge. Lin Fei appeared in front of a young man and struck him with his palm. The young man spat out blood and was on the verge of death. Everyone, have you seen it clearly? There was no change in the crowd. The young man had suffered heavy injuries. If he wanted to recover, he would need around half a month to recuperate. His injuries will require around half a month, but if he consumes our blood replenishing pill, he will be able to recover around 70% of his battle prowess within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Fei said proudly. What? 70% of his battle prowess within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Impossible. It's definitely impossible. Many people didn't believe it. Right now, the healing pills on the market didn't have such an effect. They really didn't believe it when they heard that there was a pill of this level. If this kind of injury could recover 70% of one's battle prowess, that would definitely be a huge surprise. They couldn't help but be surprised. Usually, healing pills could recover 20% of one's battle prowess, which was considered very powerful. As for 70%? Unless it was a supreme-grade healing pill. Lin Fei took out a pill. You can have it. He let the young man eat it. Everyone, please take a look. The pill Lin Fei took out was the one he bought from the system store. The price was very, very cheap. Quickly look, this kid's injuries are rapidly recovering. This is too magical. This blood replenishing pill is too magical. A supreme-grade saint-grade pill. When the young man on the ground recovered rapidly, everyone was dumbfounded. When did healing pills have such a good effect? It was too miraculous. If they didn't believe it before, they were all surprised when they saw the young man recover. The expressions of the 8 big shots changed, and greed appeared in their eyes. Even though they were big shots, they couldn't stop their greed, especially to Shan Jinren, who knew the effect of this pill at a glance. Who didn't like healing pills? For the big forces, the better the effect of the healing pills, the more they liked them. The pill that Lin Fei took out immediately caught their attention, and they wanted to take it for themselves. Of course, it would be best if they could get the pill recipe. They secretly rejoiced. If they didn't invite Lin Fei over tonight and set up this Hongmen banquet, perhaps when this pill was auctioned, it would definitely bring about a huge response. When one's strength reached a certain level, who didn't want to have healing pills on them? When they encountered danger, they could quickly recover from their injuries. Perhaps with a healing pill, it could help them at a crucial moment. The blood-replenishing pill that Lin Fei took out immediately brought about a huge response. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 70% of his injuries were healed, which meant that he had the fighting strength to save his life. This pill had to be bought no matter what. It was a must-have item when going out. Tower Leader Lin, how much are you selling this pill for? We want the blood-replenishing pill. Tower Leader Lin, name your price. No one was willing to fall behind. Healing pills were equivalent to life-saving pills. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? They couldn't miss it. Everyone, don't worry. There are still 2 types of pills left. Lin Fei knew that they couldn't resist this temptation. Everyone calmed themselves down. How could they forget about the 2 remaining pills? The first healing pill had such a good effect. What about the other pills? They were starting to look forward to it. The second pill is a type of pill that explodes one's strength. Lin Fei said, this pill is called the potential pill. It can explode one's potential. After exploding, the side effects aren't great. At most, one will be weak for half a year, and during this period one can't use martial arts. What? There's such a good thing. Potential pill can explode one's potential? Where did this Tower Master Lin find this kind of pill? If the effects are really that good, it can definitely become a trump card. Who doesn't know that the current forbidden pills, once consumed, can explode with an extremely great amount of power? Generally speaking, it will affect one's cultivation level. This shouldn't be possible, right? The side effects are so small? The second pill Lin Fei mentioned was even more surprising than the healing pill. It was a type of forbidden pill. There were countless forbidden pills in the Xintian continent. The only benefit of forbidden pills was that they could help one in times of danger and kill incoming enemies. No matter what kind of forbidden pill it was, there was something that people couldn't overlook, and that was the side effects. All sorts of forbidden pills had different side effects. Some were serious while others were light. For example, some forbidden pills could be used for a very long period of time after being consumed, but once the period of time was over, one's cultivation level would plummet. This was a publicly acknowledged side effect. Thus, after consuming a forbidden pill, one had to first be prepared for the side effects. For example, a drop in cultivation level was normal. The side effects of the potential pill that Lin Fei mentioned were as good as nothing. This was their lucky star. Rest for half a year? To them, this wasn't really a side effect. To be able to consume the potential pill, one would definitely be able to survive in times of danger. The side effects were so small that if someone else had said it, they might have thought it was a joke. But after the previous scene, they felt that it was completely possible. Tower Lord Lin, can I give it a try? At this time, there was no need for Lin Fei to speak. Someone had already spoken up, wanting to test the effects of this pill. Tower Lord Lin, why don't you let everyone try it? Someone immediately started to jeer. There was nothing they could do. Lin Fei's words were so pleasing to the ear. A forbidden pill that could explode one's power had such small side effects. Everyone would care about it. If they could personally test it, that would be the best result. In the eyes of these major powers, who didn't have forbidden pills on them? However, they wouldn't use these forbidden pills unless they were in dire straits. The effects were too great, and they didn't dare to use them. If Lin Fei's potential pill really had such an effect, it would undoubtedly be able to replace all sorts of forbidden pills and become the #1 forbidden pill. That wouldn't be a problem at all. No problem. Lin Fei laughed. However, you have to be prepared to rest for half a year. Isn't it just half a year? It's nothing to me. That person didn't think much of it. The prerequisite is that your forbidden pill has such an effect. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Since you guys want to ruin my reputation, I'll let you know what regret is. Chapter 562. Originally, the 8 bigwigs did not think much of Lin Fei. What was important was that he was within their control, so they did not have to worry about him playing any tricks. However, when they saw the popularity of the medicinal pills they had put out, their expressions changed. This did not seem to be a good sign. The blood-replenishing pill was comparable to a sacred-grade pill. It had already caused everyone to go crazy. They didn't feel good about it. They didn't expect Lin Fei to play tricks in front of them. The blood-replenishing pill that Lin Fei took out had such a good effect. They were already dissatisfied. However, they all nodded in agreement. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to cause trouble at this time. Therefore, when Lin Fei mentioned the second pill, one of the big bosses immediately signaled one of his subordinates to experiment. He was prepared to mess things up so that they would have a good reason to stand out. These big bosses from Sin Paradise were usually very dignified and cared a lot about their reputation. After Lin Fei showed that he was different, they were dissatisfied. They didn't want to see a person who was under their control change. That person gave him a provocative look. It doesn't matter. As long as your pills are as good as you say they are, it's fine as long as you don't come up with some fake pills. Lin Fei threw out a pill. He didn't allow the other party to resist and directly shot it into his body. Now enjoy it. This ability directly stopped the other party's tricks. Lin Fei could understand this. He wasn't worried that he would play any tricks later. It would be good to let the other party see it in person. This young man had indeed wanted to use this trick to cross the sea, swapping out the medicinal pills and tarnishing Lin Fei's reputation. However, he had not expected Lin Fei to see through his intentions and directly insert the medicinal pills into his body. What are you afraid of? All pills have side effects. I don't believe that the side effects are so simple. The young man was sure that Lin Fei was lying. Everyone, please take a look. This young man is at the intermediate stage of the Sage Realm. According to the potential pill, he should be able to explode with the strength of a perfect sage or an initial stage Emperor Realm expert. Normally, he can maintain it for 30 minutes. Lin Fei said calmly so that everyone could be prepared. Everyone, don't use the elixir. The potential elixir won't affect your thoughts. You won't lose control of your thoughts and go crazy like you're imagining. Lin Fei was very clear about the effects of the potential pill. More importantly, this was a pill provided by the system. After buying the Immortal Intoxication pill from the store, Lin Fei was very confident in the potential pill. Whatever the system said, it would be. There would definitely not be a different situation. With Lin Fei personally keeping an eye on them, he did not have to worry about the other party playing any tricks. With his powerful divine sense, he could observe the other party's every move. As long as the other party dared to try anything, he would be able to restrain them immediately. If the other party played any tricks, Lin Fei would like it from the bottom of his heart. He would give them a heavy slap in the face. Boom! After swallowing the pill, his aura surged. Everyone immediately saw it. The pill's effect has started. That young man originally wanted to pretend to be crazy, but after the effect of the pill took effect, his entire mind was clear. He didn't pretend at all. The people present weren't so easy to deceive. If he pretended to be crazy, they would be able to see through it. Because of the divine sense on his body, he couldn't fake it at all. Saint Great Perfection. Emperor Realm Initial Stage. The potential pill immediately took effect. In the blink of an eye, that young man's strength reached the Emperor Realm Initial Stage. No matter who it was, they were all surprised when they saw this scene. The kind of craziness that they imagined didn't appear. Normally, after taking the forbidden pill, it was inevitable that one would lose control of their thoughts. Bedevilment. The forbidden pill had the feeling of being bedeviled. Everything in front of them was killing. Many pills were a kind of killing. However, they noticed that the other party didn't have any intention of going crazy. He was very clear-headed and his judgment was very clear. This is too magical. Just from this point alone, they knew how effective the pill was. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, that young man's combat strength remained at the Emperor Realm initial stage. Everyone could see with a glance that there wasn't any change from beginning to end. This is too amazing. This potential pill didn't have any side effects of causing one's realm to plummet. This person is exhausted. His whole body needs to be replenished with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He should rest for half a year. Amazing. It was their first time seeing this kind of forbidden medicine, and they were shocked again. It could be said that they were shocked for the second time. This Lin Fei of the Mythology Tower was truly capable. Just where did these pills come from? Just by looking at these 2 pills, they seemed to understand how powerful the Mythology Tower was. With the blood-replenishing pill, they had the upper hand in battle. He could recover his combat strength quickly, but the other side could not. The result was destined. The recovery time of the potential pill varied, and it was also a threat to them. Damned Lin Fei, where did he get all these pills from? Could it be that he dug up some kind of mystic realm? The big shot's expressions changed. All along, they had not thought much of the mythical tower. But after seeing these pills, they realized how amazing they were. The heaven-shrouding sect and the Supreme Treasure Tower were both likely to be destroyed because of this. As long as the Mythology Tower had these 2 kinds of pills, they would definitely have a great advantage. In the long run, the ones who would suffer losses would be the Ji Treasure Tower and the Heaven-Shrouding Gang. No matter what, we have to get this pill recipe. Lin Fei must have many pill recipes on him. Maybe he found an ancient sect's mystic realm. No matter what, we can't let Lin Fei leave tonight. This kind of person is definitely our greatest enemy. Fortunately, we knew in advance. Otherwise, if we attacked the Mythology Tower, we would be the unlucky ones. Right now, I can't wait to kill Lin Fei. However, let him be happy for now and publicize the pills. This will save us time. As long as we have these pill recipes, we can become a unique faction on the continent. No matter who it is, they will beg us to sell the pills to them. These big shots reacted very quickly. They knew how to maximize the benefits. They were all experts in this aspect and immediately realized the benefits. Now, everyone will like the 3rd pill, Lin Fei said with a smile. This 3rd pill, the Emperor Breakthrough Pill, is not a forbidden medicine. It is a type of advancement pill. It is a sacred grade pill that can increase the success rate of advancing from the Sage Realm to the Imperial Realm by 70%. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, there was an uproar. It should be said that there was a huge uproar. Although they were shocked by the first 2 pills, they were not as shocked as this one. Lin Fei had almost no obstacles in his cultivation. However, for others, they did not have such good luck. They needed to cross many thresholds and finally become experts. The higher the realm, the harder it was to advance. The barrier for Sage Realm to advance to the Imperial Realm was very difficult. It was unknown how many people were stuck at this step. They were all excited to have a 70% chance of advancing to the Imperial Realm. Among the people present, many were stuck at the peak of Sage Realm. They were only 1 step away from the Imperial Realm. However, they did not know when they would be able to cross this step. Only by becoming an Imperial Realm could they pass the tribulation. Even if they could not become a celestial immortal, they could still become a powerful rogue immortal. However, if they could not cross this step, everything would be a waste of time. 70% chance? Did I hear wrongly? I must have heard wrongly. How could there be such a pill? Impossible, it must be impossible. Many people started to shake their heads. 70% chance of advancement. It could be said that as long as one's luck was not too bad, they could generally advance to the Imperial Realm. The expressions of the 8 big shots changed again. When a faction nurtured experts, the Imperial Realm was the bottom line. As for Sage Realm experts, they did not care. After all, it would take a long time to nurture them. There was no need for Imperial Realm experts. Unfortunately, it was very difficult for Sage Realm experts to advance to the Imperial Realm. The success rate was not high. Some people kept on breaking through but were unable to cross this step. Even if they had the combat power of an Imperial Realm expert, the gap between realms was like a chasm. No matter how hard they tried, they could not cross it. Everyone did not hear wrongly. The emperor-breaking pill is that miraculous. Lin Fei said, "These are the 3 pills that our mythology tower will be auctioning. Among them, the emperor-breaking pill, due to its value and refinement, I cannot let everyone test it. I believe that after seeing the blood-replenishing pill and potential pill, you will have a better understanding of the emperor-breaking pill." If Lin Fei had taken out the emperor-breaking pill earlier, they would definitely not have believed him. However, after seeing the blood-replenishing pill and potential pill, their minds were shaken. "Tower Lord Lin, is your auction really in 1 month? Are there any requirements to participate in this auction? We also wish to participate in this auction. I wonder if it is possible?" Everyone could no longer sit still. The temptation of the emperor-breaking pill was too great. They could not resist it, especially the sages. Some of them had relatives who were at the sage realm and were about to break through. If they could break through this time, they all wanted a chance. Perhaps everyone will doubt it. However, everyone can wait and see for the auction in 1 month. Lin Fei threw out another piece of news. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained 10,000 sect reputation points. Please continue to work hard. 10,000 sect reputation points was not a lot. However, Lin Fei knew that after tonight's banquet, this news would spread to the entire Sin Paradise. Tower Master Lin, you've truly given me a huge shock. This is a huge sum of money. Tushan Enlightened walked up and the corner of his eyes twitched. This mythology tower really deserved to die. They could even obtain these pill formulas. If they really held an auction, wouldn't they snatch away all their profits? At this moment, Tushan Enlightened was in a good mood. Lin Fei knew what they were thinking. I really have to thank you guys for what happened today. If not for you guys, I would not have had the chance to advertise. In the future, if you guys want to auction pills, I will definitely reserve a few good spots for you. The few of us actually wanted to find you to understand this pill. I wonder if you are interested in studying it together and teaching the younger generation? Lin Fei directly ignored the first sentence. Teaching the younger generation? That's not too good. Another big shot walked up. There's nothing bad about it. Tower Lord Lin, you are now the idol of the younger generation in Sin Paradise. Who knows how many people want to learn from you? How can you disappoint them? Damn, you guys are really vicious. You want to use the younger generation to learn from each other. Who doesn't know that these disciples are all geniuses? If they kill themselves during the learning process, nothing will happen to you guys. Instead, I will have a bad reputation. Lin Fei instantly saw through their plan. That's good too. I forced them to take the initiative. This gives me a moral advantage. In the eyes of others, they will think that I am not deliberately targeting you guys. Lin Fei's hesitant expression fell into the eyes of the others. Tower Lord Lin, you are the Tower Lord of the Myth Tower. Can't you give them some advice? That big shot continued. You shouldn't disappoint them. Anyway, you are just teaching them. Nothing will happen. This was exactly what the few big shots had been planning. Originally, they were prepared to fight at the beginning. However, there was a small accident. Later on, they thought it was better to not fight at the beginning and be seen through. This was the best reason he could come up with. If Lin Fei did not agree, they had ways to make Lin Fei agree. It could be said that no matter how Lin Fei refused, he had to agree. Lin Fei made up his mind. Since they worship me so much, it will be bad if I don't teach them. However, I have to make one thing clear. If any accidents happen during the teaching process, I will not be responsible. Saying that was exactly what they wanted. Accidents are inevitable. Everyone knows this. With regards to Lin Fei's strength, they thought that he was around the itinerant immortal tribulation or second tribulation. There must be an expert behind him to be able to destroy the treasure tower and the heaven-shrouding gang. They were not afraid of the experts behind them. Lin Fei was only this strong. It was best if they didn't make a move. Using the geniuses under them to deal with him would undoubtedly strengthen their reputation. The prerequisite was that they could kill Lin Fei. During the teaching process, if their skills were inferior and they were killed by the other party, no one could say anything about this. It was truly a flawless plan. Lin Fei knew that they would say this. This was also good. If he killed them, they would not look good. Alright, I am in a good mood today. I will teach 3. Lin Fei thought about it. The big shots didn't care about 3. The genius experts they arranged all had explosive combat power. Just one of them was enough to kill Lin Fei. 3 was more than enough. It was unknown how many times they could kill Lin Fei. Very soon, a silver-clothed young master walked up. He exuded the aura of a superior. With one look, it was obvious that he was in an extremely high position. When the silver-clothed young master came out, someone immediately exclaimed, "Isn't that the genius warrior of the Iron Veins Hall? I think he is called Zhang Qi. His nickname is the Silver-Clothed General. His strength is rather terrifying. I really didn't expect the Iron Veins Hall to send Zhang Qi up. I wonder if this Tower Master Lin can stop him." Who knows? Back then, Tower Master Lin was able to escape from the encirclement and return a year later. His strength shouldn't be too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come tonight. Chapter 563. Please guide me. Zhang Qi didn't give Lin Fei any chance. He strode out with a spirited gaze and gestured for Lin Fei to attack. Since it's a guide, bring out your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't be able to come out of the cell phone association. Lin Fei spoke very softly and indifferently. As one of the generals of the Hall of Iron Veins, Zhang Qi had fought in countless battles. The number of people who died at his hands numbered at least 1,000. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Earth roar! Zhang Qi took a step forward and punched out with both fists. The ground beneath him turned into a country, and everyone seemed to be in an extremely mysterious place. It's just an illusion realm. Go back and train for a few more years. Lin Fei stomped his foot, and the omnidirectional control shattered like a mirror. A cold light shot out from his finger and penetrated the general's head. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Zhang Qi is dead. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Fei was too powerful. A general of the Hall of Iron Veins was killed with a single finger. Tower Lord Lin, you are too ruthless. The 8 big shots were unhappy that Zhang Qi was killed with a single finger. This was especially so for the Hall of Iron Veins' big shot, Venerable Ironblood. I thought that this fellow was quite powerful and could block my finger. Who knew that he would be so useless? Lin Fei had a depressed expression. If you had told me that this fellow wasn't strong, I would have definitely shown mercy. After saying that, he shook his head with a disappointed expression. Zhang Qi was a second tribulation's scattered immortal. After being killed with a single finger, everyone had a better understanding of Lin Fei's strength. This fellow had really hidden his strength deeply. Tower Lord Lin is right. Zhang Qi can't blame others for being inferior. Venerable Tushan's expression was also unsightly. However, such accidents happen often. Let's go to the next one. The 8 big shots actually didn't think that Zhang Qi would be able to kill Lin Fei. They just wanted to test him and let the other 2 have an understanding of him. Regrettably, Zhang Qi was too useless. He couldn't even block a single move and was killed. He couldn't test anything at all. Let me. At this time, another young man with a powerful aura walked out. Compared to the previous Zhang Qi, this person's strength was more than a level higher. Simply by standing there, he was like an insurmountable mountain. Lin Fei still said the same thing, "Go all out, lest I have to go easy on you again." Disdain, extreme disdain. Heaven's suppressing tower. This person was quite smart. He immediately used a profound heavenly spirit treasure, and it was an extreme grade 1 at that. He wanted to suppress Lin Fei on the spot. Using a profound heavenly spiritual treasure to attack was actually crossing the line. Not bad. Lin Fei looked up and saw the illusory hand grab the profound heaven spirit treasure. With a cracking sound, the top-grade profound heaven spirit treasure was destroyed. That person coughed up a mouthful of blood. Too cruel. He even crushed a supreme-grade profound heaven spiritual treasure. What kind of strength is that? Seeing this scene, everyone simply shut up. The expressions of the 8 powerhouses were even more unsightly than before. They understood that it was impossible for them to kill Lin Fei on the spot with their geniuses. They had to make a move. This Lin Fei was very strong. At the very least, they could sense a dangerous aura from him. Since they couldn't instruct and spar, they didn't plan to continue wasting time. Tower Lord Lin, what are your intentions in injuring my subordinates? A powerhouse walked out, his eyes filled with killing intent. Give me an explanation. In the void, a huge black finger immediately shot out. The domineering aura clearly wanted to kill Lin Fei with one finger. They finally couldn't help but make a move. Lin Fei had long wanted them to make a move. Therefore, during the spar, he might as well kill them. Lin Fei didn't dodge. He shot out 2 sword lights. A huge pair of scissors appeared in the void. Crack, crack, crack. The huge finger was cut off, and the scissors charged towards the 8 powerhouses. Crack, crack, crack. You dare. The 8 powerhouses quickly dodged, but the people beside them weren't so lucky. They were immediately cut in half, and even their primordial spirits were cut in half. While the hall was in complete chaos. Even though everyone had guessed it, when it really happened, they were still shocked. Old fart, you just want to deal with me. Why you playing tricks? Just kill them directly. Lin Fei didn't think about killing them one by one. 5 high-level loose celestials and 3 mid-level loose celestials. Each of them had the combat power of a high-level loose celestial. They weren't that easy to kill. Lin Fei, as long as you submit to us and hand over the celestial artifact and the treasure map to the secret heaven vault, we can spare your life. Venerable Shueyue said loudly. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Do you think I will believe you? Don't use such a ridiculous reason. Suppress him. The 8 powerhouses realized that this Lin Fei had the combat power of a mid-level loose celestial. Suppress. The 8 powerhouses attacked at the same time. Lin Fei instantly felt the pressure. After all, they attacked together, otherwise, a high-level loose celestial would be too worthless. Legend Tower is going to be destroyed. Seeing the 8 powerhouses attack, everyone sucked in a cold breath. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they attacked together. This was a relatively rare thing. The 8 powerhouses attacked at the same time. Every attack contained immortal power. In less than a moment, Lin Fei's body exploded. He's finally dead. The 8 powerhouses heaved a sigh of relief. In the next second, their expressions changed again. Lin Fei recovered again. Old fart, you really have some power. To be able to last for a while against the 8 powerhouses, Lin Fei's name would spread throughout the entire continent. Flesh rebirth. They recognized it at a glance. Flesh rebirth could only be cultivated to a certain level to have such an effect. They realized that it would be difficult to kill Lin Fei. If the 8 of them attacked, anyone would be killed. After Lin Fei was destroyed, he could regenerate his flesh and blood. That was the result of his flesh and blood cells being incomparably powerful. Not bad. Lin Fei laughed. Now, this daddy will not be finished with you guys. Just now, Lin Fei wanted to test how long he could last under the attacks of a high-level loose celestial. The strength of a high-level loose celestial was far stronger than he imagined. Fortunately, my flesh rebirth has reached a certain level. My flesh cells are very powerful and cannot be destroyed by immortal power. Iron Blood sneered, no matter how powerful your flesh rebirth is, against our continuous attacks, let's see how much true essence you can recover. Even though Lin Fei's flesh rebirth was relatively hard to deal with, each recovery required a large amount of true essence. They didn't believe that they couldn't kill him with their methods. Heaven and Earth Furnace. A huge whirlpool descended from the sky, trapping the 8 powerhouses. Lin Fei also took the opportunity to enter. The Heaven and Earth Furnace instantly turned into dust. What's going on? Where did they go? Could it be an immortal weapon? They really disappeared. When Lin Fei used the Heaven and Earth Furnace, the people in the hall couldn't sense it at all. It disappeared in a flash, leaving no traces. The moment the 8 powerhouses disappeared, the high-level loose celestials who were lying in ambush rushed in one after another. Their expressionless faces were filled with surprise. Disappeared again? When these mid- and high-level bodiless immortals appeared in the hall, a mysterious force pulled them to a mysterious place. Strange, dangerous aura. It lingered in everyone's hearts. So the heaven and earth furnace can be used like this. The one who sucked in the high-level and mid-level loose celestials was Lin Fei. The heaven and earth furnace turned into a speck of dust in the world. Lin Fei controlled the dust and used the unique characteristics of the heaven and earth furnace to suck them in one by one. Stinking brat, what tricks did you play on us? The 8 powerhouses couldn't understand how they appeared in this mysterious space with their strength. Welcome to my territory. Lin Fei appeared in front of them. Boom. The moment he appeared, the 8 powerhouses attacked instantly, trying to kill Lin Fei. Unfortunately, their attacks missed, and he appeared in another place. Don't waste your energy. Lin Fei mocked. In my space I am God, the only God. So, the 4 fiends, Shangguan Hong, and Qi Lian Heavenly Demon appeared one by one. High-level loose celestials. Tushan Jinren and the others recognized them at a glance. The powerful auras on these people weren't any weaker than theirs. You are the 4 fiends. One of the powerhouses' expression changed drastically. He pointed at Invincible True Immortal, revealing a look of fear. I didn't expect someone to recognize me. Invincible True Immortal was quite surprised. Since you know me, let's have a good game. Whoosh, the divine fire burned and turned into countless fire dragons, separating them and forming a cage. Invincible True Immortal flew over. Since you know my name, let's have a good game. The heaven and earth furnace was Lin Fei's. Lin Fei could control everything, so it was easy for him to separate people. Impossible. Taoist Shueiyue panicked. Why would the 4 fiends help you? Ordinary people might not know about the 4 fiends. High-level loose celestials had heard of this name, and many of them had more or less suffered a setback at their hands. These 4 fiends were old monsters who had lived for millions of years. As loose celestials, to be able to live to this extent meant that every loose celestial was extremely powerful. As for emperor-level experts, they couldn't live to this extent because their lifespans weren't enough. The 8 powerhouses originally thought that they would definitely be able to defeat them. However, when they saw the 4 fiends and 2 other high-level loose celestial experts, they felt pressured. Take care of them. Let's go back and drink. Drunken True Immortal shouted. Leave these 3 to me. The rest are yours. Lin Fei chose 3 mid-level loose celestials. They looked like mid-level loose celestials, but in fact, they were all high-level loose celestials. Huang Lin Fei controlled the divine fire to separate them one by one. The divine fire was extremely overbearing, and their physical bodies couldn't withstand it for long. After a while, they were all in disarray. Within the heaven and earth furnace, the divine fire separated many spaces. We underestimated you. The 3 mid-level loose celestial powerhouses were also trapped in a small space, and their expressions were deranged. They had underestimated Lin Fei. If they had known that there was such a heaven-defying existence, they wouldn't have dragged it out. The only thing they could do now was to go all out. Kill! The 3 powerhouses charged forward, and each of them took out their celestial artifacts. Their celestial might was boundless, and they didn't dare to hold back anymore. Facing the 3 high-level loose celestial powerhouses, Lin Fei used the divine fire to protect himself. He controlled the divine fire to fight, and it was very intense. With their celestial artifacts, it wasn't difficult for them to kill anyone. However, against Lin Fei, their celestial artifacts were clearly countered. The other party's overbearing divine fire kept shuttling through the void, and they couldn't defend against it. Once they touched the divine fire, their divine souls would be in pain, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Lin Fei wasn't as strong as them. In the divine fire space, he used the overbearing divine fire to fight them to a draw, and he kept suppressing them. Gradually, they were at a disadvantage. Just admit defeat. Lin Fei had the divine fire to protect himself, and with the flesh rebirth, he didn't have to be afraid of the 3 of them. Chapter 564. Sky-flipping immortal art. The 3 bigwigs consumed a lot of quintessential essence. Lin Fei seized the opportunity to use an immortal art. It was a real immortal art that contained supreme celestial might, as if a real immortal had descended. A huge palm appeared above the three bigwigs, and their expressions changed drastically. You're not a bodiless immortal. How can you use a real immortal art? The three bigwigs were in despair. They could use their immortal artifacts, but they did not dare to use their celestial power. However, as soon as Lin Fei attacked, he used a true immortal technique that was supported by unparalleled immortal force. It was truly like slaughtering gods and destroying Buddhas, truly domineering. Bang, bang, bang. The sky-flipping immortal art shattered the three bigwigs, and their primordial spirits could not escape. It was a true killing move. Sky-flipping immortal art worth 100 million points. Awesome. Lin Fei had bought this immortal art from the system store. It was a sky immortal art worth 100 million points. The attack is domineering, but it consumes a lot of celestial power. Lin Fei's heart ached. I can use this attack 6 times at most before I run out of celestial power. Return. After killing 3 mid-tier bodiless immortals with 1 palm strike, Lin Fei retrieved the remaining celestial power. 3 immortal artifacts. Not bad. The 3 immortal artifacts were all mid-tier bodiless immortals, and they were all offensive weapons. There are still some bodiless immortals over there. Kill them as well. If the opponents were not high-level bodiless immortals, Lin Fei could easily kill them. Only high-level bodiless immortals could contend with them in terms of offense and defense. 1 hour later, the divine flame space quieted down. The 8 bigwigs and the other bodiless immortals were all dead. The 4 evildoers were veteran high-level bodiless immortals. It was not difficult for them to deal with these high-level bodiless immortals. We finally killed them all. Lin Fei killed the last mid-tier bodiless immortal, and the rest stopped. Kid, you used an immortal art just now, right? It looks like a sky immortal art. The invincible true immortal chuckled. You even know that? Which high-level bodiless immortal on our continent doesn't have a celestial art of the heavenly immortal level? However, these celestial arts consume too much immortal force. They won't use them unless it's absolutely necessary. Lin Fei suddenly understood. What about them? What kind of high-level loose immortals are they? They don't even have a complete celestial immortal grade immortal technique. How dare they call themselves high-level loose immortals? True Immortal Wine said disdainfully. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a thing. Seniors, there are still some loose immortals outside. I need you to suppress them. In the main hall of the mansion, no one dared to leave. The 8 bosses had all disappeared. They wanted to leave, but if they waited for the 8 bosses to come out, it would be hard for them to face them. Although everyone was nervous, they waited at the scene. When Lin Fei came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, there were waves of tyrannical auras. The 8 big shots that they had always wanted to see had not appeared at this time. If I were you, I'd rather eat and drink here than take half a step out. A cup of fine wine appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He was very leisurely. Seeing this scene, cold sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. It seemed like something had happened to the big shots. The situation was very clear. Lin Fei had appeared, but the others did not. Even a fool would know what was going on. Where did our gang leader go? In the mansion, the subordinates of the big shots were all present. Lin Fei suppressed them with his divine sense, and they completely lost their combat strength. The few leaders were directly killed, and the remaining people were frightened. It's over. It's all over. No one expected that there would be high-level loose immortals by Lin Fei's side. The next day, the 8 big gangs in Sin Paradise were wiped out in a single night. It was the mythological tower. The upper echelons of the 8 big gangs were all killed. No one was left alive. Their subordinates were also rapidly devoured. In a single night, the top of the city changed. The 8 big shots were wiped out by the mythological tower. Everyone felt fear for no reason. This was especially so for some of the major factions. They had always maintained a neutral stance, but after hearing about this, everyone was tempted. The mythological tower was too domineering. They had wiped out 8 big gangs in a single breath. Their strength was second to none, and their influence had also expanded to every corner of Sin Paradise. Before they could make a choice, an invitation was delivered to them. When the remaining big shots saw the invitation, they understood one thing. It was time for them to make a choice. Enemy? Or submit? Everyone knew that the 8 big gangs had high-level loose immortals guarding them. However, they had all been wiped out in a single night. As a result, the mythological tower's strength had increased greatly in a single night. 3 days later, the remaining big shots of Sin Paradise were invited to a banquet and made their final decision. As for what they had discussed during the meeting, no one knew. The only thing everyone knew was that after the banquet, these big shots had all joined the mythological tower. Originally, they could still contend against them. However, after they joined the mythological tower, everyone was shocked. After that, the news that the mythological tower was going to auction off 3 rare medicinal pills caused quite a storm. Everyone knew about it. The high-level loose immortals of Sin Paradise don't dare to make a move now. Inside the mythological tower, Shengguan Hong was drinking wine with a happy expression on his face. After dealing with the Hongmen banquet, the mythological tower had annexed many factions, big and small. They had also paid a price to recruit the remaining big shots. Their faction had snowballed, becoming the #1 faction in Sin Paradise. That's it for now. Lin Fei really wanted to get rid of the high-level loose immortals of Sin Paradise, but he couldn't for the time being. Hand over what needs to be handed over. Let's ease things up first. In the words of the 4 great fiends, every single one of those high-level loose immortals was a 9th tribulation loose immortal. They had powerful combat prowess, and they were only a step away from becoming heavenly immortals. Once they became heavenly immortals, they would be peak heavenly immortals among heavenly immortals. Even though Lin Fei had recruited quite a few high-level loose immortals, there was still a gap in strength between them and the high-level loose immortals. Since they were only a step away from becoming heavenly immortals, there were very few people worthy of them making a move. Even if the 4 great fiends worked together, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Hence, they didn't shed all pretense of cordiality. I think that's the only way, Shengguan Hong said. 9th tribulation loose immortals won't make a move easily. They're too strong. Once they make a move, they might attract the heavenly tribulation. They won't make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. 9th tribulation loose immortals couldn't fight them for the time being. Since they couldn't fight them, Lin Fei naturally chose to not offend them. I'll leave the auction house's elixir auction to you guys. You're going back? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon asked. Lin Fei nodded. They've probed me a few times, and I think they're going to make a move on me. Hence, I have to make a trip back. Lin Fei's clone was in the Mighty God Empire, so he could communicate with him. Hence, he naturally knew about the Empire's little probing. Moreover, he had been out for almost half a year, so it was time for him to return. With the 4 great fiends overseeing the mythical tower, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. With the 3 types of elixirs being auctioned, Lin Fei believed that the mythical tower's reputation would spread rapidly. After all, it was to increase the sect's prestige. Don't worry and go back, Shengguan Hong said. Nothing will happen here. That night, Lin Fei and Jin Feng had an intimate moment. During this time, Jin Feng said, "I want a child." At that time, Lin Fei was surprised. "You want a child?" Jin Feng was very serious. "You're usually very busy, and the continent seems to be very chaotic. I feel very lonely by myself. It'll be different if I have a child." After coming to this continent for more than 10 years, Lin Fei really hadn't thought about it. "If you want a child, then let's make one. It'll be best if you give birth to a beautiful little girl." Lin Fei didn't refuse. For an expert of his level, having a child was also a matter of a thought. If he was willing, he could have as many children as he wanted. If he didn't want to have children, no one could force him. Lin Fei also felt that he should leave a bloodline for himself. As his strength increased, he was already in the immortal emperor realm. After accumulating more and more strength, he could try to break through to the heaven immortal realm. He wasn't too sure how the system would break through to the heaven immortal realm. It would be good to leave a bloodline. The accumulation of the immortal emperor realm required too much true essence. According to Lin Fei's calculations, the accumulation would reach the limit in less than 10 years. At that time, It would be time for him to break through. Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei's doppelganger had always been here at the Tenjin Temple. In half a year he rarely left. His office was moved to the Tenjin Temple. On this day, Lin Fei returned from the outside and replaced the doppelganger. When Lin Jiqing heard about it, she immediately came back. Fortunately, you are back. What's the reaction of the mighty God Empire recently? After leaving for half a year, Lin Fei was sure that the mighty God Empire had contacted some big forces. Recently, there are many spies outside the Tenjin Temple. All of them are spies from the Empire's royal family, Lin Jiqing said. Moreover, the royal family has a group of powerful experts. All of them have the battle power of a loose immortal. Another mysterious expert? Lin Fei thought of the Unfalling Dynasty. Didn't the War God sect destroy the Unfalling Dynasty with the help of a group of mysterious experts? Lin Fei remembered this matter clearly. How did you know? Lin Fei recounted what had happened after he returned. He mainly mentioned that a group of experts had appeared in the War God sect. In the end, this group of experts had self-destructed. It seems like this force is very, very powerful. Lin Jiqing's tone was solemn. The mighty God Empire has a group of experts. We went to investigate and found that they are all royal family disciples. Their talent is not very good. But now, all of them have the battle power of a loose immortal. According to your calculations, this is not happening only in the mighty God Empire. It seems like the continent is really going to change. Ever since Lin Fei's main body had left, Lin Jiqing had been in charge of the Holy Hall's matters. Through her subordinates, she had learned some things about the Holy Hall's inspectors. Among them, the Empire's experts were the most eye-catching. After the addition of a group of loose immortals, the mighty God Empire's battle power soared, suppressing the surrounding empires. In just half a year, they had conquered 3 empires. Conquering 3 empires in half a year. What did this mean? This was absolutely impossible. Every empire was very powerful, but the mighty God Empire had done it. They had conquered 3 empires in half a year. Lin Fei thought of the underground teleportation tower. Maybe the problem lied in it. That was a passage to cross over to another world. Tenjin Temple must be careful. I suspect that the mighty God Empire will soon reveal their ambition. Lin Fei didn't think that the Saint Hall was very powerful. He didn't see any fear in the mighty God Empire. Why did they endure it the last time? It seemed like they were trying to stabilize themselves. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei really did think of some problems. The mighty God Empire was trying to express a certain meaning. I have already sent people to keep an eye on the princes of the royal family. If there is any movement, we will know immediately. Lin Jiqing nodded. Tonight, I will personally go to the royal family to investigate. It's too dangerous. Lin Jiqing had the battle power of a 3rd tribulation loose immortal. She knew how terrifying the mighty God Empire was. Now was different from the past. She was worried that if she went to investigate, she would be trapped. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. I have recently mastered another method. They might not be able to see through it. Chapter 565. The mighty God Empire was shrouded in darkness. Cheers and laughter could be heard everywhere. As the citizens of the Empire, what they loved the most was the Empire's continuous expansion. They would enjoy the benefits of the Empire's expansion. In half a year, the mighty God Empire had destroyed 3 empires, expanding their territory many times over. The citizens of the imperial capital were in a state of excitement every day. A speck of dust flew past in the dark night. It was so fast that no one could detect its presence. Lin Fei controlled the speck of dust and aimed it at the imperial palace. After returning from the outside, Lin Fei didn't relax. Instead, he felt an invisible pressure. He wouldn't feel at ease until he figured out what was going on. An empire, a dynasty, both had their similarities. Lin Fei was a person who was searching for his roots. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of it. With the help of the divine flame space, Lin Fei easily entered the imperial palace. Hiding in the divine flame space, Lin Fei wasn't worried about being discovered. The speck of dust in the divine flame space didn't carry any aura. It was exactly the same as the surrounding speck of dust. No one would be able to tell the difference. Lin Fei headed straight for the Imperial Palace. If he wanted to understand the situation, he had to start from the Imperial Palace. Perhaps it was the wrong time, but the Imperial Palace was very quiet. There wasn't a single person in sight. This was out of Lin Fei's expectation. Not here. The mighty God Empire had been victorious in every battle. The Imperial Palace should be celebrating every day. He couldn't find anyone in the Imperial Palace, nor could he see Emperor Xia. Lin Fei didn't mind. It was still early, and he could find the result he wanted. Coming out of the Imperial Palace, Lin Fei prepared to find the princes. The Imperial Palace of the mighty God Empire was huge. The princes who were supposed to be sent out were now living in the huge Imperial Palace. First prince, third prince, eighth prince? Just as Lin Fei was about to go find the princes, 3 figures appeared on the street outside. Lin Fei recognized them at a glance. In the Holy Church branch, there was information on the members of the imperial family. Among them, the eldest prince, the 3rd prince, and the 8th prince were the 3 most promising princes. According to the analysis of the Templar branch, in the future when Emperor Xia abdicates, these 3 princes are currently the most qualified to become the next Emperor Xia. Each of them had a faction behind them, and they were equally matched. In order to fight for the throne, the competition was exceptionally intense. Their auras. Even though they were in the divine flame space, Lin Fei could sense that their auras were somewhat familiar. Men in black. Lin Fei remembered. When the black-clothed men from the War Gods sect self-detonated, they had this kind of aura. Lin Fei controlled the dust and placed it on the first prince. He believed that they would appear together and would not disappoint him. The 3 of them did not speak along the way, and their faces were expressionless. First, they arrived at a side hall. It was a very remote place in the Imperial Palace. Most people would not have thought that this side hall would have a completely different world. Underground. The 3 princes walked into the side palace. Then, just as Lin Fei had guessed, a teleportation matrix appeared inside the side palace. It was a small-scale teleportation matrix. When the 3 of them came out again, they were in a huge underground kingdom. It's the teleportation tower again. When they arrived at the underground kingdom, Lin Fei found that the people below were all loose immortal experts. There were no less than 1,000 of them, and they formed a huge aura. He was shocked. When the 3 princes appeared, people immediately came to greet them. Princes, His Majesty has orders. You are to go over there immediately. Prepare to activate the teleportation tower. Lin Fei understood that the place they were talking about might be the place where he would unravel the mystery. To go or not to go? In the end, Lin Fei decided to go with them. He was confident in his divine flame space clone. Outsiders should not be able to detect it. He was at least 90% sure. When the huge teleportation tower appeared in front of them, Lin Fei had guessed that the mighty God Empire must be related to this. The only thing he did not expect was that they had built a teleportation tower under the Imperial Palace. Judging from the scale, this teleportation tower was not small. The 3 princes stepped into the teleportation tower. Immediately, someone opened it. With a flash of white light, the 3 of them disappeared. It really is a spatial tunnel. It was like a tunnel, boundless and endless. This was the first time Lin Fei had traveled through such a tunnel. The process didn't take long. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they appeared in a dark plain. The entire world was a hazy gray. Outsiders. It's actually the outsiders. When he saw the vast horde of outsiders on the plain, Lin Fei was shocked. Although he had his guesses, when he saw the horde of outsiders, Lin Fei was still stunned. At the end of the teleportation tower was the outsiders' world. Lin Fei immediately understood that he was not in the Xiantian continent. He was in the outsiders' world. Everything below the heaven realm belonged to the mortal world. The mortal world didn't just consist of the Xiantian continent. The entire mortal world was made up of countless worlds of various sizes, some strong and some weak. The outsiders' world was an extremely powerful world. They were a race with enormous ambitions, constantly invading different worlds. Even Lin Fei felt a headache coming on when he saw that vast horde of outsiders. The outsiders had used an ancient method to build the teleportation tower and had also roped in the empire and dynasty. In an instant, Lin Fei understood everything. Building a teleportation tower wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take an endless amount of time, and the outsiders' battlefront was just a distraction. Lin Fei couldn't figure out how they could hide from the experts of the Xiantian continent. If the outsiders built a teleportation tower in the Xiantian continent, it should be easy to detect. How could they not detect it? When the three princes came out, their faces were no longer expressionless. Under the guidance of an outsider, they boarded an enormous warship. Lin Fei noticed that this outsider's world was extremely desolate, not as prosperous as the Xiantian continent. At the same time, the climate was extremely harsh. As Lin Fei saw it, only the outsiders could survive in such a harsh climate. If it were humans, they would have to be at least at the Xianzong level to survive. An hour later, the warship landed on an enormous plaza. Lin Fei saw a strange scene. One by one, humans were topless. Their bodies were surrounded by green runes that were filled with a strange aura. Their faces were sometimes in pain, sometimes in pleasure. Ah! At this moment, a human screamed. An outsider's shadow appeared above his head. Then, his strength soared all the way to the peak of the first tribulation, loose immortal, before stopping. No wonder the aura on those people was so uncomfortable. They used a secret technique of the outsiders. Lin Fei came to a realization. The mighty God Empire probably used this method to produce a batch of experts. As Lin Fei observed, people kept breaking through and entered the loose immortal level. To become a loose immortal, apart from luck, one needed time and resources. But this method was too fast. Lin Fei could see that these people only had a lifespan of 100 or 200 years. After that, they would all die. They used their entire lives in exchange for increasing their strength. For those who couldn't increase their strength, it was completely worth it to use 200 years in exchange for the power of a loose immortal. It was rare to have the power of a loose immortal. Many people were willing to pay the price. Then, a huge black palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. This should be the vanguard camp. Lin Fei guessed. At the same time, he controlled the Godfire space to cover his aura. This was to prevent any changes from attracting attention. This was a world dominated by the outsiders. Lin Fei had to be careful. Even though this was a vanguard camp, he had to be very, very careful. If he was discovered, Lin Fei didn't think he could fight them. When the three princes walked into the Black Palace, Lin Fei immediately discovered that there were many humans in the palace. They were all well-behaved. There were many high-level outsiders. Each of them had the strength of a mid-level loose immortal. After they entered, they soon arrived in front of a small palace. Father! When they entered, Emperor Xia and a few other humans were sitting inside. I was wondering why I couldn't see Emperor Xia. So he came to this outsider's world. Lin Fei recognized this Emperor Xia. He was different from the records. At the very least, he was a high-level loose immortal. Hurry up and greet Commander Shalala, Emperor Xia said to them. Sitting next to Emperor Xia was an outsider with a vertical eye. His aura was no weaker than Emperor Xia's. Greetings, Commander. The three princes said hurriedly. They didn't dare to disobey Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia, your three sons are not bad. Shalala said. But they're a bit weak. Emperor Xia laughed dryly. Shalala, my three sons are dragons among men. Although they're a bit weak, it's not a big problem. Lin Fei listened. Only then did he realize that this Emperor Xia was quite ambitious. He was trying to use his own sons to form a marriage alliance and curry favor with Commander Shalala. In the future, when we become brothers in arms, our mighty God Empire will stand firmly on your side. Emperor Xia said straightforwardly. Shalala said straightforwardly. Your three sons are indeed dragons among men. I don't know which one my daughter likes. I can only say that it's up to her. Hurry up and thank Commander Shalala. Emperor Xia said. This is your lifetime's worth of good fortune. As the Emperor of the mighty God Empire, Emperor Xia had pledged his allegiance to the outsiders. If he wanted to stand firm in the future, he needed a backer. Shalala was one of the backers that Emperor Xia had chosen. About half an hour later, Shalala stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, Lin Fei separated himself from the eldest prince and landed on Commander Shalala's back. Lin Fei might not have been able to learn anything from Emperor Xia and the others, but this Commander Shalala was different. From Emperor Xia's flattery, it could be seen that this Commander Shalala had a lot of power in this place. Even Emperor Xia had to use his own sons to curry favor with him. After Commander Shalala left, along the way, all the outsiders and humans lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. This guy's power is really high. This palace was very big. Shalala walked for a long time and finally arrived in front of a palace. Shalala requests to see the Fox Lady. At the entrance, Shalala was stopped by two powerful outsiders' guards. Fox Lady, is she the leader of this stronghold? After a while, the outsiders' guards came out again. Go in. Shalala's face did not show any displeasure. After entering the palace, Lin Fei immediately noticed that there was something different about this small palace. Every part of it was exquisite, unlike the rough exterior. Then, Lin Fei saw 6 maids. Every one of them was enchanting. More importantly, the long tails behind them added to their allure. Demon race. Lin Fei was confused again. Above the 6 maids was a round table. The round table was decorated in an antique style. A pink chiffon separated the inside from the outside. Vaguely, one could see a woman lying inside. Greetings, Fox Lady. Shalala knelt down on one knee. Lin Fei was surprised. Shalala was a high-level loose immortal, but he still had to kneel. Get up. A lazy voice came from inside. What's the matter? The mighty God Empire is ready. Emperor Xia wants to know when our army will land on the Xintian continent. Shalala asked respectfully. This is not something you should ask. It was still a lazy voice, but cold sweat appeared on Shalala's forehead. Go back and tell Emperor Xia that we will be notified when we will march on the continent. There is no need to rush. Yes. Shalala nodded. Have you found the person I want you to find? Yes. Shalala said, that person has become the supervisor of the Templar Church. He is currently in charge of the Templar Church branch in the mighty God Empire. Do you need me to capture him? Go and tell Emperor Xia to bring this Lin Fei here. Yes. Lin Fei, who had been paying attention, showed a rare look of doubt. Who is this Fox Lady? I don't know her. Why would I want Emperor Xia to bring me here? I don't remember offending this Fox Lady. In his memory, Lin Fei had never had any dealings with the demon race. Now that someone wanted to deal with him, he couldn't figure it out. Shalala, who was walking outside, suddenly heard a voice coming from behind her. Lady Fox Lady, is there anything else? Did you see a stranger from the human race today? Shalala didn't understand. Emperor Xia's 3 sons came. I met with them. Go down. The voice was filled with doubt. Lin Fei's heart moved. Could it be that this Fox Lady sensed something? After coming out, Shalala let out a long sigh of relief. What's wrong with the Fox Lady today? Shalala said to herself, could it be that she is interested in the 3 princes? That shouldn't be possible. The Fox Lady doesn't seem to like men. Lin Fei didn't leave. Although he wanted to know what this Fox Lady's background was, knowing that the mighty God Empire had colluded with the foreign races was enough. Perhaps, the war on the continent was also provoked by the foreign races. If that was the case, it would be really troublesome. Who knew how many empires had colluded with the foreign races? If the army landed, it would be a one-sided situation. The foreign races were innately stronger than the human race. Shalala walked back and once again summoned Emperor Xia to convey the Fox Lady's opinion. Please help me tell Lady Fox Lady that this emperor will definitely bring Lin Fei to the savage world. Emperor Xia promised, I will definitely not let the commander down. Chapter 566. We've all been tricked by the foreign race's scheme. On that day, Lin Fei returned from the savage world and told her everything that had happened there. Lin Fei did not dare to talk about this level of information to others. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a stir in the continent. Lin Fei could only tell Lin Jiqing. They have paid a huge price for this day. The war will start soon. Lin Fei could do nothing about it. The mighty God Empire has already sided with the foreign races. Many of the other empires have also sided with them, not to mention the dynasties below them. Lin Fei did not need to guess to know that this grand plan had taken hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Unfortunately, he had encountered it. Emperor Xia wants to deal with you. Should we make a move or? Lin Jiqing was a decisive person. After having a man, she started to think for him. Lin Fei was conflicted. I'm thinking. I don't know the fox girl from the outside world. From her tone, she seems to know me very well. Her killing intent is not small. I really don't know how I offended such a person. After returning, Lin Fei had been thinking about this fox girl. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. Emperor Xia is extremely powerful now. According to the fox girl's request, he will invite you soon. As the supervisor, you have to give him face. Lin Jiqing was also worried. Why don't we leave? The mighty God Empire was extremely powerful now. They had colluded with the foreign races. Emperor Xia himself was a high-level loose immortal. If that did not work, they could only choose to hide for a period of time. No need. Lin Fei shook his head. I also want to meet this fox girl. Why does she want to make a move on me? Don't worry. I won't go with my main body. My doppelganger can go in my place. Lin Jiqing suddenly understood. How could I forget that you have a doppelganger? However, sacrificing a doppelganger won't affect you much. Lin Fei smiled. It doesn't matter. I can have as many doppelgangers as I want. The doppelganger technique that he cultivated was different from the second doppelganger. It did not matter how many he lost. Do you want to inform the Saint Hall? This was also something that Lin Fei was conflicted about. Report? Don't report it? Lin Fei believed that as long as he reported it to the higher-ups, he would definitely be stopped. The news might not reach the higher-ups, and it might even alert the enemy. We'll see how it goes. In fact, Lin Fei had long been aware of the fluctuations within the Saint Hall. He believed that the Saint Hall had already received the news. Since that was the case, it did not matter much whether he reported it or not. In any case, it was obvious that the Saint Hall would not be able to do anything about it. You'd better let the sect master be prepared. Lin Fei reminded, if the alien army comes ashore, the Tenjin Temple will be the first target. I wonder if the sect leader will agree to this. Lin Jiqing was worried. You are the Holy Virgin of Tenjin Temple. You can call for help and contact people you trust. You'd better be prepared. As expected, on the afternoon of the second day, Emperor Xia arranged for someone to deliver an invitation letter, inviting Lin Fei to be his guest. As expected, he's here. Lin Fei received the invitation, but he did not accept it. You want me to go over with just one invitation? In your dreams? Do you really think that you have such a high status? Needless to say, Lin Fei's move was very effective. After provoking Emperor Xia for a few days, Lin Fei reluctantly agreed. As for Emperor Xia's mood, Lin Fei did not know. If the doppelganger is destroyed, we will leave immediately. Lin Fei was very strong. The mighty God Empire's current strength was not bad, especially after communicating with the savage world. It was not worth it to fight with such a behemoth. Once the doppelganger was destroyed in the savage world, Lin Fei did not plan to stay in the mighty God Empire any longer. Grand Palace Master does not believe it. Lin Jiqing looked worried. Such a big event like the alien invasion, unless they see it with their own eyes, they will not agree. A bunch of stubborn old fools. Lin Fei cursed. Forget it, when the time comes, I will personally go and talk to them. If they really don't want to leave, it's their problem. Lin Fei did not want to give up on the Tenjin Temple. If there was a chance, he would fight for it again. He would not give up on this force until the time was right. That night, the person arranged by Emperor Xia came. Supervisor Lin, His Majesty specially asked me to pick you up. Lead the way. Lin Fei boarded the carriage. This doppelganger was also an emperor. This time, he did not bring any treasures to the savage world. If the other side attacked, it would be almost impossible to return. Since this was the case, Lin Fei was too lazy to continue wasting time. If he did not bring any equipment, he would not be in a good mood even if he lost them. A dozen emperor-level doppelgangers might be good on the continent, but in the savage world, they were nothing. They could be easily killed. Supervisor Lin, you really made it easy for me to invite you. Emperor Xia welcomed him with a smile. Emperor Xia, as the supervisor, I am very busy. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Fei said seriously. No one could find an excuse for him. Emperor Xia was indeed very angry. He had invited him many times, but he did not come. He was clearly not giving him face. If it was not for the fact that he could not go against the Saint Hall, Emperor Xia would have personally captured him. When Lin Fei finally came, Emperor Xia was relieved. Now that he had come to his territory, he would not be able to escape from his hands. This emperor can understand this. Emperor Xia said, Supervisor Lin, this emperor has an important matter that I need you to convey to the higher-ups of the Saint Hall. Here comes the show. Lin Fei hurriedly revealed a solemn expression. Could it be that something big has happened? Emperor Xia looked around with a solemn expression. This place is not safe. Let's change to another place. This emperor has been infiltrated by a mysterious force. Lin Fei had a look of surprise. It seems that this matter is very serious. If it is really something big, I will definitely convey it to the higher-ups. Let's change to another place. If it wasn't for Lin Fei knowing beforehand, he might really believe Emperor Xiao's words. Whether it was his emotions or the fluctuations of his divine sense, without exception, this matter was extremely serious. Very quickly, the two of them changed to another place. Teleportation array? Lin Fei revealed a look of surprise. Is it really that serious? Everyone by this emperor's side is trustworthy. Emperor Xia said solemnly. Behind this teleportation array is a space that I refined. Apart from me, no one else can enter this teleportation array. Lin Fei revealed a look of realization. He thought to himself, you old fellow, you really know how to hold banquets. The two of them entered the teleportation array. Emperor Xia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was quite proud of himself. And here I thought that this Lin Fei would be powerful, but in the end, he still fell for it. Now that we are in the savage world, there is no need for you to return. We are here. When the two of them appeared. Emperor Xia, what is the meaning of this? As soon as Lin Fei appeared, a black mass of foreign races surrounded him. They formed a spear and locked their killing intent onto him. Lady Foxgirl wants to see you. Emperor Xia's tone changed. Xia Emperor, how dare you collude with the foreign races? Lin Fei was enraged as he roared out. Emperor Xia lightly said, don't make it sound so bad. This is not colluding with the foreign races. It is just a choice. What's so bad about choosing the foreign races? At least they are stronger than us humans. You should think about yourself. If you don't want to die here, it is best if you don't do anything extreme. Lin Fei's anger had not subsided yet. Sooner or later, you will regret your choice. The commander is here. Commander Shalala arrived. His gaze was dignified. Emperor Xia, is he that Lin Fei? Emperor Xia respectfully said. He is the Lin Fei that the fox girl wanted to see. I have successfully brought him here. Lin Fei? I don't think so. Shalala had a look of disdain. I really don't know why the fox girl wants to see you. Now, come with me. Lin Fei was very straightforward. It is not a dragon's den. If you want to go, then go. What is there to worry about? Once again, they arrived at their original position. Lady Foxgirl, we have brought the person you wanted to see. Bring him in. Shalala and Emperor Xia brought Lin Fei in. Just like the last time they met, the figure on the round platform was still faintly discernible, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Greetings, Fox Girl. Shalala and Emperor Xia spoke in unison. Shalala, Emperor Xia, you have done well. A seductive voice came from behind the veil. Now you can go out. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come in. Yes. The fox girl standing around the round platform soon disappeared. Only the fox girl and Lin Fei were left in the hall. Lin Fei, do you know that I hate you very much? What was going on? Lin Fei was confused. This was the most inexplicable thing in the world. Well, I have nothing to do with you. Can you explain things clearly so that I can understand? You deserve to die. You must die. Inside the round platform, the fox girl's cold voice came out. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped. It was a killing intent that came from the depths of her heart. Even a resentful woman's killing intent was not this heavy, right? Lin Fei muttered in his heart. Hey, if you want to kill me, you have to tell me the reason, okay? Lin Fei was speechless. I thought that you would be very powerful, but now it seems that you are only SOSO. The voice from the round platform continued, I will only feel comfortable after I kill you. Lin Fei was infuriated. He kept talking about killing. What was this? Damn, you want to kill me? This father will kill you. No one would feel good if a complete stranger were to threaten to kill them. Lin Fei was no exception. He raised his hand and sent a palm strike over. This palm contained the strength of more than 10 emperors of Lin Fei. Its power was peerless. Resist, the strength that you are so proud of is too weak in my eyes. A white light slashed out from the round platform, shattering Lin Fei's attack. The white light continued to slash down. Killing an ant like you is a waste of my hands and feet. Fox girl, I will remember you. Lin Fei did not block it. This attack was no weaker than a high-level loose immortal's attack. It was purposely trying to kill Lin Fei in one hit. Boom! The white light slashed onto Lin Fei's body. This clone also shattered. Lin Fei chose to self-destruct. He would not let the other party kill him for nothing. He had to teach the other party a lesson. Clone? Lin Fei's self-destruction was equivalent to the self-destruction of more than 10 emperors. The space immediately collapsed and a huge self-destruction force swept out. Suddenly, a white light appeared on the round platform, and a huge white fox appeared out of thin air. It opened its mouth and swallowed the power of the explosion in one gulp. Lord Fox Girl, what happened? Shah Alala and Emperor Xia rushed in. In the main hall, other than the round platform, the other places were razed to the ground. Emperor Xia, what are you doing? Emperor Xia's expression changed. He lowered his head. Lord Fox Girl, what did I do wrong? His mind was spinning rapidly. He could not understand what he had done wrong. Shah Alala, who was next to her, had the same expression. Fox Lady, is there a misunderstanding? Emperor Xia is diligent. Diligent. I want to ask Emperor Xia, why did you send a clone over? Fox Girl laughed. Her tone was full of sarcasm. Chapter 567. Emperor Xia finally understood why the vixen was so angry. Lin Fei didn't come with his main body, but with a clone. The vixen couldn't help but be angry. With Lin Fei's strength, it's impossible for him to create a clone, unless it's a second primordial spirit. No, it's impossible for Lin Fei to have a second primordial spirit. Emperor Xia defended himself. If he didn't leave an explanation for this, Emperor Xia would definitely leave an impression of incompetence in the eyes of the vixen. The Xia Emperor absolutely did not wish for such a thing to happen. However, he would never have imagined that Lin Fei would send a clone over. But given Lin Fei's level of cultivation and his level of strength, it would be very difficult for him to create a clone. A clone could only be created by a high-level loose immortal. This clone's strength was at the level of an emperor. After all, a clone only had a portion of the main body strength. If Lin Fei came with a clone, Emperor Xia, who was a high-level loose immortal, would be able to tell at a glance. But reality proved that he was wrong. Second primordial spirit? Emperor Xia directly denied it. Second primordial spirits were very difficult to cultivate and required special materials. Emperor Xia knew that those who cultivated second primordial spirits cared a lot about their primordial spirits. Would Lin Fei arrange for a second primordial spirit to come? That was impossible. Then the only possibility was that Lin Fei used a secret technique to create a clone. This clone was exactly the same as the main body, even the aura was the same. Lord Vixen, this matter shouldn't be blamed on Emperor Xia. Shah Alala explained for Emperor Xia. Lin Fei is too cunning. I don't know how he knew our secret in advance. I think it's necessary to bring forward the Empire's matter. Emperor Xia hurriedly fought for an opportunity for himself. Lord Vixen, you must forgive me. I was tricked by Lin Fei. There definitely won't be a next time. From the bottom of his heart, Emperor Xia hated Lin Fei to death. He wanted to kill him immediately. He almost had no impression of him at all. Emperor Xia knew better than anyone that if he left a bad impression, he would be finished. Fox Vixen was the holy maiden who supervised the war. Every region had a holy maiden in charge of supervising the war. It was conceivable that if Emperor Xia left a bad impression, it could be said that he had offended the saint of the highest level. A single word from him would be enough to erase all the credit. As for the rest, there was no need to think about it. We'll attack in 3 days. The fox girl had never felt so humiliated before. She had been played by a clone. Thinking about this, she immediately gnashed her teeth. Understood. Shalala and the Xia Emperor immediately nodded. He could finally make his move. What about this Lin Fei? Shalala bit the bullet. Lin Fei should know our intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for a doppelganger. The fox girl quickly calmed down. You don't need to worry about Lin Fei. He won't wait for you to come to him. Attack him with all your might. On the Tenjin Temple. As soon as Lin Fei's doppelganger was destroyed, he immediately knew. Damn it, this bitch has such a strong killing intent. The doppelganger was equivalent to Lin Fei's eyes. He saw everything, but until now, he had not come up with a conclusion. Jealousy? From the fox girl, Lin Fei at least felt a sense of jealousy, but this had nothing to do with him. What was she jealous of? What was she jealous of? Lin Fei could only say that it was boring. Let's go. Lin Fei stood up. My doppelganger was destroyed. I'm afraid they will start to move. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to know what this fox girl's origin was and why she was looking for him. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she revealed her killing intent. Not only was he unable to find out anything, he even lost a doppelganger. Lin Fei didn't care much about a doppelganger. He also knew that the mighty God Empire couldn't continue. If he didn't leave, they would deal with him. The Grand Palace Master is so hesitant. When Lin Fei's doppelganger left, Lin Jiqing had already communicated with the Palace Master's Son of Heaven. Unfortunately, there was no clear answer. I'll go and see. The position of supervisor, Lin Fei didn't care much about it. The Tenjin Temple was a force worth roping in, and he didn't want the Tenjin Temple to be the first target of the mighty God Empire's attack. Lin Fei wanted to see the Palace Master's Son of Heaven. His journey was smooth, and he instantly saw the other party. Supervisor Lin, please sit. The Son of Heaven greeted him warmly. Lin Fei waved his hand. No need. I want to know if the Palace Master has thought about it. I want to know the result. The Palace Master's Son of Heaven was slightly startled. He didn't expect that he would come for this matter. Supervisor Lin, is this matter really that serious? Could it be just hearsay? The Son of Heaven didn't believe that the foreign races would collude with the mighty God Empire. On the Xiantian continent, every empire was an overlord, and every emperor was a great figure on the continent. Colluding with the foreign races? How was that possible? The Son of Heaven didn't want to believe what Lin Fei said. The most important thing was to lead everyone away from the Tenjin Temple, which would prove the saying, it's hard to change one's home. Apart from this, the whole Tenjin Temple was rooted in the Tenjin Temple. Relocating was a big problem. Lin Fei frowned. So, the Palace Master hasn't thought about it? The Son of Heaven smiled bitterly. This is not something I can decide alone. Lin Fei reached out and condensed a ball of air. He pulled it outwards, and it quickly formed a light screen. A scene quickly appeared on the light screen. The foreign races. It's like opening up a tunnel between two worlds. Once the tunnel is completed, it's very hard for external forces to destroy it. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was very familiar with this. He then asked Lin Fei, "You said that the outsiders are attacking the continent. Are there many of these tunnels?" Lin Fei smiled bitterly. "If I'm not wrong, there should be many. The outsiders have infiltrated the continent and colluded with the empires and dynasties. They spent a lot of resources to build many teleportation towers. I didn't expect that after so long, the outsiders are still so ambitious." Shang Guanhong's expression was solemn. "It seems like they have planned for a long time this time. They want to truly swallow up the Xintian continent. They still didn't understand after the war back then." Lin Fei heard something. "Senior Shangguan, the outsiders were heavily injured in the past?" "I know this." Sword Immortal Wine drank a mouthful of wine. "This matter happened a long time ago. I also heard from some seniors that this alien race started a war and occupied many small and big worlds. They attempted to rule this mortal world and become the true overlord. They also destroyed the foundations of the various sects in the heaven realm. Almost all of the sects in the heaven realm came from the mortal world. Because of this, the sects in the heaven realm were furious. They sent down immortal clones to kill the experts of the alien race and seal them. I didn't expect them to make a comeback." Lin Fei also didn't expect that the outsiders were so ambitious. They tried to rule the mortal world. No wonder the heaven realm's sects were so enraged that they sent down immortal clones. Last time, the outsiders tried to rule the mortal world. This time, isn't it enough? Lin Fei was curious. This way, no matter how powerful the outsiders are, won't it be useless? Lin Fei had indeed thought of this. Back then, the heaven realm's sects made a move. This time, they would definitely make a move as well. No matter how much trouble the outsiders caused, it wasn't a serious matter. Sword Immortal Wine snorted. If that was the case, the outsiders wouldn't have mobilized so many people. After the incident back then, in order to prevent the outsiders from attacking the heaven realm through the Xintian continent, they sealed and reinforced all the passages to the various realms. Now, if they want to come down from above, they need to have a powerful expert to open a spatial passage. Even if they come down, they only have 1% of their strength, which is the heaven immortal level. Lin Fei was surprised, barely at the heaven immortal level. That's right. Many of the old antiques in our world have the battle strength of the heaven immortal level. They keep suppressing their strength and don't ascend to the heaven realm. Those almighty experts' clones might not be able to deal with everyone on the continent. This time, the outsiders came in such a menacing manner. It should be some experts who broke the seal and came out, at least with the battle strength of the heaven immortal level. Lin Fei's face darkened. If that was really the case, wouldn't the Xintian continent be in chaos? Back then, those who were sealed were all the strongest experts of the outsiders. They were very powerful. Those clones that came down from the heaven realm were limited in strength and couldn't be killed. They could only be sealed. I wonder how many experts broke the seal this time. The invincible true immortal said, I heard that back then, the strongest of the outsiders had 10 kings. They were called the 10 great divine kings. Each of them had the battle strength of a heaven immortal. Above the 10 great divine kings was the Holy Mother. Back then she was famous. Lin Fei had thought that there wouldn't be many old monsters with the battle strength of a heaven immortal in this world. He didn't expect that the outsiders had 10 great divine kings and a Holy Mother. Each of them had the battle strength of a heaven immortal. They were sealed but didn't die. Now that 1,000,000 years had passed, perhaps even more, they were probably even more powerful. Although the 4 great fiends made it sound simple, everyone's expressions changed. Those who weren't heaven immortals would never know the power of heaven immortals. High-level loose immortals were very powerful, right? But if they had the battle strength of a heaven immortal, their bodies would first become the bodies of heaven immortals. Their defense alone was not something that high-level loose immortals could break. As for their attacks, it was needless to say. Each heaven immortal could easily kill high-level loose immortals. Join forces? That was just a joke. Mid-level loose immortals might be able to fight high-level loose immortals, but there was a huge gap between high-level loose immortals and heaven immortals. It was an existence that couldn't be crossed. The 4 great fiends were famous, but they didn't dare to attack heaven immortals. It was a completely different level of confrontation. The space turned silent. This time, the continent is really going to be in trouble. True Immortal Wine sighed. This kind of thing was already unstoppable. The old antiques and old monsters who were cultivating in seclusion might only appear when they were in danger. Every one of them who had the battle strength of a heaven immortal was suppressing their strength to prevent themselves from flying to the heaven realm. In this world, they could be high and mighty existences, but in the heaven realm, they were lowly existences. No one knew better than them how the two were compared. In the eyes of others, the heaven realm might be a place that they yearned for, but they lacked that kind of yearning. Lin Fei, the continent is going to be in chaos. It is also a good opportunity to develop. Suddenly, Scarlet Refined Heavenly Devil said excitedly, "Your mythical gate can absorb even more experts. Others might need a few hundred years to develop, but to you, your mythical gate might not even need 10 years to become a peak power." As a member of the Heavenly Devil race, Scarlet Refined Heavenly Devil didn't have much to worry about. Instead, he realized that this was an opportunity. Maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to increase my strength by leaps and bounds and become a heaven immortal. Old devil in your dreams, don't forget about the heavenly tribulation, Sheng Wanhong said. Scarlet Refined Heavenly Devil laughed heartily. Heavenly tribulation? Have you forgotten what I am? I am a heavenly devil. Other than becoming a heaven immortal, there are no other heavenly tribulations. The only thing our heavenly devil race needs to do is to constantly devour each other, especially the various powerful loose immortals. Everyone suddenly realized that they had almost forgotten about the origin of heavenly devils. Heavenly devils weren't humans, nor were they loose immortals. They didn't need to face heavenly tribulations, but loose immortals did. In comparison, heavenly devils had a huge advantage. The only heavenly tribulation they had to face was when they became heaven immortals. Let's just take it one step at a time. Invincible True Immortal said, no one knows whether the mutated races will really attack. Maybe in 10 years, maybe in 100 years. There are many factions within the mutated races. It isn't easy to make a decision. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. For such a big operation, they had to be consistent. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. He was a supervisor. Even if he spread the news of the mutated race's attack to the Saint Hall, whether or not they would act was one thing. Whether or not they would act was another. Therefore, no one could be sure of this matter. Lin Fei couldn't be sure, and neither could they. Only the mutated races would know when to act. Kid, the only thing you have to do now is to expand your influence in the mythology sect. Sheng Wanhong reminded Lin Fei. This is something you have to do immediately. Regardless of whether the mutated races attack or not, you have to do it. I suggest that you start the auction in a month. Lin Fei nodded. A month is too long. It isn't a good thing. Let's start in 5 days. This auction will be a success. Your current elixirs are a type of advantage. In the entire continent, you have the blood replenishing elixir, potential breaking elixir, and emperor breaking elixir. No matter which one you choose, they are all top-grade elixirs. Lin Fei understood how much they valued his elixirs. He also knew the benefits of these elixirs. When was the best time to sell elixirs? Undoubtedly, it was during the chaos of war. Everyone needed elixirs. No matter how high the price was, they would still fight to buy them. The elixirs that Lin Fei auctioned were also very good. No one would reject them. There was only one result, and that was to become famous. When the elixirs became famous, everyone would be envious of them. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. He would start the auction in 5 days. Regardless of whether he reached that step or not, he would auction them first. In any case, he wouldn't suffer any losses. He could use this opportunity to build up his reputation. Chapter 569. Emperor Xia, who had just returned, was very happy to hear the news. Lin Fei was like a fly in a pot of porridge. How disgusting! Tenjin Temple hasn't left? Emperor Xia asked again, eager to know the result. Tenjin Temple hasn't made any movements for the time being. A subordinate reported. Emperor Xia was puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Fei hadn't told Tenjin Temple about this matter? In the mighty God Empire, Emperor Xia had a certain degree of apprehension towards Tenjin Temple. Other sects could be annihilated at a whim. When one reached a certain position, such as Emperor Xia's, he had to consider more important matters. Compared to others, he was more suspicious. Tenjin Temple hadn't made any movements, so Emperor Xia couldn't guess their intentions. Continue to watch. This emperor wants to know their every move. Emperor Xia was helpless and could only continue to watch. The army will arrive in 3 days. If you don't submit, you will all perish. Emperor Xia thought. And that stinking brat Lin Fei. I will teach him a lesson sooner or later. He almost ruined this emperor's plan. With the fox girl's attitude, as long as this emperor can kill you, it will be a great merit. No one can stop this emperor from rising to the top. Emperor Xia was smarter than ordinary people, and he could guess some things. What's important now is to coordinate with the army. Lin Fei's matter will be put aside for now. What was the most sensational news in Sin Paradise recently? It wasn't the destruction of the 8 major forces. That was an old story. Currently, the most sensational news was the 3 kinds of elixirs that the Mythology Pavilion was auctioning. The auction was supposed to be held a month later, but for some unknown reason, it was brought forward to 5 days later. This news was absolutely exciting to those experts who had been waiting for the elixirs. Countless people cheered for the early start of the auction. Blood replenishing pill, potential pill, emperor breaking pill, no matter which one it was, without exception, became everyone's first choice. 70% of his injuries were healed. Potential pill burst out with a powerful attack, but the side effect was to rest for half a year. Emperor breaking pill, 80%. Regardless of which pill it was, the news spread like wildfire. The villains of Sin Paradise, big and small, were more familiar with these 3 pills than anyone else. The news of the mythological tower obtaining Gu Fang's 8 trigrams quietly spread outside. Regardless of whether everyone believed it or not, the storm was getting more and more intense. The mythical tower. Is there any movement from Tenjin Temple? 3 days had passed. Lin Fei had arranged for the Mythology Tower's men to keep an eye on the Tenjin Temple. He was prepared for the mighty god imperial family's movements. What about the royal family? Everything is calm. There's no change at all. Listening to his subordinate's report, Lin Fei was surprised. What was the mighty god imperial family planning? Did they know that he wouldn't spread the news? Keep watching. Lin Fei could only continue to watch. At this time, Lin Jiqing and Jin Feng came in together. The 2 women were getting along well. The elder sister was long and the younger sister was short. Even Lin Fei was surprised. The friendship between 2 women improved so quickly? If this was on Earth, wouldn't the whole world know about it? Hugging 1 woman in each arm? Had they watched too many movies? Jin Feng and Lin Jiqing were getting along well, so Lin Fei could rest assured. Jiqing, you came at the right time. The Tenjin Temple is safe for the time being. Don't worry, Lin Fei said. He knew that Lin Jiqing was worried. Maybe it's as they said. The mighty god imperial family won't dare to make a move for the time being. Lin Jiqing's expression relaxed. That's good. Oh right, you 2 sisters came together. You look very happy. Don't tell me something good happened? Lin Fei changed the topic. Jin Feng smiled. Husband, do you know that the whole Sin Paradise is talking about our elixirs? There are many external forces preparing to participate in the auction every day. This was all within Lin Fei's expectations. Of course. Lin Fei smiled proudly. No matter which one of these 3 elixirs it is, they will all have a great effect on them. It would be strange if they could sit still. We invited a total of 30 forces. Many are begging us to give them the qualifications for the auction. Should we give them more? Jin Feng asked. Jin Feng was in charge of the auction. She was a strong woman. No matter where she went, she couldn't stay idle. Lin Fei handed the auction to Jin Feng. Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. Jin Feng could easily make them obedient with her own methods. Lin Fei shook his head and said, there's no need. 30 powers are enough. If there are too many, it will have an impact. Why don't you come to the next auction? The top 10 powers with the highest bids will get a seat in the next auction. We want to monopolize the market and beg them to buy our pills. In the system store, these 3 elixirs looked very good. In fact, they were very cheap. A few million points each? Get lost. At that time, Lin Fei also thought that these elixirs were worth at least 1,000,000 points. But who knew that the elixirs in the system store were very cheap, except for some supreme emperor-grade elixirs? How cheap could they be? Lin Fei could only say that it was a sky-high price. If the alchemists in the continent knew about this, they would probably lose the mood to refine elixirs. Lin Fei suspected that these elixirs were refined by machines. Otherwise, the sky-high price? Dream on. The price of the medicinal pill had skyrocketed, and the person who benefited the most was Lin Fei. After buying immortal arts and wine, Lin Fei still had about 100 million points. It was more than enough to buy elixirs. Although it couldn't be piled up like a mountain, it was more than enough to control the market. This is a good idea. Why didn't I think of it before? Every force that comes here has a lot of true essence crystals. Using a few billion to buy a seat shouldn't be a problem, right? Jean Feng suddenly understood. She looked at Lin Fei with admiration. Lin Fei chuckled. Don't look at me like that. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed. Who told your husband to be so smart? Anyway, they don't care about money. They're the ones who are being ripped off. You'll believe it. Every auction, this seat will be infinitely higher. Everything was as Lin Fei expected. When Jean Feng auctioned the qualifications for the next auction, whether it was an individual or a force, everyone was tempted. Because this was the first time, the people who came were either individuals or clans. There weren't many people from sections. Even so, Sin Paradise was still very lively. The 10 qualifications for the auction undoubtedly made those who couldn't get in this time wild with joy. They started to fight for the 10 seats. This auction didn't give the qualifications on the spot. Instead, they would be ranked according to the bid price. If one persisted for 10 days, they would be able to obtain a seat. Black-hearted. Everyone understood what this meant. There were still people fighting for the seats. Suddenly, the number of spectators increased. Jean Feng didn't seem to care. The first auction had yet to start. Once the auction ended and the effects of the elixirs spread, these 10 qualifications would be a huge battle. It would be a great battle, a battlefield filled with invisible smoke. Under everyone's anticipation, the day's auction officially began. The 30 invited forces all felt especially proud. After all, the mythology tower was a major force. If they recognized a force, others would also recognize it. Although the forces that couldn't be recognized didn't care about the mythology tower's recognition, they still cared about the elixirs. In the circle of elixirs, almost everyone was familiar with the effects of the elixirs. If the elixirs that the mythology tower was going to auction had shocking effects and were as amazing as the rumors said, they had to obtain them regardless of the price. This was especially so for the 30 forces. Some hostile forces that weren't invited definitely didn't want to fall behind. If their hostile forces obtained the elixirs and increased their strength, it would be a kind of pressure on them. Those who went against the invitation had used all kinds of methods to get the latest information out so that they could be prepared for it. It could be said that the mythology tower's first auction had stirred up the hearts of countless people. However, they didn't dare to do anything against such a major force that was so ruthless. They could only behave themselves. The auction was no different from the usual ones. At the start, there were some decent items. Of course, in the eyes of some people, these items weren't considered much. The only thing they were looking forward to was the auction of the elixirs. There weren't many people bidding at the start. It could be said that everyone was here for the elixirs and wouldn't waste any time on them. Of course, this was a necessary process. Now, it's time for the auction of the final item. As the auctioneer's emotions surged, the major forces present finally showed signs of excitement. The elixirs were finally put on the stage. The first elixir is the blood replenishing pill. It can recover 70% of injuries and is definitely the king of all healing elixirs. The auctioneer spoke eloquently, describing the blood replenishing pill as a miraculous elixir descended from the heavens. Since this is the Mythology Tower's first auction, we'll get someone to demonstrate it for everyone to understand. Even though the major forces had heard of the rumors, this was the first time they were seeing the effects. They were looking forward to the blood-replenishing pill. After all, in the current market, the best healing elixir had a recovery effect of 50%. This price was already very expensive. As for healing elixirs that could recover 70% to 80%, it wasn't that there weren't any, but they were rather precious. They required a large amount of medicinal herbs and had a low success rate. Most of them were life-saving elixirs, and very few of them were taken out for sale. If the blood-replenishing pill could really recover 70% of injuries, it would definitely be the #1 healing elixir. Who wouldn't be willing to carry healing elixirs around? They might be able to save their lives at crucial moments. As for the price, it didn't matter to them. In the face of their lives, money was insignificant. If they didn't see it for themselves, they would suspect that if the blood-replenishing pill was really as miraculous as its name suggested, the Mythology Tower's rise was inevitable. How a major force could rise quickly involved many factors. However, if you had some kind of elixir that ordinary people couldn't have, it would definitely be a shortcut to rise quickly. As long as you could hold on to it, everything was possible. In order to prove the miraculous effects of the blood-replenishing pill, the Mythology Tower invited an initial stage Emperor Realm expert. Using an initial stage Emperor Realm expert to prove the effects of the elixir was undoubtedly the best choice. Under everyone's anticipation, this initial stage Imperial Realm expert was severely injured. It wasn't fake at all. It was real. Everyone could see it with their divine senses. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. The auctioneer undoubtedly raised the atmosphere of the scene. Would it work? This question would be solved in front of their eyes. Everyone's divine senses didn't move as they stared at this initial stage Emperor Realm expert. Was the blood-replenishing pill really that powerful? After the blood-replenishing pill, every move of the Imperial Realm expert was watched by everyone. Then, the eyes that were originally filled with disbelief gradually recovered as his aura recovered. Everyone was amazed at this moment. Chapter 570. The miraculous recovery ability of the blood-replenishing pill instantly defeated all their doubts. They couldn't believe that there was such a miraculous pill in this world. They had never seen or heard of it before. What happened in front of them made them realize the miraculous effect of the blood-replenishing pill. The blood-replenishing pill has a heaven-defying and miraculous recovery ability. What are you still hesitating for? With the blood-replenishing pill, you'll have another life. It's one of the essential pills when you're outside. Today, we'll be auctioning 3 sets of 10 bottles each. The starting price for each set is 1 billion true essence crystals, and each increase is 50 million. Each box had their eyes on the blood-replenishing pill. 70% recovery. Such a heaven-defying recovery ability. I must get it no matter what, as long as the family's alchemist can decipher it. How, with this blood-replenishing pill and my body refinement, it's like adding wings to a tiger. I must get my hands on this blood-replenishing pill. This trip was really worth it. Just the blood-replenishing pill alone has such a miraculous effect. The potential breaking pill and emperor breaking pill will definitely have unimaginable effects. I must get it. The Myth Tower must have an ancient recipe. These pills are refined using an ancient recipe. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to refine such a divine ability. The gossip outside is indeed true. While everyone was pondering, someone immediately made a move. I bid 1 billion. Someone spoke, and the price of the blood-replenishing pill soared. 1 billion, 22 billion to 3 billion to 53 billion. In just a moment, the price of a set of blood-replenishing pills had risen from 1 billion to 3 billion Zhenyuan crystals. It was a huge leap in history. It could be said that no pill could be auctioned at such a price, unless it was a top-grade pill. 3 billion, going once. 3 billion, going twice. 3 billion, going thrice. This set of blood-replenishing pills belongs to box 14. The first set of pills was bought for 3 billion Zhenyuan crystals. Everyone else was stunned. They had clearly been defeated by the opponent's strategy. Everyone in the boxes was filled with regret. The competition for the second and third sets of blood-replenishing pills was even more intense. One set was sold for 30 billion Zhen Yuan crystals, while the other was sold for 43 billion. The auctioneer was grinning from ear to ear. Just the blood-replenishing pill alone had created a price of more than 80 billion, which was almost equivalent to a celestial artifact. "Husband, this pill auction is actually so profitable?" In one of the private rooms, Lin Fei crossed his legs. He didn't seem to be affected by the fact that he had auctioned off 80 billion true origin crystals. Jin Feng was surprised. "That's nothing. The blood enrichment pill is cheap now. When they know its effects in the future, it won't be something that can be bought with tens of billions of dollars. Anyway, for them, what they have is wealth and mineral veins. There's nothing to feel bad about." Lin Fei ate the ice blue fruit. "If we auction it like this, don't we have to worry about people cracking it?" Lin Jiqing was also there. "I've taken a look at these forces. They've all brought their alchemists here. What if they're unraveled?" Lin Fei curled his lips. "Could they crack it?" "Another 10,000 years. This level of elixir came from the system store. Even Lin Fei didn't know what the formula was, and they wanted to crack it? In their dreams. Previously, when preparing for the auction, Lin Fei tried to analyze it. Unfortunately, whether it was the blood enrichment pill or the other two elixirs, their medicinal effects were very complicated. Logically speaking, Lin Fei's divine sense was tyrannical. He could distinguish the classification and slowly crack it, but the result was still no result. He couldn't crack it himself. Alchemists? Was it possible? Lin Fei didn't believe that they had the ability to do so. Even if it was really cracked, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. In the system store, there were countless elixirs. Any three of them would be enough to defeat them. The most important point, Lin Fei didn't say it. It was unknown whether the ingredients for refining the blood enrichment pill existed on this continent. What if there wasn't? Lin Fei didn't doubt this possibility at all. The auction was still going on. After the blood enrichment pill was the first shot, the potential pill and breaking emperor pill were all auctioned at a very high price. In one night, the three elixirs were auctioned off for a total of more than 400 billion true essence crystals. It could really be considered a mountain. Tens of millions of true essence crystals were enough for a small clan to cultivate. A few 100 billion true essence crystals were enough to sustain a rank 7 or rank 8 sect for a few years. The first auction of the Mythology Tower was relatively successful. Some people were happy because they had successfully bought the elixirs. Under the protection of professionals, they left directly, afraid that they would be targeted. There were also people who were dispirited. All of them had failed in the auction. When the news spread, those who originally had doubts and disbelief all believed it. Following that, the 10 extra slots for the auction became the target of everyone's competition. The number kept rising, and there was almost no sign of it stopping. A few days later, the miraculous effects of the blood enrichment pill spread. The treasured son of a sect was seriously injured in a battle and nearly died. At the crucial moment, he consumed the blood enrichment pill and recovered 70% of his injuries. Instead, he killed his opponent. When this news spread, it caused another uproar. Everyone realized that the appearance of the blood replenishing pill was equivalent to a protective dharma treasure for some people. In Sin Paradise's black market, the price of a bottle of blood enrichment pill rose to 3 to 4 billion, but there was still no one selling it. As for the other two elixirs, their prices were also shocking. The influence of the Mythology Tower was rapidly expanding. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining 100,000 sect reputation points. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 300,000 sect reputation points. The first auction was a success. The veritable essence crystals were a small gain. More importantly, Lin Fei gained a large amount of reputation in the sect system. As his influence expanded, his reputation points increased. It was equivalent to everyone knowing about the existence of the Mythology Tower. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's reputation points had already reached 10 million. This speed had slowed down significantly, and it seemed like it had reached a certain saturation point. Lin Fei wasn't too worried. Time would prove everything. In a few days, the elixirs would become popular again. Lin Fei had already arranged for people to head to other empires to sell these elixirs. Of course, he wouldn't sell them in batches, but in batches. A single spark could start a prairie fire. The blood enrichment pill and the other 2 elixirs would also blossom rapidly. Sin Paradise was a famous black market in the continent. When elixirs became popular, people would definitely search for them. Naturally, they would find the Mythology Tower. Now that the Mythology Tower had become popular, there were naturally many powers that wanted to cooperate with them. For example, selling elixirs. There were even some powers that targeted the future of these elixirs and tried to get Lin Fei to share the elixir recipe with them. As for these fellows, Lin Fei only had one word for them: scram. Scram as far as possible, lest he decided to kill them all. Young Master Lin, someone is outside. He claims to be an agent of Sin Paradise. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about how to raise the sect from grade 2 to grade 1, a subordinate entered. The title Young Master Lin was actually an order from Lin Fei. The title of Tower Lord wasn't pleasant to the ears. There was always a sense of pressure. However, Young Master was different. Invite him to the guest room. After the subordinate left, Lin Fei stood up and narrowed his eyes. I thought you guys would be able to sit still. The blood enrichment pill, potential breaking pill, and emperor breaking pill. With these 3 elixirs successfully auctioned, Lin Fei knew that Sin Paradise would definitely make a move. Everything was as he had guessed. Sin Paradise had arranged for an agent so quickly. Lin Fei wanted to know what Sin Paradise wanted. If they thought that he could crush them easily, then they were gravely mistaken. He would let them know the meaning of regret. The guest room was decorated elegantly, giving off a high-class feeling. When will your Tower Lord be here? Song Fei had been in for a while, but he still hadn't seen Lin Fei's figure. His tone was a little unhappy. I really don't know. The person who delivered the tea had a helpless expression. At this moment, Lin Fei's voice sounded. My apologies, I had some matters to attend to. I'm late. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Song Fei didn't believe Lin Fei's words. With a straight face, he said, Tower Lord Lin, you're quite arrogant. Clearly, he had disregarded Lin Fei's previous words. Lin Fei chuckled. If I wasn't arrogant, wouldn't any Tom, Dick, or Harry want to step on my head? You should know that the Myth Pavilion has been receiving too many random people recently. If I don't put on airs, they won't know what they should and shouldn't do. Song Fei could easily tell that Lin Fei was being sarcastic. He thought to himself, this kind of country bumpkin isn't worth arguing with. Tower Lord Lin, I'm here on behalf of Sin Paradise today. I want to discuss a few matters with you. Song Fei's tone changed. Alright, speak. I'm listening. Lin Fei sat down lazily. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't take him seriously, Song Fei's eyes flashed with anger. However, he endured it in the end. If your Myth Pavilion wants our higher-ups' protection, you must hand over the 3 ancient recipes. Hand over the ancient recipes. Your table manners are really unsightly. Lin Fei didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking. He immediately interrupted him to express his dissatisfaction. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Tower Lord Lin, this is the higher-ups' intention. I'm just a messenger. Song Fei said indifferently. This is just one of the requirements. Say no more. Lin Fei interrupted him again. I'll have to trouble you to go back and tell the higher-ups that if you want to discuss, do it yourself. Don't try to negotiate with me. If you anger me, I'll just leave Sin Paradise. Song Fei originally wanted to use words to suppress Lin Fei. However, he didn't expect Lin Fei to counter him the moment he opened his mouth. That's impossible. Song Fei was very clear of the higher-ups' intention. They had sent him here today to test him. If Lin Fei agreed, they had other methods. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei wouldn't give him any face. Wasn't he worried that the higher-ups would get angry? Flatten your Myth Pavilion? I'm the representative this time. You can negotiate with me. There's no need to trouble the higher-ups. Song Fei said with a sullen face. Lin Fei stood up. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I'll give you 1 day. Tell the higher-ups that you can either negotiate on your own or we can leave. In any case, I have nothing to lose." After speaking, he turned and left, ignoring Song Fei. "You." Song Fei quickly stood up with an ugly expression. Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He stopped and said, "I'll still say the same thing. If you want to negotiate, arrange someone with more weight. As for you, you're not qualified at all. If you're not from that side, don't even think about making me come out to meet you." Did he have to make a move? He wouldn't make a move until the last moment. This was a far cry from their harvest. If they couldn't succeed, it might be a big problem in the future. Chapter 572. Since the other party had already put it this way, it would be inappropriate for Lin Fei to continue to refuse. 90 elixirs and over 300 elixirs were a small matter to Lin Fei. He wouldn't need to spend a lot of points to exchange for protection from Sin Paradise's experts. Lin Fei would be the biggest fool in the world to refuse such a deal. "My request is simple. You must give me 10 loose immortal experts within a month." Lin Fei stated his conditions. Protection? This was the beginning of the deal. Lin Fei would make sure they couldn't live without the elixirs. These 3 elixirs were just the beginning. They were like drugs. Once they became addicted, it would be very difficult to refuse. 10 loose immortal experts? The middle-aged man in gray was surprised. He couldn't imagine Lin Fei making such a request. "It's very simple for you." Lin Fei didn't give them a chance to refuse. "I need them alive. They must be loose immortals. This isn't difficult for you. You can agree or refuse. That's my request." 10 loose immortal experts, and all of them were loose immortals at that. It was indeed quite difficult to keep them alive. "All right, we'll do as you say." The middle-aged man in gray agreed readily. Everything else could be discussed after reaching an agreement. Even though he couldn't decipher the elixir the first time, he believed that he would be able to decipher it after some time. The prerequisite was that he had enough elixirs to research. "It's a pleasure working with you." Lin Fei chuckled. Lin Fei benefited greatly from working with them by offering them extremely expensive elixirs. If they found out that the elixirs were so cheap and they had to pay the price, they would probably commit suicide. After reaching an agreement, Lin Fei prepared the elixirs. The person who came to collect them was Song Fei. At the same time, he brought over 10 loose immortals. This deal was very secretive. If word got out, Sin Paradise would be criticized. "Check it lest you say that I'm lying." Song Fei really checked it. He was worried that the elixirs were substandard. He knew that the higher-ups were arguing over this request. 10 loose immortals. This kind of good thing, Lin Fei was more delighted than anyone else. "I'll refine it first." The reason why Lin Fei used loose immortal experts was to increase his own accumulation. Mosquito meat was still mosquito meat. It would be a waste not to use it. The days passed by peacefully. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the continent. The outsiders had invaded. The armies of the various dynasties, empires, and alien races had officially landed on the continent. They stealthily took over the human empires, and the war had begun. When this news came out, everyone was shocked and in disbelief. The non-humankind armies would also land on the continent. But when everyone was talking about it, after the non-humankind armies arrived in the few large empires, everyone sensed a great crisis. The outsiders had actually entered the continent. This was just the beginning. The outsiders' armies started their conquest from the empires, dividing the continent into many regions. The empires, big and small, immediately suffered heavy losses. Within half a month, many dynasties had fallen. Facing the non-humankind army, the human forces had all been forced to retreat. They weren't a match for the non-humankind army at all. Everyone on the continent was shocked once again. The outsiders still invaded. Hearing this news, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After a few days, the invasion of the non-humankind army was faster than expected. The moment they appeared, they quickly took over the empires and formed their bases. The continent was in complete chaos. The non-humankind are too strong. Lin Fei and the others gathered together. Even the 4 evil men stopped eating, drinking, and playing. I went to the nearest dynasty. There were hundreds of thousands of non-humankind army there. The dynasty lasted for 5 days before being blasted apart. On the day the city was breached, the royal family was slaughtered. The big and small forces all surrendered. Qi Lian Sky Demon said, "It seems like the scale of the invasion this time is greater than before." True Immortal Wine's expression wasn't too good. A dynasty is worth hundreds of thousands of troops. I'm afraid the number of non-humankind army this time is no less than tens of billions, maybe even hundreds of billions. No one doubted this number at all. When True Immortal Wine said those words, everyone grew shocked. An army of hundreds of billions. Just hearing this number, one could tell how terrifying it was. More importantly, they were all body cultivators, not chi cultivators. Chi cultivators were naturally weaker than body cultivators. 10 chi cultivators against 10 body cultivators, the body cultivators were destined to win. This was destined. Lin Fei had come into contact with body cultivators before. They were really strong, especially when they knew formations. With tens of thousands of people activating formations, it would definitely be a shocking attack. Everyone had some doubts about why Lin Fei didn't leave Sin Paradise. Now, they finally understood what was going on. Rather than fighting alone, it was better to find someone to rely on. Once the mutated race army made their move, they displayed their powerful techniques. At this moment, unity was power. If Lin Fei really left Sin Paradise, the mutated race army might surround and attack, and Mythology Sect would collapse. Otherwise, they would be completely wiped out. Seniors, the invasion of the non-humankind is a good chance for Myth Sect to accumulate strength. I hope that seniors can help us when the time comes. When the non-humankind army invaded, the weaker empires would be the first to be attacked. Only those with a certain level of strength would be left. Lin Fei needed to recruit them to expand Myth Sect's strength. I hate the non-humankind. Even if you don't say anything, we will do it. The continent belongs to the human race, not the non-humankind. Unity is everything. We will definitely support you. Lin Fei relied on these few high-leveled loose immortals the most. With a large number of non-humankind invading the continent, high-leveled loose immortals would be the strongest fighting force. Even though there weren't many of them at the moment, Lin Fei believed that as time passed, there would naturally be a large number of experts joining Myth Sect. Lin Fei didn't doubt this at all. The continent had just started to become chaotic, so Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Ding, mission unlocked. At this moment, the mission began. Lin Fei was startled. It wasn't time for him to issue missions yet, so why would a mission be unlocked? Celestial Immortal Promotion Mission unlocked. Lin Fei was shocked once again. He still needed a long time before he could advance to Celestial Immortal. Why would a mission be issued so soon? It would be a lie if Lin Fei didn't want to advance to Celestial Immortal. He really wanted to know what this Celestial Immortal Promotion Mission was. Celestial Immortal Promotion Mission is split into 3 parts. Ding! The first part, Myth Sect will become a top power in the continent, and its name will spread throughout the entire mortal world. Reward: 10 billion points, 10 billion energy. Lin Fei nearly vomited blood. System, don't tell me you think this requirement is too difficult? Lin Fei didn't know how big the mortal world was, but he knew that there were countless worlds in this world. It wasn't easy to spread one's name. Top power? This was another huge problem. Second part, kill 3 or more of the 10 great god kings. Reward: 50 billion points, 50 billion energy. Lin Fei vomited blood again. Every god king was comparable to a celestial immortal. If he killed them, he would probably be killed by them, right? Lin Fei didn't know how far he was from the celestial immortal level. Killing them would probably take 10 years. This was another difficult mission to complete. Even though the rewards were generous, he had to be qualified to complete it. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Ding. Third part, improve yourself in battle, and your combat strength will reach the combat strength of a celestial immortal. Reward, 5 billion points, 5 billion energy. This was more reliable. Ding. Completed Celestial Immortal Promotion Mission. Reward, 300 billion points, 300 billion energy, Peak Celestial Immortal Martial Arts, Peak Celestial Immortal Equipment. The rewards were generous. The system store required a large number of points. Even though Lin Fei had hundreds of millions of points in the point store, he was a pauper. He could only look at items that were worth billions and tens of billions. Tens of billions of points. He could buy a high-level martial art. Even if he couldn't use it to attack, it would be a defensive technique. As for energy, it could release powerful attacks. Lin Fei believed that energy was not inferior to celestial force, or even stronger. For the time being, Lin Fei was unable to cultivate energy techniques. He didn't have enough points. If he had enough, Lin Fei would definitely buy energy techniques. Looks like I can't be idle anymore. The system had issued a mission. Lin Fei might not have been in a hurry before, but since the system had issued a mission to advance to Celestial Immortal, he had to do more things. The mythical sect was currently a second-grade sect, and they had very few high-level experts. They were far from being a top sect or a top faction. Experts, they were lacking experts. Lin Fei was really worried. The missions issued by the system were not easy to complete. Thinking about it, he was afraid that only the last mission would be easy to complete, which was to raise his combat strength to Celestial Immortal. In the blink of an eye, the foreign races had been attacking the continent for a month. The foreign races' vanguard filled the entire continent, and they kept probing the factions. A foreign race vanguard appeared in Sin Paradise, and they started a wave of battle in the outer regions. In the end, the cannon fodder foreign races showed off their prowess, and they actually killed 3 times the human race before they were finally eliminated. This news was unbelievable to everyone. Were the foreign races really that strong? Looks like the foreign races have researched many formations over the years. The scene of the battle between the foreign races and the human race was recorded by someone using a divine ability. Almost every major faction in Sin Paradise had a copy. Lin Fei was also looking at this record. See this? This formation linked their strength together, increasing their combat strength and defense. The human race lost the initiative from the start, which allowed them to form a formation. Shengguan Hong explained while staring at the foreign races in the record. The foreign races are not easy to deal with. 1,000 foreign race cannon fodder killed more than 3,000 humans. The disparity in strength was too great. Even if the human race had a large population, they couldn't afford such losses. Also, see this? The important parts of their bodies are all protected. Shengguan Hong continued, the foreign races are different from us humans. Some cultivate their primordial spirits, while others cultivate their cores. For example, this stone golem cultivator cultivates his core, the left chest area. As long as his core doesn't shatter, they can recover. Lin Fei didn't have much understanding of the foreign races, especially when it came to classifying them in detail. There was such a thing as a core in the foreign races. It was no wonder that Lin Fei killed most of the commanders who cultivated their primordial spirits. Moreover, he wouldn't think too much when he killed them. He would kill the foreign races first before thinking about anything else. Hearing Shengguan Hong's words, Lin Fei finally realized that the foreign races had such a method. It seemed like he only needed to destroy the foreign races' cores in the future. It would save him a lot of trouble, and he wouldn't be able to kill the foreign races without killing them. At this time, Lin Jiqing seemed to have some matters to attend to. She hurried in. Chapter 573. The Tenjin Temple sent a message for help. Lin Fei was surprised and quickly asked, "What's the situation?" Lin Fei had already expected that the Tenjin Temple would be besieged by the demonic races. It was no surprise that the invasion was delayed for a month. It would be strange if the demonic races' army did not make a move. When they left, Lin Jiqing had been worried about the Tenjin Temple. The mighty god empire had colluded with the demonic races. Once the demonic race's army arrived through the teleportation tower, the Tenjin Temple would definitely be attacked by the mighty god Empire. A month's time was not long and was just right. Once the demonic race's army arrived, they would first eliminate the stubborn resistance forces in the imperial capital. Then they would attack the strongest Tenjin Temple. "I brought someone in," Lin Jiqing said anxiously. "I also heard the message from the Tenjin Temple, so I quickly brought someone over." Immediately, a person covered in blood was brought in. He was wearing the uniform of the Tenjin Temple. His face was filled with panic. Obviously, he was in extreme fear. "Supervisor, this is what the Grand Palace Lord asked me to give to you." The person had obviously not recovered. When he saw Lin Fei, his eyes lit up and he took out a jade talisman. Lin Fei took it from him. He knew that this was a kind of message. It recorded the situation at the scene. It could also be the Grand Palace Lord's words. While the jade talisman was crushed, suddenly, a light screen appeared in front of everyone. The scene of the demonic races attacking the Tenjin Temple appeared in front of everyone. The black mass of demonic races' army surrounded the Tenjin Temple. It was almost impossible to see the end of it. The demonic races' army really put in a lot of effort. Sheng Guanhong was also surprised. The Tenjin Temple was a second-grade sect. It was still some distance away from a first-grade sect. See this? They are the three-eyed demonic races. Every time they besiege the sect, they are always present. True Immortal Wine pointed at one of the demonic races. They are best at creating spiritual illusions. It is a very vicious attack. Lin Fei recognized the three-eyed alien. All of them are mid-stage loose immortals. Their illusions are extremely terrifying. If the Tenjin Temple is breached, the disciples of the Tenjin Temple will find it hard to resist. A mind grandmaster, Lin Fei knew how terrifying it was. A mind illusion created by a mind grandmaster could easily trap them. For human experts, if they didn't go through life and death tempering, it would definitely be a terrifying nightmare. "How many days has it been since the outsiders attacked you?" Lin Fei asked. On the light screen, it was just the outsiders surrounding the god of Heaven Mountain. Then, the scene in front of Shaochen appeared. 3 days ago, the Grand Palace Lord used a great divine ability to send me out. That person replied. The Grand Palace Master said that the outsider army has arranged for a total of 10 high-level loose immortals and is asking for Supervisor Lin's help. Lin Fei cursed the Great Palace Lord. If he had let them leave back then, today's scene wouldn't have happened. "Jiqing, can the array of the Tenjin Temple last for 3 days?" Lin Fei asked Lin Jiqing. "It should be possible." Lin Jiqing wasn't very confident, especially when she heard that 10 high-level loose immortals were going to attack. "Look, they are attacking the array." On the light screen, the situation changed again. A team of 1,000 formed a huge array and started attacking the Tenjin Temple. Every attack was incomparably ferocious. The entire God of Heaven Mountain's array was fully activated, blocking wave after wave of attacks. Those should be the high-level loose immortals. At this moment, the light screen changed. Outside the black mass of the outsider army, there were many tall round platforms, which were especially eye-catching. On the round platforms, there were many powerful figures. Even though the light screen was activated, one could still feel how powerful they were. High-level loose immortals. Lin Fei could tell at a glance that these people were all high-level loose immortals. Only high-level itinerant immortals could emit such an aura. They were all itinerant immortals who had transcended the itinerant immortal tribulations. In terms of combat power, they were innately extremely powerful. The Tenjin Temple really is in big trouble. For the sake of a single Tenjin Temple, they sent out 10 high-level loose immortals, and each of them is so powerful. The mighty God Empire really thought highly of the Tenjin Temple by sending out 10 high-level loose immortals. The Heavenly God Palace might not even have 10 high-level loose immortals in total. 3 or 4 high-level loose immortals would at most be enough. However, the Heavenly God Palace had mobilized 10 high-level loose immortals at once. Without external help, the Tenjin Temple was destined to be destroyed. It was no wonder that the Great Palace Lord would take action. Eldest Prince Xiaochuan. At this moment, a figure flew over. Lin Fei immediately recognized the figure. It was the eldest prince Yachuan. It turned out that the Tenjin Temple had promised not to kill the Tenjin Temple's disciples. In any case, the temptation was not small. The Tenjin Temple was the #1 power in the mighty God Empire. If they could surrender, they could reduce unnecessary losses and gain a helper. Husband, you must help the Tenjin Temple. Lin Jiqing was a disciple of the Tenjin Temple and also the holy maiden of the Tenjin Temple. Naturally, she did not want to see the Tenjin Temple destroyed by the mighty God Empire. Facing such a large army, Lin Fei understood that even if he helped, he would not be able to help much. He could only bring some people and leave. They were too strong. More importantly, they were still in the mighty God Empire. This was the enemy's base camp, and they could only help a little. Once the mighty God Empire's army arrived, it would definitely be a headache. Lin Fei comforted Lin Jiqing. Don't worry, I will definitely help the Tenjin Temple. Who asked his woman to be a disciple of the Tenjin Temple. Even if they chose not to leave and rejected his good intentions, Lin Fei still had to help. This was inevitable. If he did not help, the Tenjin Temple would really be destroyed. Seniors, I still need you to lend a hand in this matter. Lin Fei said to them. It was impossible for him to help the Heavenly God Palace by himself. With 6 high-level rogue immortals and himself, they could barely hold on for a while and rescue the Tenjin Temple's elders. After all, this was a pretty good force. It's been a long time since I last fought with experts from the foreign tribes. If I don't help, I'll be crippled. True Immortal Wine took a sip of wine. Who asked us to not leave your good wine? This time, Lin Fei did not intend to bring a lot of people. This time, they were rescuing people from the enemy's base camp. There were 6 high-level rogue immortals, plus Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing, a total of 6 people. He did not bring anyone else. With the strength of such a small team, it should not be a problem for them to resist a high-level rogue immortal. We will arrive in about 2 hours. They drove the warship together, and the speed was really fast. In less than half a day. If we can have a teleportation point, it will be much easier. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Building a teleportation point, especially for a long distance, requires a lot of resources. Who doesn't want to build one? If the Tenjin Temple had a teleportation point, Lin Fei would not need to work so hard and rush all the way here. I wonder how the Grand Palace Master and the rest are doing. At the bow of the warship, Lin Jiqing looked worried. 3 days had passed, and the situation was still unknown. She was afraid that the Tenjin Temple had been attacked. Lin Fei comforted, your Tenjin Temple is a rank 2 sect. The Mountain Gate Array is not that easy to break. The Outsiders' army will also have to pay a huge price. Lin Fei had heard of the Mountain Gate Array of the Tenjin Temple. It was rather famous. With a high-level rogue immortal personally controlling the array, it was impossible for the Outsiders' army to break it in a short period of time. Furthermore, they would have to pay a huge price. Lin Fei was very relieved. The Outsiders' army should not be that fast. Let's hope so. Lin Jiqing was also uncertain. The Tenjin Temple had been standing for so long. It would be a lie if she was not worried when the Outsiders' army attacked. An hour later, Lin Fei kept the warship and brought everyone into the God Flame space to prevent others from noticing. This time, Lin Fei was going to save people, not to kill people. He had to be careful. He knew very well how powerful the Outsiders' army was. Lin Fei controlled the God Flame space and shot through the void towards the Tenjin Temple. At this time, the Godly Might Empire was filled with the Outsiders' army. The aura of the Outsiders was everywhere. Every dynasty was under the control of the Outsiders. Traces of war could be seen everywhere. Some of the imperial cities were almost razed to the ground. Lin Fei was very clear that some of the imperial cities had resisted with all their might. In the end, they were razed to the ground. In some imperial cities, there were no changes. Needless to say, they had surrendered. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong emerged from the void. Lin Fei appeared 10,000 li away from the Tenjin Temple. At this moment, the sky was filled with darkness. Lin Fei could clearly sense that there were at least 1 million foreign race soldiers here, surrounding the heavenly deity palace so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. The only fortunate thing was that the alien army hadn't attacked the heavenly god palace yet. If the Tenjin temple fell, Lin Fei really wouldn't know what to do. Jiqing, lead the way. Even if Lin Fei was in the divine flame space, he would need to enter the formation. He wouldn't be able to force his way in. Within the formation, even the dust would be completely destroyed. Otherwise, everyone would be able to enter. This was what Lin Fei hoped for the most. He would be able to sneak in without anyone noticing. Sneaking out was the best way to make them suspicious. 3 steps forward. Under Lin Jiqing's guidance, Lin Fei controlled the divine flame space. At this time, the formation was constantly being attacked. Ripples appeared on the surface of the formation. Following Lin Jiqing's guidance, Lin Fei entered the formation. At this time, the formation was fully activated. There was a dangerous aura everywhere. Many corpses were left in the formation. Within the formation, practically every formation core was overseen by a bodiless immortal, and they controlled the Grand Mountain Guard formation perfectly. When there was no war, the formation wouldn't be activated. After all, it consumed a lot of resources. Seems like there's no problem. Coming out of the formation, inside the Tenjin temple, there was a tense atmosphere, especially the flow of heaven and earth spiritual qi. It was obvious that the activation of the formation was consuming heaven and earth spiritual qi. This is consuming the Tenjin temple's spirit vein. Suddenly, the pot-bellied true immortal spoke. He was clearly surprised. What? Spirit vein? Lin Fei was shocked. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Yes, there is a spirit vein under the Tenjin temple. The pot-bellied true immortal said, I finally understand why they can resist the alien army. It turns out that there is a spirit vein under the temple. The formation is set on the spirit vein. If I'm not wrong, this spirit vein is at least grade 5. The formation can extract the spirit vein. Unless the spirit vein is exhausted, it will be very difficult for them to break into the Tenjin temple. Lin Fei knew about spirit veins. Spirit veins were extremely rare. It was difficult for ordinary people to have them. Big sects usually built their buildings on spirit veins. The Tenjin temple was a grade 2 sect, but it had a grade 5 spirit vein. No wonder it refused to leave. The strength of a sect involved many reasons. For example, a powerful spirit vein could support a powerful mountain defense formation. It would be the greatest help at a critical moment. Before this, Lin Fei did not understand why the heavenly deity palace did not leave. Wasn't it just a sect? They could build a new sect anywhere. But now, it seemed that the heavenly deity palace had their own reasons for not leaving. Among the spirit veins, grade 1 spirit veins were the strongest, grade 9 spirit veins were the weakest, and grade 5 spirit veins were quite good for a grade 2 sect. Powerful spiritual veins were not something that anyone could possess. For example, a grade 1 spiritual vein could only be possessed by those at the pinnacle of strength. To subdue this kind of spirit vein, one needed strong combat power. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to suppress the spirit vein. Even grade 1 spirit veins had spirituality. Spirituality, coupled with the fact that spirit veins were born with energy, would be equivalent to a super expert. A grade 1 spirit vein was no weaker than a 9 tribulations scattered immortal. Lin Fei did not expect the Tenjin temple to have such a strong foundation. The Grand Palace Master is in the main hall. Lin Fei scanned the hall with his divine sense and immediately found the Grand Palace Master. At this time, the Son of Heaven was in the palace, constantly giving various orders to resist the attack of the mutated clan army. Grand Palace Master, 20% of the spirit vein has been consumed. A subordinate came up to report. Continue to open it. The Son of Heaven did not change. At this time, the Son of Heaven suddenly moved. Lin Fei appeared with his people. Seeing the mysterious appearance of Lin Fei in the main hall, he could not help but be surprised. Grand Palace Master. Lin Jiqing was the most worried one. You are finally here. The Son of Heaven's eyes flashed with a touch of joy. Grand Palace Master, I don't think I am late. Seeing that the Grand Palace Master was fine, Lin Fei was relieved in his heart. When he came, he was afraid that the Tenjin Temple would fall into the hands of the mutated clan. You are not late, you are not late. The Son of Heaven's serious face turned into a smiling face. We did not listen to your advice, now we are very regretful. I don't know how many experts you brought this time. The Son of Heaven asked. Not many, just a few high-level loose immortals. Lin Fei said, the mutated clan army has gathered many experts. I can only bring you out from here. As for whether to give up the Tenjin Temple or not, it is up to you. Lin Fei did not come to kill people, he can only bring them out. This is one of his tasks. The Son of Heaven was a little disappointed, but very excited. Can you really bring our people out? Lin Fei's divine flame space is very big, he can bring people out, there is no problem at all. No problem, as long as you organize the people, I can bring them out, I guarantee that no one will know. Great Palace Master, let's leave. Lin Jiqing also advised, we can still make a comeback. If we don't leave, once the Tenjin Temple is captured, there will be nothing left of the Tenjin Temple. Of course, Lin Jiqing hoped that the Great Palace Master would choose to leave. As long as the people are still there is still a chance. But if the Tenjin Temple is captured, there will be no chance. Of course, Lin Jiqing hoped that the Great Palace Master can think it through. Okay, I will arrange people to prepare immediately. The Son of Heaven was very determined, but before leaving, I want Supervisor Lin to do me a favor. What does it say? You should know that there is a rank 5 spiritual vein under the Tenjin Temple, which was brought out by a senior of our Tenjin Temple from the Arcana realm and placed in the God of Heaven mountain. It is because of this spiritual vein that the Tenjin Temple can continue to grow. Now that we are leaving, we must put away the spiritual vein. We can't let it fall into the hands of the foreign tribes. I need you and your experts to help suppress the rank 5 spiritual vein. Lin Fei was curious before. It seems that there is no spiritual vein in this area, so it is no wonder that it was created in the past. Spiritual veins can be born in the heaven and earth. They can also be suppressed by external forces. With the existence of spiritual veins, the sect will also develop and become a blessed paradise. The Tenjin Temple is such an existence. With the existence of spiritual veins, the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth is denser than the outside world. The God of Heaven mountain is also the best place to cultivate. Okay, no problem. Lin Fei immediately agreed without hesitation. With the experts he brought, it is quite easy to suppress a rank 5 spiritual vein. They can suppress it if they want. Everyone follow me. The Son of Heaven brought Lin Fei and the others to the forbidden area. There is a forbidden area in the Tenjin Temple. This forbidden area has never allowed people to enter. Unless it is to this extent, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Lin Fei, I feel something is wrong. Suddenly, Qi Lian Sky Demon's divine sense transmitted. Not good? Lin Fei did not bat an eyelid. It shouldn't be. Qi Lian Sky Demon said, I am very sensitive to danger, especially after cultivating the absolute art of our Sky Demon clan. I can faintly feel the existence of danger. Could it be the danger of the spiritual vein? Lin Fei did not think about other things. If the spiritual vein evolves from rank 5 to rank 4, it will be a little troublesome. Qi Lian Sky Demon said, maybe, anyway, it is better for us to be careful. After all, this is the base camp of the foreign race army. Anything can happen. It is definitely not wrong to be prepared in advance. Lin Fei said, then let everyone pay attention to the surroundings. If you do not see the spiritual vein, you do not need to come out. That is the only way. Qi Lian Sky Demon said, I hope my feeling is not true. If there is danger, it will be really troublesome for us to leave the Shenwei Empire. Lin Fei secretly became vigilant, secretly using his divine sense to search. There were no changes, everything was fine. Could it be that Big Brother Qi Lian's feeling is really wrong? Lin Fei asked himself. Other than this, there did not seem to be any danger. The Tenjin Temple has not been conquered. What kind of trouble could there be? My feeling must be wrong. Under the Son of Heaven's lead, Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing went all the way down, into a very deep passage. Inside the passage there were many arrays. Lin Fei felt the aura of the spiritual vein. It was a huge aura. all the pores on his body subconsciously opened up. Such pure spiritual chi. The spiritual vein is an existence of a higher level than the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. After absorbing the spiritual vein, the internal quality is not something ordinary people can understand. This is also why everyone treats the spiritual vein as a treasure. This is indeed a treasure. We are here. After flying for a long distance, Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing appeared in a huge space. A long silvery white river appeared in front of everyone. This is the spiritual vein? This is the first time Lin Fei saw the existence of the spiritual vein. He only learned about it through the ancient records. Such a huge amount of energy. Lin Fei was shocked. If he could devour this spiritual vein, his strength might increase by a lot. This power was simply too immense, causing even Lin Fei to feel restless. The massive amount of power was being sucked out continuously to support the formation. You can ask your experts to come out, everyone will suppress it together, said the Son of Heaven. I have a treasure with me, it can suppress the spiritual vein. Alright. Lin Fei released the 4 evildoers. The Son of Heaven was slightly shocked. With this, we are even more confident. They must be at the 8th tribulation stage. When Lin Fei released the 4 evildoers, Lin Jiqing could not help but feel slightly surprised. She did not know why, but when she saw the look in Lin Fei's eyes, she hid her doubts. Seniors, I will need you all to take action later. Lin Fei said. What treasure? Just take it out and suppress the spiritual vein. That way we can pack up and leave. True Immortal Wine laughed. This is an immortal artifact, specially used to suppress spiritual veins. Everyone, just channel your energy into the immortal artifact and you will be able to suppress the spiritual vein and collect it. The Son of Heaven brought out a round disc. Originally, given my strength, I would not be able to activate this immortal artifact. However, with you all taking action together, there will be no problems. Everyone, let's attack together. The Son of Heaven brought out the round disc and a wave of immortal might instantly appeared. He took the initiative to channel it into the immortal artifact, causing it to shine brightly. Let me do it. Lin Fei also sent out a wave of energy into the immortal artifact. The 4 evildoers were not surprised and channeled their energy into the immortal artifact as well. The immortal artifact flew up and appeared above the spiritual vein. Immortal might enveloped the spiritual vein. The grade 5 spiritual vein now possessed spirituality. How could it be suppressed? It immediately turned into a giant and started to resist the immortal artifact's suppression. However, the 7 evildoers made a move and firmly suppressed the spiritual vein. Everyone put in a bit more effort. We will succeed soon. The Son of Heaven's face turned pale. He had lost a significant amount of energy. Lin Fei and the others also used their energy. When they channeled their energy into the immortal artifact, it shone brightly and quickly suppressed the spiritual vein. Bush, bush, bush. Just at this moment, someone charged out from the dark. A beam of white light struck them, and all of them were injured. Be careful. They quickly tried to retract their energy. However, they were unable to do so and were firmly suppressed. Then, the immortal artifact kept devouring their quintessence. Son of Heaven, what are you doing? Lin Fei was furious. He understood that this was the Son of Heaven's doing. Ha! Don't blame the Son of Heaven. He is not your Son of Heaven at all. At this moment, a group of people walked out of the space. The person in the lead was the first prince, Xia Chuan. The heavenly flames burned continuously, raising the entire Tenjin temple to the ground. Keep burning. Even immortal artifacts will be refined by our heavenly flames. Everyone, observe everything in the Tenjin temple. If there's anything different, it must be an immortal artifact. We'll freeze it. The 9 high-level foreign race members were also quick-witted. While burning with the heavenly flames, they searched with their consciousness. The 9 consciousnesses intertwined to form an inescapable net. The divine flame space turned into dust and moved with the dust, not daring to reveal any flaws. If it did, the other party would definitely seal the divine flame space. I'm still not strong enough, Lin Fei thought. If I was strong enough, I could control the divine flame space to tear open the formation. I wouldn't have to worry about them. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Tenjin Temple had been razed to the ground. At the same time, it burned down a few hundred feet, burned by the heavenly flames. Is he dead? After 10 days and 10 nights of burning, they didn't even see Lin Fei's shadow. He should be dead. It's a pity that the spirit vein didn't appear, said another high-level foreign race member. The 9 of them searched the entire Tenjin Temple for 10 days and 10 nights. They could sense any changes. However, during these 10 days, everything within the heavenly deity palace was under their control. Not a single accident occurred. Even the tiniest speck of sand was checked by them. They did not miss a single detail. He's finally dead. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, he's still going to die at the hands of high-level foreign race members. Xia Chuan didn't leave. When he heard the conclusion of the high-level foreign race member, he heaved a sigh of relief. The only pity was that the 5th-grade spirit vein was lost in vain. It should have been refined by the heavenly flames. Xia Chuan was unwilling to accept this. He didn't know how to explain it when the time came. Fortunately, Lin Fei was dead. Xia Chuan was quite satisfied that he had contributed a part of it. The 9 high-tier outsiders swept through the area of the Heavenly God Palace once again. After sweeping through the entire area of the Heavenly God Palace countless times, they finally confirmed that Lin Fei and the others were all dead. They were very confident in their heavenly flames. Even a top-grade immortal artifact couldn't escape being refined by this kind of heavenly flames. These foreign races have cultivated heavenly flames. How terrifying! During these 10 days, Lin Fei kept controlling the divine flame space. It was very taxing on his mind. Fortunately, it was over. Lin Fei's divine flame space floated among the fine dust. As for why they didn't detect it before, it was because Lin Fei controlled the divine flame space to turn into an heavenly flame. How could they detect it under their noses? The foreign races are all body refiners and have heavenly flames. They are indeed a level stronger than us humans. Shengguan Hong had to admit. No wonder the foreign race army could come so fiercely back then. They do have strength that we can't resist. They were very clear about the power of the 9 high-level foreign races in the divine flame space. If it was an ordinary immortal artifact, it would definitely be refined and they would be refined to death. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. As expected, they appeared again half a day later. It seems that we really refined it. It's a pity that it's only a 5th-grade spirit vein. The 9 high-level foreign race members appeared again. Their powerful divine senses intertwined into a net and swept over. It was hard to imagine that the foreign races weren't the rude people that humans thought of. Instead, they were very smart people. Chapter 575. Lin Fei stayed for another 4 days before leaving. Lin Fei didn't dare to act rashly due to the craftiness of the mutated tribe. The Tenjin Temple, a grade 2 sect, was destroyed just like that. Of course, it was regretful. Lin Fei regretted that he didn't make things clear to the Son of Heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost a helper. Now, everything was gone. Instead, he was tricked by the other party. He was very unhappy. Lin Fei couldn't do anything about it. The other party was powerful. They sent high-level loose immortals. Lin Fei's battle prowess wasn't bad, but there was a big gap between him and a high-level loose immortal. Sin Paradise. Lin Fei chose to go into seclusion once he returned to Sin Paradise. As for the Tenjin Temple, Lin Fei could only leave it to Lin Jiqing. As the saintess of the Tenjin Temple, it was better for her to handle such matters. He couldn't do it himself. Lin Jiqing was the saintess of the Tenjin Temple. She had the biggest say. The disciples of the Tenjin Temple would definitely listen to her. I will come out of seclusion soon. The reason for this seclusion was to refine the grade 5 spiritual vein. The grade 5 spiritual vein contained boundless heaven and earth spiritual qi. If he refined it, he might be able to reach the strength of a sixth tribulation loose immortal. I will appease the disciples of the Tenjin Temple. Lin Jiqing also knew what she had to do. After that, Lin Fei went into seclusion. Inside the divine flame space. This long dragon locked the grade 5 spiritual vein. Every day, he had to use a portion of his strength to suppress it. This was to prevent it from breaking free and damaging the divine flame space. Divine flame of heaven and earth, refine. Lin Fei controlled the divine flame and sat cross-legged in the void. He started refining the grade 5 spiritual vein. The grade 5 spiritual vein was too powerful. It kept struggling. Lin Fei had to deal with it with all his strength. This was equivalent to 40 to 50 high-level loose immortals. The second auction was over. This auction was even livelier than the previous one. Last time, the outsiders hadn't invaded, but this time, no matter what kind of medicinal pill it was, its price shot up, and it became a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. Blood replenishing pill, potential boosting pill, and emperor breaking pill. These three types of pills were highly sought after by everyone. Unfortunately, there were too few of them, and the price was several times higher than the previous time. Within a short period of time, the outsiders had destroyed a large number of empires and occupied almost a third of the entire continent. Many places had started to fall. Even if some places hadn't fallen, the outsiders could still be seen everywhere. Even in the outskirts of Sin Paradise, there were still foreign races appearing. Their numbers were small, and once they were discovered, a fierce battle would ensue. For the time being, the outsiders didn't dare to appear in the outskirts of Sin Paradise. Their main camp wasn't in this area, so it was impossible for a large group of outsiders to appear. After the second auction, the reputation of the Mythical Tower's pills started to spread. Many dynasties that had yet to fall also began to arrange for people to bid for the pills. The miraculous effects of the blood replenishing pill and the other two pills had long been known to the outside world. People had always thought that it was an ancient recipe, and only ancient recipes could refine pills with such effects. After the auction, Lin Fei also came out of seclusion. A spirit vein is indeed not easy to refine. It actually took me around a month. This refining time was completely out of Lin Fei's expectations. When he was in seclusion, he thought that 10 days would be enough. However, the spirit vein had a spirit of its own, and it kept fighting with Lin Fei. The stalemate lasted for a month before he finally refined the spirit vein completely. My harvest is exceptionally great. I didn't expect a grade 5 spirit vein to contain the strength of 35 to 46 stage bodiless immortals, allowing my strength to reach 6th tribulation bodiless immortal in one go. This was the reason why Lin Fei had wasted so much time. A grade 5 spirit vein is already so powerful. I wonder how strong a grade 6 spirit vein, grade 7 spirit vein, or even a grade 9 spirit vein would be. A grade 5 spirit vein was already shocking to Lin Fei. At the same time, he also understood that a spirit vein would be used as a mountain guarding array's spirit vein. With the support of this spirit vein, the sect wouldn't be destroyed so easily. If I can refine more spirit veins, I might be able to quickly reach the strength of a 9th stage bodiless immortal. I might even be able to reach the strength of a heavenly immortal. Lin Fei, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, we would have come looking for you. As soon as Lin Fei stepped into the mythical tower, Big Brother Qi Lian and Lin Jiqing came. Did something happen again? This was what Lin Fei was worried about. Nothing happened, Qi Lian said. Qi Lian Sky Demon said. It's just that the second auction has ended. We've discussed that it's not appropriate to hold the auction once a month. We were just about to discuss with you about the auction. When he was in seclusion, Lin Fei left behind a batch of elixirs for the auction. Fortunately, he had left them behind. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Shorten the duration of the auction? Lin Fei came to the meeting room and sat down. Lin Jiqing had also recovered from her sadness. During the 1 month that you were in seclusion, the army of the mutated humans had been waging war everywhere. Many dynasties had been annihilated. Now, 1/3 of the continent has fallen into the hands of the mutated humans. As for the remaining 2/3, 1/3 is barely holding on. Perhaps in less than a year, 2/3 of the continent will fall into the hands of the mutated humans. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. Although Lin Fei had foreseen that the mutated humans would be very powerful, he did not expect them to be so fast. At this rate, he was afraid that in less than 10 years, the continent would fall into the hands of the mutated humans. We've discussed. If the elixirs can be supplied in time, we can shorten the auction to once every half a month. Qi Lian Sky Demon said. Half a month is not considered long. It's just right. Lin Fei was thinking about the pros and cons of this. These 3 elixirs can only be sold like this for the time being. However, I can refine some mountain defense arrays and battle armors for auction. Lin Fei thought for a while and said, the time can be shortened to once every half a month. Just now, Lin Fei opened the system shop. He checked the items in the shop. Among them, the array and battle armors were considered relatively cheap. At present, they were the best-selling items. I knew that you would definitely have something good. Qi Lian Sky Demon laughed. In his heart, he had long regarded Lin Fei as the reincarnation of a god. Array and battle armors? Lin Jiqing was suspicious. Right now, all the auction houses are selling battle armors and array formations. We don't have much of an advantage in this aspect. Lin Fei did not care. Their array formations are nothing. The array formations that I refine can withstand the attacks of high-level scattered immortals. If they have the support of the spirit vein, I guarantee that they can last for a few more years. As for the battle armors, after an Imperial Realm expert wears it, it can withstand the attacks of a low-level scattered immortal. A low-level scattered immortal can withstand the attacks of a mid-level scattered immortal. With a large number of points and the ferocious army of the mutated humans, it was too slow to earn sect reputation points. That was why Lin Fei decided to take out the array formations and battle armors to auction. The stronger the human race was, the more effort the mutated humans had to put in. To Lin Fei, it could buy time for him to grow. Currently, what Lin Fei lacked the most was time. Array formations and battle armors were not worth much. There were many benefits to using these things to increase the strength of the human race. Lin Fei did not feel any heartache. So powerful. Lin Jiqing was shocked. Originally, I did not intend to take these things out. You know that it is troublesome to refine them. However, the human race has been defeated too quickly. We need to make sure that the human race can hold on. Lin Fei's words were righteous. This way, our Legend Tower's reputation will spread, but the mutated humans will hate us to the bone. Lin Jiqing was also worried. Then let them hate us all they want. Lin Fei curled his lips. When the time comes, I will inform that Song Fei and continue to negotiate. I believe that they will definitely be willing to protect this area of Sin Paradise. Lin Fei had also thought about this aspect. Elixirs, array formations, and battle armors would be of great use to the continent. It was inevitable that they would attract hatred. Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. If the mutated humans really attacked, he would just buy a powerful array formation and set it up in the entire Sin Paradise. Then he would see what they could do. When a person was valuable, no one would give up. Lin Fei believed that as long as he continued to be valuable, the upper echelons of Sin Paradise would not give up. This was a loss to them. Lin Fei used the excuse of refining array formations and battle armors. Another half a month passed. Array formations and battle armors were not easy to refine. If Lin Fei took them out in a few moments, it would definitely arouse suspicion. From then on, people would suspect that he had a treasure on him. This was something that Lin Fei did not want to happen. Therefore, this cover was necessary. 300 array formations and 300 battle armors. In any case, it should be able to last for 2 to 3 months. After handing the array formations to Lin Jiqing, Lin Fei immersed himself in refining the array formations. This was because Lin Fei thought of something. The 1-year period was almost up. The Heaven's secret treasury was about to open. That demoness would definitely look for him. He did not know how long he would be gone for. Refining in advance was the way of the king. It was because of this thought of Lin Fei that the mythology tower had been able to refine pills and battle armors for a long period of time. He did not have to worry about array formations and battle armors. They continuously helped him gain reputation points. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. It had been almost 3 months since he returned from Tenjin Temple. Other than the time that he spent in seclusion, Lin Fei spent the rest of his time refining the battle armors and array formations. In reality, the battle armors and array formations were all purchased by Lin Fei from the system store. During this time, Lin Fei was researching the Heaven's secret treasury. After the battle armors and array formations became popular during the third auction, the upper echelons of Sin Paradise immediately sent people to contact them. There was no helping it. These array formations and battle armors were all good stuff. This was especially true when dealing with foreign races that were all body cultivators. Chi practitioners like them had to have a layer of equipment. Lin Fei took the opportunity to make a request and obtain some information regarding the Heaven's secret treasury. Although it was not very complete, at least he would not be completely clueless about the Heaven's secret treasury. The Tianji secret vault was equivalent to a playground. No one knew who had created it. It had existed since a long, long time ago. There were countless treasures and pills in this Heaven's secret treasury. Those who could barge in would have their strength increase rapidly when they came out. There were even some top-notch experts who obtained treasures that could be used to transcend their tribulations and successfully transcend their tribulations, becoming heavenly immortals. Every time the Heaven's secret treasury appeared, it would be accompanied by a huge battle. The Heaven's secret treasury appeared once every 10,000 years. The previous few times, the commotion was not small, and it was always the humans and demons fighting over it. But this year, there was an unforeseen event, and that was the foreign races. This time, the Heaven's secret treasury was destined to be a bloodbath. The human race would definitely fight for the treasures. The foreign races did not want to be left behind. In their eyes, it was always the human race in the past. This year it was their turn. Once the Heaven's secret treasury appeared, one would spend at least 1 to 3 years inside. It was said that it was refined by a supreme immortal emperor, but there were also rumors that it was refined by an ancient powerhouse to kill time. There were all sorts of rumors, but no one could guess it. The Heaven's secret treasury appeared once every 10,000 years. In between, no one knew where it went. In any case, it had never appeared in this world. The Xiantian continent was the only major world that appeared. Rumble. On this day, the sun rose. Another day of battle between the human race and the foreign races. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. No matter who it was, their hearts were shaken and they lost the will to resist. What a terrifying pressure! Lin Fei could not move at all. A rare look of shock appeared on his face. Ever since he took the godly spirit grass, Lin Fei had accumulated a godly aura. Ordinary pressure was useless against him. But now, he was being suppressed without any ability to resist. In the Xiantian continent, no matter how small or big it was, everyone was being suppressed by this invincible pressure. In front of this pressure, everyone was as small as a child. It made them realize that there was always someone better than you out there. After a short moment of panic, everyone understood one thing, especially the big shots. They all looked towards the east. In the far east, where the sun rose, there was a huge pyramid floating in the sky. The sun shone on the pyramid, shining Jingguang. 4 golden characters were incomparably domineering. The Heaven's secret treasury. The pyramid was the Heaven's secret treasury, and it had descended on the Xiantian continent. The heavens are helping me. The Heaven's secret treasury has appeared. There is hope for this old man to advance. In the south, at the bottom of the sea, an old man had a strange look in his eyes as he stared at the huge pyramid in the east. In the north, on a vast desert, an enormous demonic beast flew out from the yellow sand and appeared in the sky. It was thousands of meters long and had transformed into a black-faced man. This is the Heaven's secret treasury. I didn't expect another 10,000 years to pass. Last time I lost the treasure. This time I won't lose it. In the Xiantian continent, every big shot and big shot had their eyes on the Heaven's secret treasury. And this time, the treasury had appeared openly. It was even livelier than the last time. Sometimes, the heaven's secret treasury would not show itself on its own. It would quietly appear in a certain place. Only the big shots of the continent knew its exact location. Chapter 576. The pressure from the Tianji secret treasury lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Lin Fei soon regained his freedom. Amazing, truly amazing. Lin Fei was in awe of the Tianji secret treasury. If this Tianji secret treasury is a treasure, then the entire Xiantian continent is doomed. Even Lin Fei's own divine aura could not withstand the aura just now. Insignificant, truly insignificant. High-level loose immortals were powerful, but Lin Fei had never taken them seriously. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to kill them sooner or later. But in the face of this Tianji secret treasury, Lin Fei felt powerless. Too strong, really too strong. Before the Tianji secret treasury appeared, Lin Fei might not have thought much of it, but after it actually appeared, he knew how terrifying it was. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, the Tianji secret treasury was not an offensive treasure, but something created by a powerful being. For someone to be able to create a treasury like this, Lin Fei could imagine how powerful this person was. Perhaps this person was already free and unfettered, no longer in this world, truly out of the three realms. At this time, Qi Lian Heavenly Demon, Shangguan Hong, and the four villains appeared. The commotion from the Tianji secret treasury was too huge. No matter where they were suppressed. This feeling of palpitation made them restless. That kind of invincible pressure made one realize what despair was, the true emotion of despair. Just now, the Scarlet Refinement Heavenly Demon was suppressed, so he did not know much about the Tianji secret vault. If he did not mention it, he would have forgotten about it. The Tianji secret treasury has descended. The first to jump up was Qi Lian Heavenly Demon. This thing is still here? Lin Fei pointed to the east. Look for yourself. Even though their divine sense did not meet the requirements, as long as they extended their divine sense to the east, a giant pyramid would appear in their minds, emitting a blinding light. Unexpected, truly unexpected, this Tianji secret treasury is still here. I thought it had disappeared. After being suppressed for 1,000,000 years, Qi Lian Heavenly Demon had long forgotten about this thing. Could it be that the Tianji Arcanum already existed 1,000,000 years ago? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon sighed. Anyway, I don't know when it started, but every time the Tianji treasury opens, a group of people will be selected to go in. It's called treasure hunting. It's a scam inside. There are many treasures, but if you're not careful, you'll be trapped inside and eventually die of old age. However, if you're lucky, the harvest is quite considerable. I didn't expect this thing to still be here after 1,000,000 years. There's such a thing. What Lin Fei knew was all written information. I knew it. This heavenly secret vault has a total of 9 floors. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon recalled, there are treasures in every level. It's extremely dangerous to go up a level. Back then, I went there once and barged into the 4th level. I had no choice but to return. At that time, I was a 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. Lin Fei knew very well that at that time, Qi Lian Skyfiend would definitely have a battle prowess equivalent to that of a 4th tribulation bodiless immortal. So dangerous. It was indeed dangerous for a 4th tribulation loose immortal to reach the 4th level. This year should be even more dangerous. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon sighed. The human race, the demon race, the alien race, and the restless sea race. This time, the competition will be huge. I wonder how many people will die. In the Xiantian continent, the 4 races were indeed competing with each other. Needless to say, the human race had always occupied this continent. The demon race had always lived in a certain area. It was not a big deal for them to not be annihilated by the human race. This proved that they were very powerful. As for the sea race, they were the kings in the boundless ocean. No one knew how powerful they were. Finally, the alien race came with a lot of experts. They suppressed the human race and the demon race. They were the #1 race. This time, when the Heavenly Secret's secret vault opened, the competition between the 4 races would definitely be a bloodbath. Brat, you must go to the heavenly secret vault. Sheng Guanhong said, even though it will be dangerous this time, it will be an opportunity for you. I once heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'll give you a reference. From the 6th level of the heavenly secret vault onwards, there are spirit veins. Your cultivation technique is special. If you can collect a large number of spirit veins, I think your combat power will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. There are spirit veins? Refining a 5th grade spirit vein had brought him endless benefits. Lin Fei had always been looking forward to refining a spirit vein. On the Xiantian continent, almost all the spirit veins already had owners. Lin Fei couldn't steal them. Even if he did, he might not be able to steal them. Which sect didn't treat spirit veins like treasures? Every spirit vein above the 5th grade had its own spirituality. With Lin Fei's current strength, it would not be easy to suppress them. This was definitely not going to work. Lin Fei had put the matter of spirit veins to the back of his mind. In the end, he heard such a good news. There was a spirit vein in the heavenly secret vault. I've heard of this legend as well. True Immortal Wine said, in the past, it was said that some experts had stolen spirit veins and their strength increased by leaps and bounds. If you can get your hands on a 9th grade spirit vein, it won't be a problem for you to become a high-level loose immortal. There are 9th grade spirit veins? Lin Fei was shocked. In the end, Invincible True Immortal looked down on Lin Fei's expression. Don't forget that the heavenly secret vault was created by a powerful expert. Who knows how many 9th grade spirit veins that we think are powerful can be taken away by them with a wave of their hands. Lin Fei broke out in a cold sweat. How could he have overlooked this? In the mortal world, who could be called a powerful expert? Almost no one dared to do so because they were not qualified. Powerful experts had the power to control the heavens. They could do anything with just a word. To them, destroying the Xiantian continent was as easy as lifting a finger. Lin Fei was still in a daze. He had overlooked this powerful expert. Are there no spirit veins in the lower levels? Your goal should be the 6th level. As for the lower levels, you don't have to think about it. True Immortal Wine said. Lin Fei laughed dryly. I was just asking. He turned to Qi Lian and said, Brother Qi Lian, you have been to the heavenly secret vault. You should be familiar with the routes inside. Why don't you draw me a map of the lower levels? In the end, True Immortal Wine said again, don't even think about it. Every time the heavenly secret vault appears, there is a huge change inside. The previous routes are all gone. Damn, there is such a thing. Lin Fei was very depressed. That powerful expert really had nothing better to do. Why did he suddenly want to make changes? It really felt like he was playing a game in the world. The heavenly secret vault appeared. The Xiantian continent temporarily quieted down. Everyone had their eyes on the heavenly secret vault. Many big shots and powerhouses personally flew over, trying to enter in advance. Unfortunately, the area within 1,000,000 miles of the heavenly secret vault had become a forbidden zone. Every big shot and powerhouse could rush in, but the more powerful ones were bounced out after a few 100,000 miles. After making a fool of themselves, the big shots all returned. If they couldn't enter, then no one else could either. They were no longer in a hurry. Everyone began to rub their palms, ready to break into the heavenly secret vault and fight for the treasures inside. The Xiantian continent was surprisingly peaceful for the time being. 1,000,000 miles away from the heavenly secret vault quickly became the focal point for scouts from various forces to receive first-hand news and information. They didn't want to be one step behind others. The heavenly secret vault hadn't opened yet. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry either. He used his points to buy elixirs, armor, and formations in preparation for what would happen next. On the 15th day of the heavenly secret vault's appearance, which was half a month ago, the heavenly secret vault in the pyramid shot out many golden balls of air. These balls of air flew to every corner of the Xiantian continent. When the balls of air landed on someone, they instantly turned into a token with a number on the back. Everyone knew that whoever had this golden ball of air would be qualified to enter the heavenly secret vault. I have the right to enter as well. It's my turn as well. Wonderful. Whenever the balls of air landed on someone, they would immediately receive a wave of admiration and praise from the crowd. Of course, there were also some ruthless people who tried to snatch the balls of air and gain the right to enter the heavenly secret vault. However, when they tried to snatch it, a jingguang shot towards them. No matter how strong they were, a single jingguang would destroy their souls and they couldn't be more dead. When this happened, everyone was shocked. It turned out that those who obtained the balls of air would also be protected by the heavenly secret vault. This was something that had never happened before. If there was a first, there would be a second. Some experts didn't believe it, but in the end, they were all killed by the jingguang that came out of nowhere. As a result, even the most ruthless people didn't dare to make a move. What a joke! That jingguang was extremely powerful. Previously, there was a loose immortal who tried to snatch the right to enter the heavenly secret vault because he had an immortal artifact. In the end, the loose immortal artifact was also destroyed by the light beam. Even an immortal artifact could be destroyed. Everyone gave up. It could only be said that this was too fair. No one should think about snatching the right to enter the heavenly secret vault. For some clans, an unknown disciple status would suddenly rise. There were countless treasures in the heavenly secret vault. If one could obtain a treasure, it would be of great help to the clan. It's my turn as well. The balls of air landed on Lin Fei's body and instantly turned into a token. There was a 5-digit number on the back. He discovered that there were tens of thousands of people who entered the heavenly secret vault. There weren't many people from the mythology tower who were participating, and this surprised Lin Fei. Could it be that the mythology tower was targeting him? The scarlet refining heavenly demon, the 4 evils, and the others didn't even have a turn. This left Lin Fei dumbfounded. Looks like high-tier loose immortals are not allowed to enter this time. The scarlet refining heavenly demon came to a conclusion after knowing the situation. This is good too. At least you won't be suppressed by others. However, those who can participate might have the battle prowess of a high-tier loose immortal. You have to be careful. Although high-tier loose immortals were not allowed to enter, it didn't mean that some people didn't have the battle prowess of a high-tier loose immortal. Right now, the human race, the monster race, the alien race, and the oceanic race were all filled with geniuses. There was no lack of geniuses among them who had the battle prowess of a high-tier loose immortal. Perhaps the competition this time would be even more intense. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. Lin Fei could control the divine flame space. If he really met someone he couldn't defeat, there was nothing for him to worry about. He could just enter the divine flame space and they could only watch. You do have the advantage with the divine flame space, Sheng Guanhong said. However, if you can delve deeper into the divine flame space, I feel that your control over it will reach another level. I always thought that you are too young to truly develop the divine flame space. Lin Fei had the same feeling. He had only grasped the basics of the divine flame space. The divine flame space could be used to hide from others and collect things. Lin Fei felt that the divine flame space could also be used as an offensive treasure. I'll study it tonight. Lin Fei already had a direction in mind. Whether he could study it or not was another matter. After obtaining the qualification to enter the Heaven's secret treasury, Lin Fei went to study the divine flame space that night. Inside the divine flame space, Lin Fei stood in midair and released his divine sense to study every inch of the divine flame space. The divine flame space should be able to attack. Lin Fei had this thought for a long time. He just didn't put it into practice. This time, the Heaven's secret treasury was full of danger. Lin Fei had to be prepared. If the divine flame space could be used for both offense and defense, it would definitely be of great help. The attacks should start with the divine flame space. Lin Fei thought along this line of thought. His thoughts also began to spread out as he sank into his own thoughts. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, Lin Fei opened his eyes. He was dazed at first, but then he regained his clarity. Perhaps this should be the case. Speed. Fire, divine flame. Speed and divine flame might be the means of attack. Whoosh whoosh, the divine flame space turned into a thumb-sized spark, exploding with super speed, leaving a red dot in the void. It tore through the void and entered the endless void, tearing open a hole in the violent aura. Done. Lin Fei estimated the attack power just now. It was no less than the battle prowess of a 6 tribulation bodiless immortal or close to that of a 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. More importantly, when it was used with speed, it was truly a lethal weapon that could not be guarded against. Very quickly, Lin Fei returned to the Xintian continent. He appeared within a mountain range, and one howling monstrous beast after another entered Lin Fei's field of vision. Bang! The red dot left no trace as it blasted apart the head of an emperor-level monstrous beast. Even the incomparably tough monstrous core within it was completely destroyed. Again! Lin Fei changed directions, heading towards the nearest outsider base to test out his attack. Bang bang bang! The divine flame space was like a murderous, deadly weapon. One after another, it shot out from the outsider's body. In the blink of an eye, the incomparably tough core of the outsider was instantly blasted apart.